Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
The time of talking stops. The time of racing starts now. From sunrise to sunset, the 6th annual Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour, presented by Player One Sim Gear, will get itself kicked off and underway in what is a wonderful birth of life to racing. It is the Great Australian Sim Race, and it is truly one of the most impressive days of racing you will find here from Mount Panorama in Bathurst, New South Wales. My name is Jake Sperry. Alongside with me for today's racing action to start off proceedings is David Haynes as we get ourselves set and ready for action to kick itself off and for 12 hours of racing to go through. David, we've seen it through qualifying, up over here to race day, and everyone knows that when they wake up on a morning on a Bathurst, especially a Bathurst Enduro here on iRacing, it is all about how you manage expectations through the early stages to give the platform for the middle for the chance to win at the end.
Morning, Jake. It's Christmas morning for racing fans. Anytime you're here at Mount Panorama before sunrise, knowing what a big day you've got ahead of yourself. If you don't, as a driver, as a fan, have just a little bit of butterflies, I don't think you like racing. So we are so anxiously in anticipation for 12 big hours with a big grid. One of the best iRacing events there is, the OSR Bathurst 12-hour. Race control in laying out the rules, in setting the pre-qualifying, in qualifying last night, have set all of this up to be so elevated and ready to go off in 15 minutes' time.
Right, let's talk balance of performance first and foremost, because it is the most important fact that everyone wants to know how the equipment is going to play compared to everybody else. Now, there has critically been a late balance of performance change to the Porsche 911 Cup 992.2 class out there. So they have kept the 60 kilogram weight penalty. They have kept the 5% power reduction, but critically, the fuel capacity has been cut by 20% out there. David, that's critical because there would be a scenario technically out there where the Porsche Cup class could, in theory, win if they're still on the lead lap with 1 hour and 5 minutes to go with no safety cars being called in the last hour. So you turn around and look at it and go, well, do we really want a Porsche Cup car winning the class when we put so much emphasis on how many cars are here in GT3? That's the reason why there is a fuel cut.
It's just to detangle the two classes, isn't it? There's a clear pace advantage to GT3, and that cut to power for the Porsche Cup cars just separates their pace difference as well in a straight line. And this cut to fuel capacity separates the strategy between the two, so that in each aspect, the GT3s are quicker through the corners, are quicker in the straight line, and will have slightly more fuel in the tank for their stint lengths as well. It just allows both classes to more easily play nice with each other.
And you've also got driver requirements to keep in mind over this. There are differences between 3-car teams and 4-car teams. So in a 3-car team, each driver's got to do at least 3 hours of the race and a maximum of 40% of the car's total completed laps. So what that means is you can't go and do 6 hours worth of racing out there in a 3-car team. The requirement a little bit lower for 4-car teams. So they start with a minimum of 20% out there and a maximum of 35. And so this really gives the sense of a team effort, more so to the fact right now here, David, that no driver can do any more than 75 continuous laps in a stint, which includes pit stop and full course yellow laps out there.
Yep. You've got to be able to rely on the spread of all of your drivers, and you've got to use all of them depending on how many drivers you have in your car. And we've got lots of cars, so the answer is going to be we have lots of drivers. There must be, at least 150 drivers in this year's OSR Bathurst 12-hour?
Yep, and on top of that, you have full course yellows, which are brand new in for the 2026 running of the Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour presented by Player One Sim Gear. So you know that the full course yellow may be deployed to reduce speeds before a safety car. So for those who come from a Formula background, it's what we would call a virtual safety car out there. But here it's a full course yellow. And so the intent is a larger gap, a time gap between oncoming cars for a stationary car to be able to return to the racing surface without needing to take a tow or have risks from others out there. Race Control will announce in the scenario that it does need to happen, that there will be a 15-second countdown of the full track going to full course yellow state. There won't be any overtaking from that point. Cars take up single file, and at 1, all drivers must have the pit limiter engaged and be under pit limiter speed, and the restart will have a 5-second countdown. I love this. It gives so much more opportunity for cars to continue in the race if they've just had a spin, and critically, we see it a lot over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, we saw it even in qualifying last night, that sometimes you end up spun around at the cutting or the dipper, and it's just near impossible to turn yourself around in those tight confines without risking causing a monumental track blocking accident. So there are plenty of circumstances where Race Control will see necessary to implement this procedure.
Yep, so there's a lot to figure out as they go through. Now, I do note that the car in 3rd position, which is Eclipse SimSport Core Temp, has just taken a tow back to pits as we take a zoom on in to where we are here in New South Wales. We are not a million miles away from Sydney as we dive on down to possibly the most famous mountain road in all of the world, and a track that has pretty much been the defining legacy of motorsport racing since 1938 here in the Australian continent to now.
So the stats of this place are so impressive, and when you come here, you see it and you feel it too. 6.2 kilometers. It's a good workout to cut a lap here. Over 100 meters of elevation difference between the start-finish line and the highest point of the racetrack between McPhillamy Park and Brock's Skyline. You are racing up to the top of a mountain, over the top of it, and then down the roller coaster. You called it the Whitewater Rapids from Brock's Skyline to Forest Elbow. Feels like it could be a black ski run. You just got to commit to it and just try to ride the curves, stay off the walls, and just survive on the trip down.
Yeah, so you've got to give yourself opportunities to great straights to go and make moves happen. mountain straight up in towards turn number 2 at the Griffin's Bend. And then, of course, you got the Conrod Straight, which gives you so much of a chance then to say, look, we get to the chase, and here is the chance. This is the look then from the rear of the safety car, one of 2 safety cars that will be able to be deployed here today, as we take a look back there at Damon Woods in his Ferrari, and behind him, Ewan Baker there in the Pulse Melbourne Lexus Blueprint by Alesco SSR Porsche out there. They are giving themselves the opportunity now to say, this is going to be our race, this is going to be our time, and critically, at these cold early morning conditions, David, tyre warming is the name of the game.
Yes, air 18 Celsius, track 19 Celsius. Sun still a while away from breaking over the horizon and making any difference on that. So the track is green, the tyres are cold, the track is cold, and everyone's looking to get that ready for when we'll get underway.
So they will all look at what they need to do. Now, there are 2 very important points that they are going to need to cover out there at this moment in time. The first is Eclipse Sim Sport Core Temp. So they've missed the start due to the fact that they weren't able to take to the grid. And basically they were on the grid, but then couldn't go back. So they've had to go through. Here's the other team right now that is perfect focus. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, David. They have had to make a driver change at the 11th hour. So Connor Nixon has had to come in replacement of Josh Banks.
Yes, a late substitution for them. Sean Campbell's the driver who's going to be starting the car. Connor Nixon's going to have to cut his laps per the rules at the appropriate time. Almost every competitive team we see is 3 drivers, but of course there is a provision to have 4 drivers in your car. I don't think that gives you that much more flexibility, though, when you saw the maximum and minimum drive times there. It's kind of trying to fit more pieces in your jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, and there's nothing worse than trying to jumble up a jigsaw and trying to fix a jigsaw out there, David, and you realize that you've got more than one puzzle out there to try and solve as you go about. So that's what they're all going to have to be trying to focus on out there at this point in time, and they are also looking at the countdown that they have available, and they'll be looking to start exactly on the 12-hour to give themselves as much of a drive as they possibly can. Let us know how you're going to be celebrating your Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour, presented by Player One at Sim Gear, wherever you may be watching, be it YouTube, Twitch, Kick, or on Facebook right now, as we get ourselves ready for a strong run forward in this one. 2 laps to green is the call right now for these drivers, and they will know each and every single team wants to wake up at the strongest level. At the front of the field here in terms of category of manufacturer, it is Porsches who had the best of luck in terms of, I would say, numeration out there, David, that got exactly what they needed from the whole shot qualifying, which was done for the Sud Speed shootout for pole position. It was a case of a car that traditionally has struggled over recent years, now finding a foothold.
Yeah, well, qualifying was very, very interesting last night. GT3 had a 60-minute session from which the top 15 went into Sud Speed Super Pole, but the rain came down, and so they were all trying to make the best of the conditions, find the right pocket of when the track was at its best, and those typically tend to be Porsche conditions. So we roll out here on a dry morning with a grid, or at least a top 15 that was set from a wet qualifying session. That Ferrari of Falcon Sim Racing team that's on pole were so good in the dry and in the wet. We'll see what kind of adjustments they've made for today's race, knowing that rain could still come in the back half of this race. 12 hours is a big window of time where Mother Nature can play its part.
Now, the Porsche category out there was really interesting for the qualifying effort. There was some wonderful times that were set, and the fastest time in the 30 minutes they had in qualifying, David, came from Vermilion Esports P-Cup. But critically, they've had to take a 10-place penalty out there, so their pole position that they would have started from is now 10th overall with them right now, the number 32, piloted by Rick Kuznetsov. So they're going to have to make their way through the field. It gives Alexander Morris and Australia-wide Racing Blue the chance to go out there off of the front.
And they have been split by class because, in fact, in qualifying, the Porsche Cup cars were quicker. Their 30 minutes of qualifying happened in the dry. Qualifying for GT3 happened in the wet. The fastest time that anyone set in last night's qualifying was Rick Kuznetsov in Porsche Cup. But not only does he not start from the front of the field because he's not a GT3, he doesn't start from the front of Porsche Cup because of that administrative penalty. All of the little convolutions and the things you've got to get right just leads to some interesting little stats like that.
So they now understand what this race is going to be, where they have placed themselves through qualifying, and now how they want to try and get themselves set up for the early stages. Expect this first stint to be slightly shorter than what they would expect from all of the longer stints that go around because of the pace laps that they have to set here before the start of this Bathurst 12 hours that they will be tackling through. And they will know that the moment that they get to sunrise is the moment that you almost get the first chance to really breathe in the race, David. I don't know about that in terms of how you feel.
It's a milestone for sure because everyone has had to wake up pretty early, except for Jake Sperry and Sean Campbell and Connor Nixon, apparently. But then, yeah, you've woken up early for this race on your Sunday morning. You're starting in the darkness. That first hint of light is psychologically massive, even if it doesn't change the track conditions or anything. It just lets you know, oh yeah, we are really underway with the big day ahead of us. We got to get everything right. We got to keep our car clean and together for 12 hours. We've got to consider the strategy and the driver stints at all times, and then just buy our ticket to the final hour.
Well, that, if you were going to play your Bathurst 12-hour bingo card, is a big red stamp that will get put on the board. No doubts about it.
It was a free space on your bingo card.
It was a free space. Buy a ticket to the end. It is pretty much part and parcel of racing action like this. But it is so very true in the statement that it brings, because you know that you can't win a 12-hour race on the first 5 minutes of running. You know out there, David, that the only way you're going to get that opportunity is keeping your car in the race. Around a street circuit like this one, the walls that encroach in, especially in the dark as you start, it's very much like they hang over you. The trees feel a little bit larger, a little bit more looming, a bit more ominous. You get the sense of this is what a 12-hour is, and I'm in it for the long haul with my team.
Eventually, we'll know what is coming and what to expect, but we didn't really get a great form guide out of qualifying because of the rain. There are some cars that missed out on Sudspeed's Super Pole that we might see go forward. There are some cars that are inside of this top 5 that timed the weather and their wet weather setup just right, but might not be cars that run at peak pace at the early stages of this race. A lot, I feel, can shuffle and jumble in this first stint.
A lot can, a lot will, and we will see a lot of that. What a chance it has been out there as they are now looking to set themselves up, going down Conrod for Pulse Melbourne Lexus Blueprint by Alexa SSR. They had a great qualifying. They're expecting 20th, David. They've got second.
Yep, and that second row of the grid got Momentum Racing and Orbit Drop Bear, Jupiter, Rapid Theft, and Momentum 778 behind that, lined up in 2 rows. I can feel my heartbeat rising, and I'm sure for the drivers, it's very, very similar.
It very much will do. We know that we are ticking in now to the Bathurst 12 hour. And if you are joining us here for the first time on SimSpeed TV, hello, welcome. And the Great Australian Sim Race will welcome you as well to one of the most important fixtures here on this side of the world. Now, as they will set over towards the chase, turns 21 and 22 out there on track. The field now understands their role and responsibility. Bring it home, entertain, and have fun more than anything else. The pace car then, which is currently being piloted around so beautifully, this Logitech G safety car dives in. Already following into the pits is Rapid Theft Racing number 73. So that is a very interesting start. They will pit on the drop of the green flag. We're going to get ourselves ready for racing action here from Mount Panorama. They will wait for the call. Green flag is given, and we are underway. Immediately, Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter get aggressive heading towards Hell's Corner. 3 wide it will be as they go through 4th, 5th position. Ryan Jones was lightning fast off to the start, and up the mountain straight they will go for the very first time.
We're underway at the mountain. They look absolutely gorgeous, and that's the perfect start for Falcon Sim Racing Team and Damon Woods to lead them up Mountain Straight and into turn 2. Griffin's Bend, you don't want to be around the outside. DPR have gone backwards into the wall at turn 2 on the first lap. Cars scattering everywhere.
They're going to have to throw a safety car out here, a Logitech G safety car immediately for this then on the opening run. The last place you want to be is in trouble. Haydenveld, I think, is just about being able to get momentum. The Porsches were able to go. Track's been cleared, so I think we're going to stay with green flag running there. So they took a bit of a moment to hold off, and I think that was the right decision for all teams there as they were involved. Porsches have got themselves underway to a nice, good start, and Alexander Morris has had a jump a mile wide over Jaden Wilcox at the 9.5 Sim Sport team. HTS Racing Yellow and Sean McLaughlin then in third, having Harley Galea for a lot to go through. And remember, we got a handful of GT3s that want to get through this pack because they've been mired at the back of this group for the start.
40 GT3s and 13 Porsche Cup cars have taken the start. We just hope that 40 GT3s are still running. Everyone drove away from the scene, but a few of those cars will have picked up some damage. We saw out of qualifying, GT3 cars are actually pretty damn sturdy. And Eddie Beswick has now got to cut his way through the Porsche Cup cars as he didn't start on track with the GT3s. Everyone who made a pit lane start has been held about half a lap.
So they've got a lot of work to do. Ryan Jones critically caught up for DPR. Not the start that he would have wanted to see. And he is, even in this dark, you can tell how much he is crabbing along here as he tries to bring himself home. But a lap scored complete then as this race kicks itself off into life with Damon Woods and the Falcon Sim Racing Team in control. We look here at Ewan Baker for Pulse Melbourne Lexus Blueprint by Alexo SSR. They'll be very happy that they've got a nice clean run, and critically you turn around and say, well, who's going to be jumping up there and giving the chance to run away? The gaps then not necessarily massive from what happened on the opening lap here at turn 2 here at the Griffin's Bend, but critically everyone was able to just scamper on with the start of this race. No harm, no foul, no worry, and they were able to just keep themselves out of trouble in the early goings.
A great example of why the staggered class start was also such a good idea, because it gave enough time for those cars to clear themselves before our Porsche Cup leaders came on through. Second and third, not a bad place to be at this time of the race. There's no street lights around here. It's incredibly dark. If there's a car leading in front of you, they're lighting up the concrete further up the road. They are your street lights. If you're in second, third, or even this little group beginning to form, we've got a train 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th right here. Momentum Racing 778, Jason Bentz leading Vermilion, Josh Kerwin, Proline Esports, Kieran Potter. That Lamborghini was fun to watch in qualifying, and they still running 7th here with Player 1 Racing, Luke Fallon in 8th. That's this group, and they're the closest cars in the top 10, it seems.
They are the closest cars, and they'll be looking to try and make sure that today is going to be their day. Now, all of these teams will be available with one fast repair available to them. It's effectively a spare car that allows them to jump in. Here comes Josh Perwin, then for Vermilion, trying to make the move at the chase on Jason Bentz, and Bentz has seen it all, done it all out there for Momentum Racing. He holds his ground nicely, but look at what's happened for Perwin. He now leaves himself vulnerable to Kieran Potter. Luke Fallon there for Player One Racing. Adam Hughes at One Performance Racing is there. Tom Freer starting thing off as we got another car around. I think Morella is the driver who's gone for a bit of a spin.
Where they have ended up in the field. We're battling side by side, trading a little bit of paint there. One of the Evolution cars heading into turn one.
So we're getting word here, there was a slowdown exiting the chase, and then effectively, from that point onwards, effectively getting run over in the early goings. This is Sean Campbell, then, who sits himself in third position and wants to bring himself in with as much of an opportunity as he can, as he now tries to work here on this stint. Perfect time for the American, who has been as high up in the sim racing world as the Push Attack Horror Esports Super Cup. He was part of the Coanda Esports team once upon a time, as he now drops down the hill, then looking to give chase to Ewan Baker and giving him something to think about in the early stages. Dropping again and looking for an opportunity, flicking through the left and the right and down onto the brakes, in through the Forest Elbow, and then the chance to figure out whether you can make a move at the chase here on the Forest Elbow and onto the Conrod Straight.
And look at all the work that the car in front is doing, lighting up all the trees, the track signage and everything in front of you. Straight line speed, just 2-3 kilometers an hour more for what it's got there. Jupiter, the McLaren, sitting in that slipstream there. Highest speed I can see into the chase, 275 kilometers an hour. Hearing that the drivers still don't have full tyre pressures yet, that the air's actually quite dense. It's cold and it's humid in this morning. Almost a chance of a little bit of fog, but that might clear up. We might get a little bit more speed later on. And of course, they're all very heavy on fuel at the moment. Each lap, Damon Woods resets the fastest lap of the race. He's still at a 202.4. There is quite a bit more pace to be found throughout today.
And having that pace available to be run and to jump on up and say, hey, look, this is where I want to be finding opportunities. Even in the early stages, you do have chances to make those up. Even if you're down, say, 28th, 29th position, if you're Aaron Gilbert, if you're Glenn Riddell, for example, it's still a chance for you in this race that you could start jumping up the order, that you can start finding those opportunities that will present themselves over the course of 12 hours worth of running. So you just got to give yourself the platform to say, hey, look, we might not be anywhere near in the early stages, but the chances will come along later. So we'll take a look here. This is cars 56 and 36 as we'll jump in for a Logitech G replay here, dropping down the hill through the Forest Elbow and or up towards the Forest Elbow, and this is a late attempt down the inside, knocks the rear wing off. Oh, the cover just completely flies off in the face there. That would be a big scare for the 36 team out there. So they're going to be looking around at that going, not brilliant for Project 36, but it's ultimately enough that it's causing Vermilion a little bit of, out there for Eclipse, a little bit of trouble. So and there, bang, that lack of grip then caused them to go off then through at the chase. And how on earth they have the wherewithal to come across the middle of the circuit, David, backwards, and find themselves safe back onto the other side. That's a minor miracle. 90% luck, 10% skill, 100% concentrated power of will on that one, though. I think that was very, very close to a monumental shunt. Project 36, ambitious at Forest Elbow, do a bit of damage and absolutely destroy the aero balance. Here's that slipstream on Conrod Straight. We haven't seen a whole lot out of the Aston Martins just yet, and we're about to see one drop behind. There's a pass made. Yeah, so that a comfortable pass then as Damon Woods sets the fastest lap of the race for the Falcon Sim Racing team. Now 3.6 seconds clear out there at the moment. Now here is car number 43. This is One Performance Racing, who up through into the cutting, try and dive down the inside there with that Audi, and they practically muscle their way through there, David.
Oh, is rubbing racing? I guess it is when you're turning left. Got positions, trading places up mountain straight now, seeing a few cars battle higher up here. Vermilion, that looks like Wayne Burke might have gone past Synergy, WK&P, Blake Warboys there. Two Porsches battling up to Griffin's Bend and now out of the cutting. That photographer's going to be very busy. I'm not sure you can stand there.
Well, he is. He's going to be taking 50 snaps a second out there with the way that they're going to be charging up over the hill. So this is now Luke Fallon for Player One Racing, really looking around over the top of the hill, and that is Adam Hughes getting the move done. One Performance are starting to move up in the 144 as they will then get the drive and say, look, this is where we are trying to find our opportunity in the Audi, which is not been everyone's choice out there, but One Performance have taken to it like a duck to water and gone, yeah, early stages of this race, a small little car like ours, well, it can certainly pack a punch as it now starts to work through. We'll go on board then here along Conrod, and this is Blake Warboys then over from Synergy WK&P Simsport right now. The board available, yeah, big stretch of the arm to say, look, let's get ourselves ready then for another lap's worth of running here in the early stages.
And not only are we on board with the 14, but soon it's going to say baby on board, if I'm reading that correctly. So baby number 2, Warboys. There's a date that I can't read. But, 21st of August. I knew it wasn't going to be too much more than 9 months away.
No, it definitely isn't much. And I tell you what, we're getting absolutely no clues at all as to the gender of the baby anytime soon, because he's in blue and his gloves are pink.
I've no idea what a sim racing gender reveal would look like, and I don't think we're going to start today on sim speed, but he's racing on right now in the slipstream in this pack and battling, as we saw, getting elbows out not too long ago.
Continuing on, this is Eclipse Simsport Bowler Media, who had to abandon the start, or had themselves caught up, sorry, in the lap 1 instance. So that's 2 Eclipse cars back here. The LDP car, Mario Morella, is 2 laps down, and a minute 23 off the lead last time they crossed is Hayden Bell. At this moment, trying to work by one of the Porsches. That's Pacific Esports Racing number 5 there in the Cup class that they jump on through. So Hayden able to keep himself then going, and I would say a sobering start. That's a tough wake-up call for your race to find yourself turn 2 pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, there's other cars that didn't take the start that are now ahead of him, and he's got all this work to do cutting through the Porsche Cup field as well, which he's got to be very careful doing. He's only just gone ahead of Pacific Esports Racing, 13th in class, now coming up towards 12th place Dean Hunt. Hello, Dean.
Probably juiced here, just seeing how easily the difference is with the amount of work that's had to be done on the balance of performance to get the Porsche Cup class then back into the secondary group and keep it a little bit further away. But I just want you to just talk for people about, because every single category has had practically something done to it, every single car that's available in class. What would be the differences of looking to try and change weight, looking to try and change power, or looking to try and change fuel capacity?
Going through a bunch of our drivers that have joined us with their camera feeds. So we go on board with Thomas Hinz. He's got his Sud Speed gloves on. He's also got his washing, drying there. So either the window's open or this room's air conditioned, or he's got a ceiling fan going or something. Oh, sponsor's dream here. Is he also wearing a Logitech headset?
Looks like it, doesn't it? So he'll be very, very happy then in the Team Jinx Shifters team at the moment. Very upright seated position. Some people prefer the Formula laid back position, but he's very much over the top of his steering wheel as he sits down and looks to try and race. Very much muscling the steering wheel around there as he looks to try and put his focus firmly forward. We look then here with Synergy Sim Racing here, who are in 10th position right now with Tom Freer. Synergy WKMP Sim Sport, as it's a combination of the two teams, so they'll have a Synergy Sim Racing car and a WKMP car, but they'll both form under the same team, so they can switch the drivers around as and when the team requires it. That's a little bit pushed forward as we look back then to Scott Rankin here for Orbit Drop Bear Venus. Oh, you can see that, a big gasp of air, and he's pretty much muttering to himself, oh, why did I leave the door open like that? They've bolted out the garden gate.
Yeah, and then it put him offline, perhaps into some marbles that might be forming there. He's got to worry about his line down Mountain Straight. Looks like he's got a bit of straight line pace compared to that Audi, but not enough compared to the McLaren. 2 spots gone in about 2 corners. Scott Rankin in 23rd place. Yeah, he's got the hat, he's got the shirt, he's got the gloves, and he's got some words for his teammates on the radio by the looks of it as well.
Yeah, and it's so important to have your teammates there with you, especially in the beginning, because it is the most hectic part of the race. If you're left to try and fend for yourself on your own at the start of a race like this, you basically are responsible for the car, and it's very much like being a child and for the first time it's having your parents go out for 5 minutes to go and grab something before coming back. It's, oh, what do I do with this responsibility?
Just don't leave children unsupervised.
Exactly.
Porsche Cup car, let's give them some love. Now, there's not as many of them. It's 40 GT3s and 13 Porsche Cup cars, but here is Rick Kuznetsov. The Salmon is going upstream.
Yeah, already up to 6th, eyeing up 5th here. This will be Australia-wide Racing Yellow and Thomas LePrake. They're on the outside heading into the chase, and that one's not even, I would say, difficult in terms of a pass for Rick Kuznetsov. He got himself fully passed by the time he hit the braking zone, hit the brakes, and he just swept on through with a natural corner line. So he'll now eye up Momentum Racing 780 and Daryl Carter, who is there in front as the next challenge that is going to be there in terms of this race. So it's going to be a case of 11 hours, 42 minutes and 45 seconds left. And at the moment, Rick Kuznetsov on the upper nut, really pushing the line there over the curb.
Yeah, well, on our timing screen, it says Damien Wood's fastest lap of the race. My timing has in class Rick Kuznetsov with the fastest lap in Porsche Cup 2:05.0. And I think that might continue down the inside. That's the place you want to be at Griffin's Bend to make sure you get that camber and you can just fire it up on the exit. He's up into 4th place now, and that looks like he's about 9 seconds behind his race leader.
Oh, just a little brush of the wall behind there from Blake Neck as we will go back up the field into the GT category right now, where they are stacking up at this point in time behind Marcus Watson at Project 36 Endurance. Stefan McCartang is then behind for One Performance Racing. Vermilion Esports are there. Then Blake Warboys, who we had a little look on. It's a big old group there. Sam Blacklock's trying to hold on to the back of it here with Slade Orsman from Slimline Race Service. And then you've got Dean Mackay from One Performance Racing number 13. So this is what the, I would say, the mid to late part of the top 20 is getting itself busy and involved with. And some drivers already will look at their teams and go, you know what, I want to sit down, I want to focus, I want to concentrate, I want fuel, I want tyres, or in the case there of Wayne Burke, I want places, and he's not going to get one there at the cutting.
Doesn't seem like it. You've got to get a long way up the inside, then the track goes back to the right. The Corvette stays ahead. We are boxing on for these positions. McCartan just ahead of Burke for the moment. He clearly reckons he's faster, but you've got to be so decisive and so good to make a pass there or here or any of these places that he's looking.
And a driver who feels like he's quicker but can't find a pass is a very dangerous prospect indeed, because they might go for something a little bit more risque, so to speak, in terms of a pass. So they'll go for a move that maybe is a 50%er, a 40%er, a 30%er, rather than the surefire 70, 80, 90% move to go and get done, because of the fact that they're too tired and bored, basically, being sat behind another driver, and they'll go throwing it up the inside because they feel like it.
Yeah, well, I think you try the 90% move, and then if that doesn't work, you try the 80% move, and then yeah, eventually it can get more and more sketch if patience begins to run out. But with 11 hours, 40 minutes to go, you'd hope there was still a little bit of patience. Look at Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. This is the first time anyone but Falcon Sim Racing have held the fastest lap of the race. 2:01.657 for Sean Campbell in the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter McLaren.
Yeah, so Sean Campbell, who has been given license to go out there and start chasing down Damon Woods and the Falcon Sim Racing team, now comfortable in that McLaren and trying to go and make it work. There is your weather conditions there on the right-hand side. Not really gusting too heavily here, anywhere between 6 and 11 kilometers an hour right now from the southeast of the circuit. So for those who are looking for a little bit of geography out then here on this track, some southeasterly wind. If you look around at it, that's a wind from the forest elbow across at the moment. So you get a cross tailwind down at the Conrod Straight, across headwind up to the mountain straight. That's what they'll be dealing with out there. 19 degrees track temperature, but the moment the sunrise starts to hit, well, expect that temperature to rise here in March on this race. But marching on are all of these drivers here over the top of McPhillamy Park, and such a wonderful stretch of corner now, back down the hill once again. I don't think you could ever replicate a place like this. It's truly majestic.
Hearing
now, David, we got someone in the wall.
So we're hearing there's a limping car just a couple of cars back there because there is a meatball flat.
Oh, Dylan Shepherd.
Heavy suspension damage on the 43-1 Performance Racing Audi.
Now, whoa, that's nearly contact there for Glenn Riddell there as he goes through. Penalty starting to come on in at the moment, but Dylan Shepherd now is just trying to limp this one down the hill, and there should be a lot of notice here for these drivers that a car is so slow. This happens at McPhillamy. Oh, look at that. He catches the curb wrong and bang, gets buffeted about in the Audi. That's the only thing you can say with a car as small as that Audi R8 LMS that's now pulling or limping down the hill to one side at this moment in time is the trouble you'll find. Oh, this is going to be so dangerous. They're going to have to call something for that, surely.
Well, it was a massive, massive impact. The suspension was instantly crunched. We're lucky this thing is moving at all. I think the right rear is so damaged that that tyre is actually off the ground and not rotating. You can see there's damage on the rear there as well. In a straight line here, they've got heaps of visibility, but it's once it gets to the chase and he needs to move across to the other side of the road, things get a little bit sketch. Now, almost all of the GT3 field has passed him. And then there becomes the Porsche Cup cars that are a little bit more scattered. He's finally in a slightly quieter part of the racetrack than when the last about 15 cars came through.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit easier right now, but the issue's going to come along when you get to the chase. This is the view from further back with the 708 that is going to be on the scene very, very soon. And this is Momentum X PRNZ. You're going to see it left-hand side, whoomp, going straight by, and you need to be switched on to see that as they go through. Oh, there's contact just in front, and look at it, they're going to scatter right now. Braden Martin, locked on lads, is turned around then, and that is a very unfortunate moment then for him, and it looks like Dylan Shepherd gets through that unscathed then as they work through. But at the chase, first one we've seen, Shepherd is going to make it to pit lane in the Audi that got battered by the curbs.
Yeah, so two Porsche Cup cars coming together a little bit at the chase there around the outside for Frog Leap Juiced, and then just a little bit of a hip and shoulder on the exit with Braden Martin.
A lot of grass being kicked up there coming through the opening section, and we might be very soon on the lapping train at the moment for Damon Woods, because just in front of him is Ryan Jones, who will not want to go one lap down if there were to be a full course yellow or a safety car that would come out, and being behind the Logitech G safety car right now would be a huge boon rather than a bane, I would feel, for Ryan Jones and the DPR race out there at this point. But they are starting to jump through a couple of cars here, a couple of cars there, and so they've already now started to think about, okay, we're settling down, we're going to have to pass cars out here. I don't think this is the sort of race where here at Mount Panorama Bathurst you can win without passing a single car out there on circuit, David.
Noticing a tiny bit of brightness in the sky now. It's about time. soon the character of this mountain is going to change. We've already seen in the first half hour what the character is. It's no patience, it's no room for error, and it's no forgiveness. There's where everyone will just be either turning on their barbecue for the first time or opening a can for the first time this morning, maybe both.
Yeah, it's the time where you wake up and go, right, let's settle in for the day, get a can, get ourselves set and ready, and get ourselves making some action. Ryan Jones then trying to fend off or actually go by some of the Porsche Cup category here. This is Frog Leap Juice Blue, who's just going to have to yield and let that one go. So on a straight line, they can practically play the same. It's just when they need to hit the brakes, it's difficult. And now look at them swarm over the top lap traffic. Oh, no, Damon, you don't want to do that, buddy. You don't want to start throwing, I would say, haymakers here in the opening 25 minutes of this race. When you're a driver who is leading a race, you need patience sometimes. You've got to let the race come to you. It's first time through traffic, and he's trying to force it.
Ryan Jones drops in behind and gives up the lap to Damon Woods leading through. Sean Campbell's going to be the next to have to try to work his way through that as well. And then about 20 seconds later, you get to the thickest part of the GT3 field. Your top two have scampered away somewhat, almost 10 seconds clear of third place. But then it is a very, very dense pack in the midfield. It feels rude calling third place midfield, but from third through to about 18th. There's the Bathurst City Red Tops Soccer Club.
And look at that sky, it's not just pitch black, it's starting to go a little bit grayer out there, and soon you'll see the hues starting to change. They go through the soccer club, a very important part of Mount Panorama and Bathurst history out there as they all look around, and still there is that lifeblood of football that comes through the likes of the Socceroos and the Matildas out there as they go through. Look at that, brilliant stuff over the top of McPhillamy and over the top of Skyline there as we took that look on through at the cars making chase and progress. We will head over to this three-car group right now, led currently by Liam Reston. For Summit X Flash Graphics here, the number 55, Luke Fallow. Oh, bye-bye, that's backwards there for Campbell Adams, and he keeps it out of the wall. That is so heads up, but he's going to need to find a gap here to get up to speed, and is he going to get safely there? Oh, just across there, Luis Paulo Galon for Eclipse Motorsport, but back going again. Team Max Boost have themselves a very close shave.
Well, what's Dipper backwards? I believe it's ripped, and he nearly got ripped there on the rejoin. So sketch there, and you're seeing just pushing so hard in one of these mid-engine cars. Maybe a bit of a check-up behind the car in front. This looks like it's going to be on board with Paulo Galon. So he comes down into the Dipper, and oh, hang on, mate. Yikes.
Yeah, that is a very lucky break there from car number 81, and they are very happy that they're still in this. A bit of side-by-side, though, along the main run, as here comes Stefan McCartane now to try and go with Wayne Burke at this stage. It's actually Blake Warboys here getting it done on McCartane for position. Dean Mackay is now looking at this, thinking, is it going to be a case of us one performance drivers have to band together, or am I going to join them in terms of trying to get a move back? Here comes the look. Outside line over to the Griffin's Bend at turn number 2. It is going to have to be the long way around, gets a bit of hit for the trouble. So McCartane then working out, yeah, I'm second best.
Corvettes together, one of the newer cars for GT3s in global racing and on iRacing. From behind, easy to mistake with the Audi at night. Something about the taillights is actually vaguely similar, but up front, different. The sound, definitely different.
The country, the manufacturer, very different as well. America playing Germany in that sense as well. So you get that raw American grunt that tries to muscle its way around. It is a little sleek, those Corvettes, and they are starting to get back into fashion here in iRacing, the Corvettes. There's a few drivers that go over to it. I know Aidan Young at World Sim Racing very much loves a Corvette and loves getting himself involved with them, but it's not for everyone, this sort of car, and so one performance again, basically going to cars that maybe not everyone feels like they've got a huge affinity to out there in terms of the run. Down at the bottom of the hill at the chase, this is Josh Purwin and Kieran Potter, 6th and 7th. At the moment, they are trying to get themselves involved because he got in the middle of this. Jason Bentz right now, who's about a second down the road, as they're now hitting the Porsches in the Cup cars.
Yeah, you're getting more field spread in GT3 as they work their way through the Porsche Cup field. You've still got Ricky Kuznetsov sitting 4th in that Porsche Cup. I wonder if this makes it more difficult for him to close in on the leaders.
We'll see, as they now look to try and charge up the hill once again. This is where Marcus Watson leads a band of merry men behind him at this stage, with Burke and Warboys and McCartan and Mackay and Blacklock and Smith there, Benjamin Smith doing a good job, number 7 Evolution Racing Team out there at this point. So Benny Smith looking to try and get a good launch. Now, perfect time, David, here. We've got a little bit of a lull that's just started to come in through the opening half hour. 4 penalties have been called for the pit lane when the first pit stops come in. So keep an eye on 5-second penalties for the 240, the 43, the 118, and critically, car 68, Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, for what happened to them on lap 5.
Yeah, race control less busy than you might expect. That flag on the 36th for contact lap 6.
Yeah, so that is Project 36. We saw that on replay with one performance, and so their little shufty that they tried to get correct, well, race control have taken a look at that and said, no thank you, we don't like that. You're going to come in right now and you're going to lose all that track position.
Yeah, so it's 3 laps to serve that penalty. Can't wait for the next pit stop or anything like that. You're going to have to take that one on pretty shortly.
And so it will be immediate. Pulls to the left-hand side, isn't going to have any argument of it, and is going to take the single track pit lane down here at Mount Panorama. It feels as much of a challenge to enter as it does to many to get in. The pit commitment cone is actually beyond the finish line around here, so you've got to try and jump in and make sure that your stop is going to work absolutely fantastic when we get to official stops. And then it's a nice easy left out of the pits. It's a fantastic chance to say you can go for it. It has left a little gap there as they now take the climb back up the mountain once more, as we watch Robbie Bradbury now pretty much into the fire at the moment, trying to avoid getting run over at points, and now up towards the cutting. I wouldn't be surprised to see Dean Mackay look and move down the inside. Oh, and that's going to be contact there. Pushed out is Robbie Bradbury in the Pacific Esports 5 into the wall there by a very opportunistic Stefan McCartan.
Well, there are a couple of cars trying to get down the inside. We go on board with the Pelicans and try to see if there's much damage on this car. In the dark, when you're looking at them from straight on, if you're trying to find the difference between the GT3 cars and the Porsche Cup cars, the GT3s have got the Lumirank panels in the windscreen that lets you know what position they're in their class. Porsche Cup cars do not have such a thing fitted.
They don't, so that is a distinction that you'll see between one Porsche and another Porsche, depending on which category of class they're in. So just trying to run down the hill, and you can see number versus no number on the windshield. That's the way that you can tell and go that through. I will also note there in this Porsche Cup class, Vermilion Esports are already up into 3rd. Kieran Potter close here into the chase. Lovely glow of the brakes there on the front, running through here at this chase cut section and not necessarily finding too much help out there as they work. Damon Woods really struggling with the traffic down the lead. Gaps down to 1.8 at the front.
Yeah, Sean Campbell has done well cutting through that traffic. We've seen that the McLarens might have some decent straight line speed as well. That's the kind of thing that could help. And while Campbell's been getting closer to the race leader, both of them have still been pulling further and further away from third, fourth, fifth place. We saw on the weather 95% humidity, and as we begin to get some light above the horizon, you can see that kind of early morning mist over the fields and the valleys that you expect in the early morning when it is 95% humidity.
Yeah, and so you're looking at the weather conditions that they've got to deal with right now. 95% humidity is, I would say, not the most comfortable in the world. Imagine that you dip a sponge in a bucket of water and then you go to squeeze it out and you try and put it back in. 95% humidity is basically your sponge has 95% of it full of water still. So if you're going to get any more water into the sponge, you're going to be getting not much, maybe 5% maximum is the only room that you've got. And so you're inside that sponge. It's not a very pleasant sight, as this is 6th all the way back to 9th. Right now in the Porsche Cup class. Harley Galea then holding the ground as far as this all goes, as momentum here we'll see behind Sean Campbell go through, but there's Daryl Carter, there's Jared Farrowell and Thomas Leprake all there together for Australia wide. Rapid Theft and Momentum Racing backwards then to forwards, as it will be Jared Farrowell who will be on the defensive, it looks like, because diving through on them is Ryan Jones, who is looking to try and get the places back. So those would have been 4 positions.
Yeah, and if you think about that power cut to the Porsche Cup cars, in theory, that makes the slipstream between them even stronger. Up Mountain Straight, down Conrod Straight, they'll be spending more time in the straights, getting more benefit from the slipstream when they've got less power to utilise coming off the corner and down the straights.
Yeah, so let's just try and talk about this for a moment here, David. Why would you look at a car and try and cut its power? Why would you look at a car and try and add more weight? And why would you look at a car and think we need to cut the fuel tank?
You're trying to create just a little more difference between GT3 and the Porsche Cup class. They just overlap a little bit too much with how fast modern Porsche Cup cars have become. We've got the 992.2 generation of Cup car, and each generation it just seems to look a little more like a GT3 car. So to keep them, each playing in their own weight division, so to speak, just try to make it easier for the GT3 cars to pass them in a straight line, easier for the GT3 cars to outbrake them, and then of course with that fuel tank change, less easy for the Porsche Cup cars to run a longer stint than them and cut out pit stops.
Great little battle there between the traffic then as they work through. Jason Bent for Momentum Racing 778 all over the back of Ewan Baker for Pulse Melbourne Lexus Blueprint by Alexo SSR. That was also Gavin Simpson for Frog Leap Juice Racing Green, who held his line brilliantly there as those cars had to figure out what they wanted to do themselves. Tim Hancock at Momentum Racing 78 has been given the gap and the license to go and push, and he's now got himself about 1.8 seconds. The Momentum cars, I think, are really interesting. They've also gone for international flair, but they've not started with their Chilean drivers out there of Felipe Cabrera Loyola and Rodrigo Mies.
There is quite a few tactical choices that have been made in who starts the race. So Sean Campbell starting the American in the 68, and a lot of Kiwis I'm seeing on the grid as well for this early morning start. But then as the race goes on, the day goes on, other drivers will put their hand up and have their time.
Daryl Carter gets a shove there through Hell Corner, and that puts him behind Thomas Leprake and Jared Farrowell. Then that would not be very nice. It's now opened up Leprake versus Farrowell now as a more likely battle that we will see up into turn number 2, the Griffin's Bend. And so for the moment, Hancock then sitting on the back of that, but this is opening up. Baker and Bent. Bent has got a line here to the inside. Oh, it's just cut off at the cutting, but he gets it the second bite of the cherry. Turn 4, we'll have to go around turn 5, and I think you lift here in towards 6 and going up over the mount. This is one of the tougher sections to hold too wide. It is very easily there, that 6 into 7, a one-line suits all corner, and now they sit stuck behind the traffic, and they've got to be brave down the hill.
That's commitment at Skyline. You're almost tempted to just take the shortcut there when you're the lap car, and then it cuts your momentum. Other cars are trying to find passes in unconventional places when you'd normally just make them wait. So all of that combines for a rather heart-in-mouth moment across the top of the mountain. But we're seeing our drivers in GT3 that are battling for podium positions at the moment.
Logitech G replay here as this is turn 1, so he gets on the curb, has a moment, and he almost gets run over actually there by Jared Farrowell. So the Rapid Theft Racing 65 car, lucky to still be there together. So that was more of a, I put a little bit too little grip there through turn number 1. That's where the responsibility of the spoiler comes into play.
Yes, now I'm watching our fuel range here and thinking, how close are some of these cars to pitting? Probably at least 10 minutes away, but because of all of the formation laps that's sitting on the grid, I wouldn't be surprised if this first stop has to come a little early for some, so they are getting all a little bit racy, a little bit punchy as they're seeing how long's left in their stint, and also as they work their way through that traffic as well. It's finally a little something that could make a difference and break up some of these paps if you can get a good run through the traffic, or vice versa.
Oh, a little cheeky by Luke Fallon, trying to get an extra bit of toe, then off of Braden Martins, locked on Lads Racing 268. He's trying to fend the driver there, Wayne Burke, then away. A bit of light flashing then as they went up into turn 2, and wouldn't have been too pleased at the fact that that move never necessarily found its way through, and it's enough there, the light flash in these conditions, just to maybe dazzle a little bit if you're not thinking too hard about it. It's a very nice sky now that they're starting to get up over the top. They're only going to be about, well, I don't know, 15-20 minutes before they're going to start seeing the first peaks of sunrise, then starting to climb up over the top of the mountain. Burke then holding through, no further actions for an unsafe rejoin for Campbell Adams, so nothing more to write home about. They're happy at this moment in time.
Working our way down the mountain, approaching another Porsche Cup car here. Big braking difference in Forest Elbow for the GT3 cars, which are also noticeably just a little bit wider. The end of straight speed is still slightly quicker for these Porsche Cup cars, but the GT3 cars accelerate up to their speed a little bit earlier, and they're braking a whole lot later. And a lot of these Porsche Cup cars are rather sensibly, I think, letting the GT3 cars go. When they end up in a situation like this, you just go, all right, I'll roll into the corner, let these guys be clear of me by the braking zone, and then we can all take our racing line full corners like the chase.
And it's a give and take with two different classes. It doesn't matter whether you've got an MX-5 up against, say, an old Nissan GTP, as there goes the pass down the inside of Luke Fallon there from Wayne Burke, Vermilion Esports number 12, up to P11, with that effort then as they move forward. Oh, that was a little too brave on the brakes at turn 1 from Luke Fallon. Immediately jumps on the binders and goes the equivalent of someone in football deciding that they made a foul and went, it wasn't me.
More field spread across GT3, so Momentum Racing 78 have broken away from that battle we saw that became 4th, 5th and 6th. So now gaps in the top 3. Damon Woods making heaps of time over Sean Campbell right now, who I think has found himself mired in a little bit of traffic. What was 1.5 seconds for the race lead is now blowing out to 5 seconds. Damon Woods is working his way down the hill and through the S's into Forest Elbow. Lap 23, Campbell lost a whole lot of time. I think Campbell's lost more than 2 seconds on this lap.
Yep, so Sean Campbell understanding now that he's just not had as much luck on this run here as he's looked at this lap where Damon Woods has found the clearance, has been very happy with the way that things are going. Falcon Sim Racing team, of course, will be looking at their entries in for this one. They've got Cody Deeth and James Boumé that they can go to over the course of running, and that is the threat of a very nice sky, but that red in the sky would give me a little bit of concern. They say sky's red at night is shepherd's delight, but sky's red in the morning is a shepherd's warning.
Well, we can only see about an hour and a half into the weather forecast to know what the rest of the day could bring, but things can change very quickly out here in regional New South Wales. But I just look at that and it looks gorgeous on the mountain, the trees, the race cars, and it makes you glad to be living in God's back pocket.
Very much so. And it is a wonderful place to have racing set. And there is nothing truly like it at the beginning of a year in terms of endurance racing. People look around and say, well, January is Daytona month. What is February? February, to me, and I think to many others, is Bathurst 12-hour month.
Yep. Now, our race leaders are about to come through this part of the track at McPhillamy. They're just working their way through the metal grate right now. Damon Woods 4.5 seconds clear, but they've got a whole heap of traffic still. There goes Damon Woods, mostly clear for him. Sean Campbell's got a car in front of him, I think, heading over Skyline. And now all the way down the S's, Campbell has got to wait. It's just multiple consecutive laps have not gone Campbell's way here.
No, and this is what you find. You'll have laps where it just feels like it's as smooth as anything to deal with traffic, and then you'll have other laps like this one where you're just catching them at the wrong time and realise, yeah, I am going to have to take the maximum amount of penalty to try and get through. And it's, you know, they're not going to jump out of the way for you. That's even more dangerous than them not moving at all. So the difference maker that you're going to find is, well, how do you need to get by them? Well, simple. Don't push it. When they find a safe place to let you go, they'll let you go. But the responsibility is the passing car has got to make a nice, safe overtake on the slower car. But the slower car also, by the same measure of metric, has to give as much opportunity as possible to go and make a safe overtake. Big group right now here with the likes of Fallon, Warboys, and then in the midst of that, Leprake, leaving Dean Mackay for One Performance Racing 13 into the midst of this as they run into the chase here, and Fallon eyeing up then the chance to run away past Farrowell, who is the lap traffic there for Rapid Theft. Jared Farrowell opening the door, and Blake Warboys, I think, would love to jump through at the same time, does so, and on the exit, pretty good driving there from Dean Mackay as well.
Once the door opens, everyone wants to step through. So that group of drivers battling each other, Fallon, Warboys and Mackay, will work their way past the Porsche Cup car. And One Performance just behind that. Saw the BMW of Orbit drop their Mars. Sam Blacklock leading the next group of cars that also had to come across this traffic. And what's happening on pit lane?
That's car 43 down there, which is James Golding, who is currently making his pit stop. As
that car's been there for a minute and a half now.
Yeah, so I wonder whether that was the 43 that picked up damage at the start of the race. And so, oh, actually, here's what's happened. They've left their box and they've immediately towed.
Perhaps a technical problem or finding out something wasn't configured how they expected for One Performance Racing and James Golding. And I guess that's going to tow them a whole lap, isn't it? If they pull ahead of their box, it'll tow them around and it'll put them one lap further ahead, but it'll take them more than 5 minutes to do that tow, surely.
It should do, and so maybe. I would also look at the fact that they've got damage on the rear right, which they could have looked at, and it's not really done anything for them. And also it could be something as simple as my pedals aren't in properly, or my steering wheel's not, you know, hasn't been calibrated the way it's needed to. It could be anything.
Just seeing as well, Jason Benson, Ewan Baker have been swapping positions at 4th and 5th. Bent's got ahead, Baker's back. Josh Perween is breathing down the neck of both of them now. We've seen Tim Hancock's been pulling away from that. Fun fact, I have driven on James Golding's iRacing account, this particular one. But not like that. I didn't drive it like that.
No, I wouldn't expect you to either, David, because that is a hefty shunt as they go through, and apparently it's going to get even worse than that. So I'm scared to see how worse it goes. Oh, spins it right in front of the metal grate, and that there is going to pretty much write that off. then for car number 43 as they go through. They've already had to use their fast repair, so they are on already after 50 minutes of this race, David, already on mandatory requirement repairs.
Depending on how persistent you are, that's very close to day done stuff, isn't it? Because we know that could very well be a 20-30 minute repair to get it anywhere close to drivable, let alone raceable. At that point, you don't really believe you're contending for anything, so you've got to be very determined to see out your laps in this race to even put that thing back on track after two big incidents early like that.
It's a huge incident, and there's not much more that you can say except your 12-hour, very much, you have frittered away your opportunity early on, and now you're just looking to buy a finish at the end of it. Dean Mackay then is thinking about this one in 13th position. Right now, this is eyeing up Luke Fallon from Player One Racing here, the 118, left-hand side of the road, trying to figure out, am I going to be close enough to go and make a move? Through the chase, angling for that inside, angling, gets the power down, brilliantly on the brakes, and now looking for the drive off the exit. It's there. That's a very nice pass, and Fallon's got to be careful here that he is going to not open up Blake Warboys at the moment. This is a come and as you go, but not necessarily a revolving door around Luke Fallon's brand new chat show.
Just a little crease on the front bumper now for Fallon after he nudged Dean Mackay exiting the chase. Not optimal, but something that very easy to deal with whenever their pit stop comes around. Race car's heading over the hump of the hill there, and things shuffling big time in Porsche Cup.
We've got Porsches in.
Yeah, I think Blake Neck was one of the first to pit.
Yeah, TriStar Racing and Blake Neck was one of the first in. So too was Jaden Wilcox here as one of the first drivers to make the call for their teams to dive into pit lane as well. So important here that they're making their stops this early on. An 80% fuel tank tells you all you need to know. Blake Neck getting out very quickly ahead actually there of Wilcox there. That's a long stop there by Jaden. I think that's a full tank fuel, whereas I think they've siphoned a little bit off there at TriStar for track position.
Well, the pit rules for Porsche Cup cars are different from GT3, so the fueling happens and then the tyre change happens. So you can see fuel only
two
stops,
tyres,
then fuel and 2 tyres, then fuel and 4 tyres. Those are sort of the 3 lengths of pit stop that are available to you in the Porsche Cup class. And I'd say a cold morning like this, with that reduced fuel tank size, you really would consider no or 2 tyres as a viable option for your first pit stop.
Yeah, and you're trying to keep the tyres as cool as possible. When it's going to heat up this circuit and you've got a track temperature that's 30 degrees, 40 degrees even potentially in the middle of the day, there's no way that you're going to be getting as much as you can out of it, as you'll get so much scrubbing.
Now, Blake Neck was already losing some spots before he pitted. Oh, geez. And then there's also some problems elsewhere out on the track. Isaac Curtis in the 241 has a meatball flag and is stationary, and that's why Blake Neck is one of the first Porsche Cup cars to pit.
And that... Oh my goodness, he's upside down. And that's definitely got to be a caution. It's got to be a caution now. Isaac Curtis is upside down. They've got to call race control on this here. And it looks like we will do at this moment in time. Oh, this is scary at this moment in time. Safety car is called, and rightfully so.
We've seen some big hits and cars sort of crab their way away from them yesterday and so far today. But there is no walking off that one once the turtle is on its back. There has been a big hit at the exit of the cutting, and our photographer there is going to be uploading all of the photos of the diffuser.
Yeah, that is as perfect of an underside as you can see. They're belly up is the way to describe it here, and they've got to be very careful that they're not actually making any wheel rotations out there as the car goes through, because if they rock and unsettle that car, it'll go down the hill. So here's a look. So it snaps left, hard left, into the tyres there on the left-hand side, not even into the guardrail, but the tyres, my goodness. And the neighbours there who will see that they have now got they are the proud owners of one brand new rear clip that has gone on through and onto that. My oh my, that is a massive hit, and it now sets in motion, surely, the first round of pit stops.
Yeah, race leader comes in, second place comes in. It's right on time. You gain almost nothing from not pitting right now, and you gain a lot from pitting right now. Damon Woods, Sean Campbell, Tim Hancock, expecting every GT3 in. It's what does this do for the Porsche Cup cars where we were halfway through their pit window? 555 has a black flag. Daniel Hall, oh, is that on speeding on pit entry, speeding on pit exit? What has Dan Hall done? I think we're speaking to him later on today, so we might ask him.
I think we might have to there, and we think he's holding his own actually in that team compared to the other drivers that he's there and around. So that I think really tells you just how difficult it is out there. Driver change at Falcon Sim Racing Team, so an early chance for them to go get another driver in the car, and they have got the mercurial English talent out there, James Boumet, who's moved to Falcon Sim Racing this year, David, away from Altitude Frame Esports.
Yeah, no driver change in second place in class though. I'm seeing perhaps a driver change for momentum in both of their cars. They are going to unleash their Chileans. That's about the pit stop time you would have expected. These GT3s are changing fuel and tyres at the same time, so when you need the best part of a full tank of fuel after about an hour of racing, the tyres work out to just about be free. And so 37 to 40 seconds is the pit stop times for everyone up and down GT3.
Well, looking around at it here, that is the AITX Revolution E-Racing 241 that is upside down. Now, this is an important car in terms of the race, because you've got to remember, this is exactly the same car, David, that was there with Eclipse SimSport Cortec that had to start at the back of the field because they had something needed on their start that wasn't right when they lined up. So when they look at where they are right now, this is probably the biggest scare that you can have, and they know they're waiting a very long time before they get their fast repair and they get the chance to go back out there once more. Oh, he's been caught. He's been caught actually there as they went through. That was a little rough and careless. I think it was Dean Mackay who's gone and clipped him as he's gone on by, and it is. So let's have a look at the number 13 car and see if there is any damage that has come from that there on the Corvette.
Well, everyone would have gone through a lap ago and seen that car there, so it actually shouldn't be a surprise. One other thing I want to point out, the DPR Racing 11 that was driven by Ryan Jones, I think they stayed out, tried to hope that the leader pitting would get them back on the lead lap, and have then pitted the next lap. Let's take a look at this. Jeez, what are you looking at? It's not like he was underneath someone else's rear wing. Just drove into it.
Brain fade is the only way I can describe that. As you've got a car, you know that car is there. You can't possibly miss it. And it's just a case they've run through. Now, the car's okay, except for the fact that they now don't have a right mirror.
Wow. It's a left-hand drive car, so you don't want that.
You really don't. Dean Mackay is going to be looking around at that and feeling a little bit red-faced that everyone's caught that, and we've caught that live as well. So really tough in terms of the scenario. Now they're going to start trying to keep some tyre temperature in at the moment, so a chance to reset. Vulcan Sim Racing Team, your leaders. Orbit, Drop Bed, Jupiter, they find themselves in second. It is then Momentum Racing who put Rodrigo Mies into the car. Pulse Melbourne Lexus Blueprint by Lesco SSR. They're fourth with Ewan Baker in the car. Then it's Momentum 778 with Felipe Cabrera Loyola. Then in fifth position, Vermilion Esports second with Jacob O'Reilly. Kieran Potter stays in the car for Proline Esports 7th. One Performance Racing there in 8th with Adam Hughes, the 144. Summit X Flash 9th. currently with Liam Reston, the number 55 Ferrari, and then it is Damien Johnstone who's got in for the Synergy XW KMP team right now in the number 88. They find themselves then in 10th position. Australia-wide Racing Blue and Shane Clancy will be looking around and realising they've not got the lead anymore out there, as it is now going to be Sean McLaughlin. Guess what? 1 hour is going to be scored in the books in the next 20 seconds, and so they're going to be very happy that this 12 hour is very much gone for the good run before our first safety car has hit.
I'm seeing that the 11 have got themselves back onto the lead lap without being waved around, just by staying out when everyone else pitted. So DPI Racing's Porsche, that was so early involved in some issues, is going to get back onto the lead lap. Frogleek Juiced Racing's Porsche Cup is in there in the pit lane, and On Performance Racing have decided they need that right-hand side mirror.
Dylan O'Keefe is there behind the wheel of the number 11 out there at this point in time, and they've done very, very well to go and gain that lap back. And so I would turn around and say they were just behind in terms of the lap, and they've managed to, I wonder actually either as well, that they would have maybe taken a pit stop shorter just to try and get themselves back on the lead lap, and then they can take that service later. Maybe that was the way they jumped up, because they were a lap down for a while.
Yes, everyone took a pit stop. They were not the leader, but everyone else was in the pit, so they got their lap back. Then they raced around and they got their pit stop done. Now they're compressed behind the field, almost the tail of the field, but on the lead lap. And so they didn't need to make use of the wave around procedure at all. They just did it really, really cleverly. And now there will be some cars, I think just the two, 56 and 43, getting waved around. That looked like that might have been One Performance Racing going. So somehow, 6 minutes of work has got that One Performance Racing Audi back on track.
Yes, so there was a big hefty shunt of it, and you turn around and say 6 minutes of work. Well, that's a lot of time, but you've got to remember there are only 5 laps down here, and 5 laps seems like an eternity. If you want to put it in actual race pace terms, they're about 10 minutes off the race lead, effectively, at this point in time. But we've seen stranger things happen out there in racing, where cars can find a way to gain those laps back, especially if they find themselves with wave arounds getting the opportunity to find themselves back into position. So that will certainly be a help for them here, as I think these drivers will be very grateful for the fact that they get to watch the sunrise here and not concentrate too hard maybe on the racing action, except maybe if you're in a Corvette.
Now, here are my drivers to watch when we get racing again. It's the new drivers who've got inside of the top 10. Suddenly, Rodrigo Mies, who was incredibly strong in qualifying, is in the Momentum Racing 78 in 3rd place, and that sort of 12-second lead that Falcon Sim Racing team had is gone. We are going to restart with 9,952 iRating of Rodrigo Mies, sitting in 3rd place just behind the leader, and same in the other Momentum car. They could be ones to watch when we restart shortly.
They can. So if you have a new driver in the car, they bring a new fresh perspective to the car that you have. And often what actually goes missing here in races like these, David, what happens when the car's not okay and a new driver jumps in? They have to suddenly adapt to that.
Oh, you hate that. You've done, heaps and heaps of practice. You've worked out where the pace is for the car, and then your teammate damages it. There's no fast repairs left. You get in and you're like, yeah, it turns a bit better to the left than it does to the right, and you've got to figure that out. You also hate when you get an old set of tyres from one of your teammates if it's in that kind of a race. So always really, really weird to figure out a car that's damaged or tweaked or something else going on.
going back at DPR, for example, who are back on the lap as Dean Mackay, I think, is just going to get out in time here. Took maximum amount of repairs then from the hit to the car. Going back to Dylan O'Keefe, it's pretty nice, actually, when you're out there in a Porsche and you've only got the Porsche Carrera Cup champion of Australia sitting down in your car for you, as now they'll go back to green flag running here, as now the Bathurst 12 hour has just 10 hours and 55 minutes to it. It's Boumet versus Campbell then on this restart. Mises versus Baker, as they will look to cross the right. Spinner in the back, it's one performance.
I was also hearing race control talking about an incident at the final corner. We've got an incident at the first corner, and you've got Sean Campbell in the slipstream looking for the race lead.
Yeah, and Wilcox there. Oh, big trouble there. The number 30 is caught up in that one as well, and one of the Porsches there, the 118, sorry, there, of Aaron Timperley, then in trouble. So that is a disastrous start to racing then that could have possibly been asked for. It's Eclipse Motorsport with Daniel Thompson and Player One Racing.
Sean Campbell's awake. He's been in this car since the start, but this is James Boney's first stint, and he's had to take that restart with Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter's McLaren breathing down his neck. This is a big moment for Sean Campbell. I think there's sort of 5 laps here. He'll feel he has an advantage before Boney finds the rhythm and, you know, wakes himself up.
Well, James Boumet right now, it will be 10 past 11 right now in UK time. So he's going to be sitting down going, oh, this is a late nighter for me as I look to try and get my racing sorted out there. And he'll be very grateful that he won't turn around on Monday and have another race. Now, this is the Logitech G replay. This is how quickly it can all fall astray on the brakes, trying to lunge down the inside, and oh, not much more you can do. Holds the brakes well, and then there's secondary contact trying to avoid, and he does very well actually there to avoid anything more than that, does Adam Hughes, of contact. He got off of the racing surface at the earliest availability.
We've seen a couple of times when you've got to change your line mid-corner in the Audi, it's got no stability for that. So as he sort of got into the corner, he thought he was going to attack it one way, then he had to change at the apex and he got throttle. The car is not stable, asking it to change line in that circumstance. Kieran Potter is still in the Proline Esports Lamborghini back there in 6th, and he's been fighting with Jacob O'Reilly and Liam Reston. So plenty of good battles inside of this top 10, despite a few drivers that aren't entirely pleased with how this restart's gone. That's a bit of a gap left by the 30, and then they hit the curb.
Wow. Well, and then it checks up at the back, 1, 2, 3, and everyone's got to try and scamper away there. That's just a chain reaction of being desperately unlucky if you were second or third into it. You know what they say, though, here, David? Last one into the accident pays the insurance bill.
Sometimes safety cars bring safety cars as well, but we're still green flag racing here. Positions chopping and changing. The field's being compressed by the first safety car of the day in the Player One Sim, the Bathurst 12 hour. And these top two, they have got pace to burn compared to the rest of the field. It happened in the first stint. It's happening again now on the restart. Goodbye, 38 other GT3s.
Yeah, oh, and there's the 65. That's going to be Lachlan Pryke, who's just got into the car, taken over from Jared Farrell at turn 2. Just about trying to find a way to avoid it now. He's just going to about get himself back on circuit properly, so no need for a full course yellow to be thrown, but that would have been troublesome. Hello, sunshine, there over on the horizon. Yes, we got it. There's Benny Smith on board at the moment, climbing down the hill at this moment in time, and suddenly they're going to wake up to the warm glow of an hour and 10 minutes done and racing, and a black flag in for Proline Esports.
Contact lap 28. So they had a really good restart here, Kieran Potter. Unfortunately, they have a black flag. Here comes the sun, and I say it's all right.
So that would have been for what happened just before coming into the pits with Blake next. So they'll immediately take that, and they will look to just take their drive-through penalty and say, we'll cop it on the chin now and continue on with it. So they will charge down into pit lane. They will get their well, they won't get service, but they will eventually service the pit lane itself. As they go, oh, that was a car slow on the right-hand side there, as we were watching Scott Rankin going through for Orbit Drop Bear Venus there on the right-hand side. That would have been returning onto circuit Billy Mole, the Synergy WKMP, who's overshot by a mile there the final chase out there as he went on through, and actually he had a huge moment there. He caught the curb on the inside, the car just completely got loose. You don't often see that at the chase there in a Porsche. Normally it's quite slippery, but look, you've got a car sat directly behind. Would that have just taken the air off the back?
You're on a different line than normal, you're trying to stay committed with someone right behind you, and he's hit the curb, everyone's tyres are still cold. He has looped around the wall on the right-hand side, lots of positions lost, definitely damage on the front splitter where it grazed the wall. He's trying to carry on.
So, a big moment out there. Ocean Colangelo then is going to be next in the car here at the number 81 Team Max Boost team. They're going to be looking to try and think about where they go. What a run, actually, by the way, for Eddie Beswick right now. Had to start from the very back, an hour in, 18th.
Spots. Oh, now they've got Porsche Cup cars that were mixed in between the field on the restart, and that's causing a lot of hectic moments as the rebunched GT3 cars are trying to muscle their way past Porsche Cup cars. It almost led to another moment there.
Yeah, that is a big old moment, and you just start thinking about, well, how much risk are you willing to take on in a race to go and get what you want? So you look at every situation and go, oh yeah, that's a little risk. Oh yeah, that's a bit more. Oh yes, that's a lot of risk, as here is Sean McLaughlin then going at it, and there's another one of those cars in, Matthew Bowler, so that'll be the Bowler Media one. Oh, there's a big incident then through the chase here. Aidan Rankin then for Slimline have been caught up in it with Rick Kuznetsov then, who was battling hard as one of the leading Porsches.
Well, the car that was fastest in qualifying for Porsche Cup but didn't start on pole. In and amongst all the GT3s, battling for positions in their own class. Slimline 371 in, presumably with a little bit of damage. We take a look.
So they go too wide, and this is just a chain reaction here of trying to fight for the position. There's overlap, and there's not much you can do. Stuart Ellis there in the 51 One Performance racing car. One Performance, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but they've been involved in a fair bit in the opening hour and a 15.
And there's been a fair bit to be involved in. The sun now above the horizon, lighting up the racetrack. Temperature on track remains 19.4. This is some of the new drivers that got installed. Rodrigo Mies has pulled away in third place. Ewan Baker in fourth. Felipe Cabrera Loyola behind here in fifth, putting that pressure on. We've still got a stacked number of Porsches inside the top 10.
Yeah, it is a very strong field in the GT3 category, and those Porsches are proving very good. But Baker right now, will see Felipe Cabrera in position now to look and push. A driver who often I have found trying to get a real-world seat through the Skip Barber Formula iRacing series, which has been a wonderful pipeline for many amazing sim racers, including Elvis Rankin. It's included the likes then of, I believe, Sebastian Weldon, found himself in third place through that. On top of that, Ivan Machado proving to be absolutely ace with that effort. But Cabrera always in and around in that series, and in many others at the top level of sim racing, now trying to put the pressure on Ewan Baker, the Scot here, for that fourth place.
Rolling out the top 10 as we've had a bit of field spread happen. Summit Flash Graphics in 6th, Million Esports 7th and 8th with 12 and 112. Orbit Drop Bear Mars, Zen Blacklock jumping up into 9th, and Synergy Sim Racing's Damien Johnston holds down the last spot in the top 10. Baker hasn't got turn 2 just perfect, but can you pass here?
Not if you're covering the inside line, but if you lunge it, you got half a chance. So now you're going to have to go around the outside here, and it was a good attempt out there, but it's just that, an attempt. You're not going to get much more out of it here, and now you just have to follow and wait for a mistake.
They're still pulling away from 6th with shenanigans like that, but it's not something Baker will be happy about, to see that Porsche nose poking about in places like the inside of the cutting, like maybe coming down the mountain here. Either you let him go, or you've got to be more conscientious about covering off moves like that, because you don't want a half-hearted move a low percentage lunge.
No, so you've got to start thinking about, are you really going to make this move, yes or no? That's where you're going to be trying to make the critical factor. And at a circuit like Mount Panorama, David, you go to a place, say, for example, like Tailem Bend, as a different circuit you can look at in Australia and go...
Continue.
I know you wouldn't, but if you went to Tailem Bend, you would say, I'm going to make the lunge down the inside, and it doesn't matter if I get it wrong. Here, the only corner you can really do that is the chase.
Yeah, there are really, really risky places to make moves, and then there are slam dunk places to make moves. Sort of turn one, the chase. Those are your normal overtaking opportunities. Once those are exhausted, then you start trying some other options. Lamborghini versus Corvette.
I've just seen Hector Pecorini get jumping through Damien Johnstone, but this next group behind it is still there right now. And so you are seeing Lamborghini and Corvette at the moment, all in play and all proving what they've got. And then Lamborghini afterwards. Nice Corvette sandwich for you on the morning on Lambo bread.
Kieran Potter served that drive-through penalty just after the restart, and he's still in 13th place. Such as the field spread of the GT3s, with all the Porsche Cup cars mixed in. They sort of tangled each other, they lost a lot of time. Potter served a drive-through from inside the top 10, and has now just worked his way back to 13th in the matter of not too many laps at all. So this isn't working out too badly for the 222 that we can see has got pace. Just pulls 5 car lengths easily on that one performance car.
Vermilion and it's their cup car, is going to get 5 seconds at their next pit stop for weaving under the safety car, and that will be served down at the end of the pit lane under what is known as the purple zone out there at this point. Something's happened to Temperley then, and the 118. Have they taken a tow? Well, they're just out, and look at that. The front clip completely off of that Porsche.
Yeah, this is one of the cars that was damaged before they even took the green flag on the restart. We had the McLaren that was leaving the gap and then spun, and they got driven into that, took a whole bunch of damage that I think they are still carrying. This is the dense pack that's costing each other time that allowed the 222 to drive through and come out still ahead of them. So 18th through to 23rd place right here, Pacific Esports Racing with the Mustang at the point. How good is that BMW? A bit of a KRC tribute style on it, but no crocodile wearing a koala onesie.
No, very much not there, but what they will have is the place, as they will charge by the Mustang of Pacific Esports Racing. Very happy with that move. Caleb Hyde trying to get ties up to speed behind them. Billy Mole around again. So heel spin there in the WKMP Synergy car, and that will be another one. And of course, the front splitter from the massive hit that they've had earlier on at the chase would have taken all of the front there, all that front downforce basically is just channeling right underneath the car.
They've gone and dropped a whole bunch of spots. I believe before they went from sort of 12th to 24th. They're down at 28th spot now as they cross the line. The win ranking, the win screen updates. They've got Dan Hall just behind them. But the race lead, finally, a bit of space between them. Out to more than second. Sean Campbell no longer applying the blowtorch, but still these two pulling away from the rest of the field. Last lap, more than a second quicker than Momentum Racing in third.
Yeah, it's a battle then of a Ryder Cup, some would say. Here it's the United States versus the United Kingdom at the moment to see who is going to take the lead of this race overall. Back into the pits goes Aaron Timperley, so obviously there's more damage to be recovered then as they will pull back in and say, I would really like that clip back on my car at this moment in time. And obviously the Aussies love a good can here at the 12 hour, but the question that's often asked out there in terms of those, there's about 4-1 in terms of Americans to those from the United Kingdom. And the question I'll ask you, David, do you think that the United Kingdom 4-1 against the those in the United States could outdrink the States?
Depends what state they're from in the States.
Well, it
no
depends what
chance
state they're
against
from.
no chance against Minnesotans or
No,
Wisconsinites.
very true. They are very good at holding what they've got, but then would you just pair them up against the Scots?
I had a Kilkenny Red from a cask the other day. Ooh.
Very nice. Very, very nice. I've ended up with a couple of fruit ciders, and that's about it for me, basically. So I'm not going to be playing on the team very well, let's put it like that. But for the moment, James Boumet, then 1.1. The gap there, 2019, plays a 202, well, basically a 2021 from Sean Campbell. It was a .098. And so as they descend down here at Skyline once again and going through the S, this big dipper left that they've got to be so careful of. This is just trying to keep a driver open and honest. And James Boumet, when he races in the World GT Championship, he's used to a pressure like this, David, because that's a series of GT-style racing that feels very much like it is all about touring car style action, as One Performance 13, they get a black flag for the contact under safety car.
Going to serve it immediately. No one's hanging about on those. You'd love to be leading the race right now. It looks spectacular out there. Just a little bit of haze in the air. Are they dropping down the order? Have I jinxed them? No? Yes, I have. Lead change.
Oh dear. Yeah, so this is James Boumet, and he's in a little bit of a troublesome position because at the chase, he has gone and dropped the car, and he has done so then as he grabbed grass on the entry into the chase and spun it around. No contact with anything, just a pure drop of concentration on the Logitech G replay. New leaders in, it's Orbit, drop Bear Jupiter.
It's at the apex, it's too much speed. He's trailed the brake in a way that's made the car a little unstable. Been around, it's cost 10 seconds, but he hasn't hit anything. He's had to just wait on that rejoin as new second place Momentum Racing go past, and then the other Momentum Racing car. So now it is Orbit, drop Bear Jupiter from Momentum Racing and Momentum Racing. Just as I was saying, you'd love to be leading right now. You feel like you got the whole track to yourself. That was a relatively unforced error.
Yeah, and he's prone to it sometimes. And for James Boumet, I think we're both gonna have to hold our hands up there and say that one's on us, mate. We'll put one at you at the bar. Let's just leave it at that. So Boumet now is gonna have to work hard. He's gonna get this back. Now here's another Logitech G replay here, and this is at the chase again. On the brakes they go, Porsche, and they're gonna fight. And off the exit here, you can see the WKMP car and Mole, and there's the little tap that goes on through, and we just lost it there behind the hotel, which at this time of year, I don't think you can get a booking for next year's Bathurst 12. So as you now look to go through, there's the look, and two Porsches going at it. Oh, bye-bye, see you there over on the right.
Yeah, a little bit of a squeeze perhaps on the exit there. We'll take another look from the alternative angle. All's fair here. Does the 95 just go a little to the right? 95 already had a little bit of damage on it. Everyone else squeezes through, and they're the one footing the bill. Yeah,
really tough. Liam Reston now really trying to fight hard for this at this moment in time. Summit X Flash Graphics then here sitting and being very, very comfy with Ewan Baker. This is going to be for a top... Oh, car stop. Trent Allen then in the 240. He's going to have to wait to go if he can. Oh, that's right in the middle of the circuit.
Yeah, it's the racing line is just to the right. He's rolling, but it was only leaving a car width to sneak through. Now Trent Allen is going. Ewan Baker drops a spot to Liam Reston on the live timing there. This won't cause any interruption to the racing for Trent Allen, and hopefully not too much damage. He's up behind a Porsche Cup car here, heading over Skyline.
So AITX, they had the first one. They very nearly had the second. Oh, sickening hit.
Cut a bit too much of the S's, bounced, and if you're not alongside the Porsche Cup car. There's no use following it that closely there. They've got different speed, different grip, and he's tripped himself up. Elsewhere in the class, Dean Hunt and Braden Martin, I think these two guys know each other pretty well.
Yeah, I think they understand each other very much, and they'll be looking at each other's pace going, you? Yeah, you. Out there, and that's going to be the way that they'll be hoping to go on through. This is Frog Leap Juice Blue versus Locked On Lads Racing. 197 plays at the 268. Stuart Ellis, 1 performance 51. Another 1 performance car that has a drive-through penalty. Then as they go through, Martin just happy to sit behind Hunt and can't find a lane at the cutting, so I'll follow you, sir.
Just working through the reasoning on some of these penalties, Jake.
Yeah, and Rick Kuznetsov then would have been one of the reasons why you would have seen the incident there on lap 35 for the number 51. So they would have thought that the overlap was caused not by Kuznetsov moving over, but more rather that it was a case of a GT3 not making a clean pass. Oh, that's aggressive, and aggressively down into pit lane from 14th position there. There is the 1 performance 51, taking their penalty and keeping themselves out then of the way of everybody else, then making that progress. So you look around at who they have basically released off of that group right now, and that will include Sam Chapman here in the Vermilion Esports 01, who is currently in 16th position. Orbit Venus behind with Scott Rankin, Pacific Esports just behind that, and so they'll be looking to climb up then for Griffin's Corner Turn 2.
Always got to get right next to that curb to get all of the camber of the road. Max Bruce Lamborghini with Jean Colangelo. Ty Saville just in behind in that really good-looking BMW. I'd say it's one of the best. Sam Chapman for the Vermilion Porsche here, and Scott Rankin in orbit, drop there Venus. BMW just closing in.
And we do note as well, at the front of the field overall, it is now Rick Kuznetsov and Vermilion Esports Porsche Cup who now have their place. So it's taken them an hour and a half, but they now lead, and they have a very nice gap of 4.5 seconds over Harvey Galea and HTS Racing Yellow.
Yes, and they all got compressed, as we saw, through those safety cars. And looking back on the previous pit stops, I think HTS Racing Yellow went fuel only, so they've got old tyres. I think I'm seeing a 4 tyre change from basically everyone else. Might have only been 2 from Vermilion, but for HTS Racing Yellow, they've got some tyres that are now 41 laps into this race. Everyone around will have just a little bit more grip, even though we've had a bit of a safety car to eat some time on the clock, and the track has been cool this whole time.
But at the same time, when you slow it down and then speed it back up again, would that be what we call putting a cycle into the tyres?
Yeah, what I've also heard about the tyres on these cars is that they mechanically wear, so even if they're still giving you grip on a cold racetrack, the tread is wearing down and you can't go forever until you've hit the cords, and then they really come undone. That's change of direction in the chase, giving him no confidence, no grip. Losing a little bit of time there, and now under pressure from Shane Clancy. So for Sean McLaughlin, he's doing good work here, but those tyres aren't as good as everyone else's, and I think it's showing.
Well, I believe this is more than just a Rainbow Six Siege as he moves on through down the inside. Shane Clancy gets it done on Sean McLaughlin then, and we'll be thinking, yes, tyres are not as healthy as maybe I would have liked. So Shane Clancy gets a comfortable move. That's a pass then to go to 3rd in class, and now we'll be eyeing back up Harley Galea to try and get closer out there at this point. McLaughlin will have Green and Dickerson to go with over this race. There is the car in 12th place, Damien Johnstone, who hasn't been able to hold the same pace here for the 88 Synergy Sim Racing XWKMP team car out there, and so you're now seeing cars started to make progress, and for the second time, I think Proline Esports want to find a way through, once before and once after they found themselves with those issues, lights versus no lights, pass versus no pass.
Endurance spec lights on the Lamborghini, and that Lamborghini has been flying. Kieran Potter moves up into 12th. He's got 7 seconds, though, to get towards the top 10. And I'm seeing that the pressure is on for that final podium spot, 3rd and 4th. James Bomey is starting to try to come back for those positions that he lost when he spun at the chase. Good morning, Jake.
Good morning, David, and what a fine morning we have now been given here in Australia at Mount Panorama Bathurst. It is one of those where you smile and you say, my goodness, what a great day it is to be Australian. I don't know how that feels, but I know you do.
You know it feels good. It's like a warm hug on a morning like this. The track looks gorgeous. The weather is playing nice for the moment. And it is just spectacular to be racing at Mount Panorama on a day like this.
It is truly magical, and we see it at the moment as we take the view down over here from Mount Panorama, down over towards the city of Bathurst, which is sat down and is populating a good time. I've got a very good few friends, actually, who go live in Bathurst, and a big shout-out to all the crew at Swift Racing there, so the likes of DJ Hummerston and, of course, Eric Thorpe, who find themselves over there in Bathurst itself. Now, down the hill, they will go through the right and the left, and the focus still there with Damien Johnstone, and I think this is a managing stage of the race right now. They're happy that they got the car into position, so now you're trying to focus with your drivers. You get drivers of different categories out there. You've got those drivers who you think are dependable, who can get the car back. They are anchor style drivers. I'd put Damien Johnstone in that, and then your quickest driver out there, you call your ace.
And then you think about, you kind of got to save your ace for later on. You've got to keep some laps for them for the final stint of the race. We know that safety cars are highly likely. The fact that if you can just stay on the lead lap, anyone can contend if they keep an ace up their sleeve until the final stint.
So, Damien Johnstone there, 13th, and they'll be looking at their team. So they've got Tom Freer, who took the start, and I think you'd have to argue their ace there at the 88 team has to be Hobbo 88.
Yeah, Tom Freer's no slouch, so they've got some good drivers to cycle through for the rest of the race. Hinsey, we know we've got on cam today, and he sits in 19th place. Team Jinx Shifters, Aston Martin, not too many Astons.
Look at that shot.
Yeah, he's just ahead of Scott Rankin.
Well, between the pair of them, they both look like they're quite happy and smiley at this moment in time as they are working up the hill with their various battles that are on the horizon. Through turn 2 and now looking for the drive off of the exit. They will be hoping for as much as they possibly can out there in their respective positions of this race, knowing that this is not the easiest race in the world to get yourself stuck into, but Scott here is the car behind that we're focusing on. We're on board with the rear wing, the spoiler then from Team Jinx Shifters here, Thomas Hinds out there, and actually it's 2 Henry James Racing cars in a row here, David, because they've got ANZ Motorsport just in front, and that's going to be critical, and in fact it's going to be a big issue down the hill in front. They've just about avoided it there between Vermilion Sam Chapman in the 101 and Pacific Esports William Morgan. They were deciding, you know what, it's never too early for a bit of a scrap right now, and here is the Team Jinx Shifters 52 right now, and at the moment it's a case of how are you going to run with the currents. Well, you're going to follow Aaron Gilbert, the man that they call Fish.
Let's draft our teammates like it's we're back in school. I go first. I pick Thomas Hinds. Sorry, you're only left with Scott Rankin as a choice.
I'm happy with Scott Rankin as a choice.
Oh, happy day there, Tom.
Hey Tom, how you doing there? Our producer Jay's just said no one ever to Scott, and I think that's a bit harsh because he's out there doing a really good job of things actually at the moment, in my personal opinion. I think he's settled down, he's found a rhythm, he's found a space, and he's kept the car clean. So tell me if that's not what you want from an endurance driver.
Well, with colours to the mast and 10 hours and 25 minutes, you know, my driver has a fastest lap of a 2:02.6. What's your driver done?
Right now, he's commentated very, very well when it's come to the ASRG Logitech V8 Supercars Championship. So I would say he's made a good name for himself.
Okay, I thought we were drafting teammates, not a commentary box.
Well, both have featured in a commentary box, to be fair.
We might have drafted the same.
So, 20th position, working up through, just trying to settle down into a rhythm there, working through, just sort of looking over. I've never seen that from a driver. Have you ever seen a driver try and lean back through the corners to almost sort of will it to go, yeah, come on, get through the corner?
I've never seen a driver wear a cap at that angle either. So, I don't know. But he's in the thick of it right now, and that's what matters in this kind of stage of a 12-hour race. You just stay amongst it and you keep working the little things to your advantage, like taking your driver time to set up the other drivers at the times that you want to use them, maybe preserving your tyres or your fuel a little bit. If you think that this stays green and we go to green flag pit stops, then a little bit of fuel conversation can work. Oh,
triple two. That's Proline and Kieran Potter, and that's there at the chase. And that is a spin all on their merry lonesome. And so they've just overcooked it into the corner, backed it round, and practically have backed it onto the circuit once again before having to flick spin it and back round. So Kieran Potter having a big moment there in the triple two. Look how easily it switches.
Yeah, we've seen some other cars do that as well. Careful rolling back onto the track there, but just that little crest coincides with the change of direction in the chase, and in these mid-engine cars pushed right up towards the limit, yeah, you can see it get really light at that change of direction and want to keep going the first way, not to the second.
Felipe Cabrera is now in the pressure cooker here as James Boumet looks to try and find the Ferrari through and into position, working down towards the Forest elbow, and you don't have to take a big wide line into here. You can almost shift across the line slightly and run the middle of the road, use the mechanical grip of the car to just get the rotation. You're not going to lose the speed because it's downhill all the way through that corner. So that sometimes is a bigger advantage that you'll see by running the middle line compared to the top line out there, or the traditional out to in that you would expect through that corner. No chance then for the Ferrari to go and get a run on the Porsche into the chase. Now that's quite critical because the Porsche, the reason why it ran so good at Daytona in January was because it was very slippery as a straight line car. That Ferrari is very good over the top of the mountain. So you're getting the case of why we love endurance racing. One car good at straights, one car good at corners.
Being some fluctuating lap times from our top five as well, and it comes from beginning to catch a little bit of traffic again. It's been 18 laps since they pitted. I think we've been green flag about 16 laps here. Seems like that's about what it takes for them to start bearing down upon the bulk of the Porsche Cup field.
They want to make sure that they're dealing with the bulk of what's there with as much as they can. That's heavy over the curb. Then from Felipe Cabrera Loyola, James Boumet to the inside, muscles his way by on the Chilean, and that there for James was just, you're gonna have to get an elbow out and you're just gonna have to give it a bit of wiggle, and that was well done by James to get that pass up to third. Felipe won't be too happy about it there because he will feel that he did a perfect defense and he didn't need to cover all that much. But I think we're seeing it here, David. You got to cover more than you think.
Well, he got wide on the exit of turn 2. He scuffed the wall a little bit on the far side of the curb on the exit, so he didn't have a perfect run up towards the cutting. And yeah, Falcon Sim Races, James Boumet went, I reckon this is it. It was an ambitious dive, but he'd seen something that suggested he could make it work. And then He needed to muscle it a little bit, but he was sort of after 3/4 of the way down the inside. Some marbles beginning to build on the outside. Just meant that he got it done with the element of surprise, but also just a little mistake from Cabrera before that.
A tiny mistake is all it takes at the highest level of sim racing to see whether a place can be made or not, and that's what they all race for, and they put the time in, the dedication, the hours for. They look for the little mistakes and then they capitalize on them, and I think they do so to such a level that even some of the real world drivers would struggle to that regard at this point. Busy train here in the mid-pack as our focus goes to William Morgan, or at this point here for Pacific Esports in the middle of this group, I think we'll have to call him captain.
A couple of Mustangs on point here as well, so just ahead of ANZ Motorsports, who've got a great livery on theirs too, but a little bit of damage on the nose of their pony. It's actually a fair bit, if I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing. We've got Thomas Hinds just behind them. Maybe just a small to moderate amount of damage on that one.
I wouldn't say it was earth-shattering out there. They'll be waiting for an earth-shattering kaboom from that Mustang, but I don't really see all of that much, which is saying I'm concerned at the moment. So I think you'd sit down and you'd say, look, we're in this race, we're quite happy with what we're doing, and we're going to look and continue on without too much of a fuss and a fight. They all stack up behind then Sam Chapman at Vermilion Esports, the 101. They've got cars in front that are a lap down, and it's two Eclipse SimSport cars in Byron Pierce and Caleb Hyde. So they've got that to deal with as here we go into turn number 1. This is the battle for the lead. So Kuznetsov, who had that lead, had that gap, suddenly doesn't.
Yeah, now we've seen that they've got a lot of the GT3 cars working through them, and that's always a stressful point in a battle like this, and some of them a bit entitled perhaps. Galea's kind of got to let that go, but here's what actually happened. Turn 1, front bounces, pushes wide. Yeah, I think he got in hot, understeered a little bit in the mid-corner, and I think the front was bouncing.
Bouncy front there, and the car that certainly wasn't very settled in terms of their effort. I think that's just been run down. I've gone back about 3-4 laps, and I haven't really found anything of any note then from Rick Kuznetsov. So to me, it looks like that's just been a gap that has run itself down and has taken its course over the course of running, and that is a very good change.
Could be looking at a 2 tyres versus 4 tyres thing here. The longest pit stop in class belonged to Galea at the last round of pit stops, over a minute. It was only 57 seconds for Kuznetsov, and I don't know if there was a difference in
pit box was the
times.
same.
Okay.
So
lane
I would
was
indicate
longer for momentum.
Yeah, that is interesting. So maybe, and you see it from a couple drivers out there that like to play the limit. That might be the difference between I'm engaging a pit limiter or I'm trying to run it on the finest edge by not engaging it.
Certainly Galea looks confident, and the car that's the comparison point that we think was basically fuel only, HTS Racing Yellow, is still in behind Shane Clancy and ahead of Jaden Wilcox, who we know is dragging around a fair bit of damage on the 9.5 SimSport car.
A lot to try and deal with there at 9.5, as they know that they're playing a game from the back foot and trying to go forward. The damage is on the front of the car as it stands for Jaden Wilcox, and so it's nice and clean for Australia-wide Racing Blue. It's a little bit easier out there as well for HTS Racing Yellow, which I believe is a little bit more blue than it is yellow at the moment, but they very much look very happy at the moment in 4th position in class, and I'm sure that Sean McLaughlin will be looking to just settle back in, and when the tyres have all just decided that they haven't wanted to play, McLaughlin has started to find a little bit of rhythm again, and I think that's really important at this phase of the race, that he's getting back into that groove.
Yeah, the problem then becomes you're definitely headed to needing to change tyres Whereas at the next stop, where some of these cars around you might have seen what their tyre wear looked like off the previous stint, seen what it looks like here, and now might commit to going only 2 tyres, and they'll jump you by a whole margin if we get green flag stops. Now, we just started getting green flag stops out of these Porsche Cup cars when the safety car came along, and so that gives a pretty good indication that fuel range is 28 to 29 laps for these Porsche Cup cars. They are now on 20 since their last stop, about just over 2/3 of the way through, about 3/4.
Yep, so right now, with the way that their race is setting up at the moment, they'll be eyeing up then the next, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes as the critical ones right now, as Clancy now sitting himself up and seeing behind that McLaughlin not willing to go and make that move. And sometimes you'll sit down and say, I don't want to make the move, there's fuel, that's trouble down the hill, that's Liam Reston.
Yeah, he's cut part of the track as well. A slowdown flag was waving. I don't think he's at full speed here in the Ferrari from Summit.
Oh, he's gone backwards. Sorry, there's been a massive moment then with Alex Marconi, who'd gone around and tagged him over through McPhillamy. He's gone spinning 360 through at Skyline, and then as he came back onto the power, spun it again directly in front of Zach Kurz-Vermillion and Alex Marconi again.
So trying to lap traffic. Oh. He gets down the inside of McPhillamy, so the Porsche sees him there, runs wide, but bounces off the curb on the outside, tags the rear, obviously puts some damage into the Ferrari that then loops it again later on.
Really tough to deal with there on the Logitech G replay. And Liam Reston now has to come down pit lane after nosing and tailing it, and he will need damage repairs, probably a fast repair.
Yeah, big hits. Not many panels fell off, but we saw that they were big hits. We're battling for position in GT3 here in the group we were looking at previously. Colangelo still leading this, but the battle's all in her mirrors.
Yeah, so Ocean Colangelo, she'll be trying to do what she can to hold her ground at this moment, and is doing very well in 15th position, it must be said, with Team Max Boost. When you consider there's Chapman and Morgan and Hinds and Gilbert and Rankin, that's a change actually. Aaron Gilbert's now fallen behind Thomas Hinds here, so Hindsy's made a move, and I guess that's +1 for you, so you're winning our good game of top trumps.
Yeah, I think that's my fantasy team that I've drafted has scored 1 more point than yours, and that clearly matters greatly.
Well, I would say at the moment it won't matter too much. We'll see how it plays out at the end of the race, shall we?
Yes, let's wheel every cliche on that one as well. I think Chapman has looked pretty strong now. We've said that straight line can be an advantage for these Porsche cars in 911 GT3. Balance and the way the balance shifts over a stint, they're also looking pretty good towards the end of this fuel run. They look like a good car in qualifying, which is normally light fuel as well.
Yeah, and so you'll get cars that act really nice when they're heavy because they're built to have the fuel in the car, and then they get twitchy as the stint goes on, and suddenly you don't have as much confidence. Or you get a car that feels very sluggish to begin with, and then when you take the fuel out of it, it starts to get a little bit more fine-tuned. I think drivers prefer having a little bit more of a sluggish car than a car that's going to respond perfectly under full fuel load.
And the fuel tanks are different locations for the different cars, so as the fuel burns down, the balance shifts more in some than others, and you might have a Porsche that's only okay at the start, but then gets better as the fuel burns down and can be really good once you get to light fuel. But averaged across the stint, it's about the same as the rest of the cars. We're seeing this Ferrari in the lane again. They're trying to do more work to it.
Matt Bailey now is going to get in for Summit X Flash graphics, and so they will feel that, okay, this one for my stint isn't really exactly where I want it to be, so let's change the driver because I'm not having much love with it. And that would also burn the fast repair we're hearing, so that for them is going to be a case of, right, best behaviour now for 10 hours because we don't want to lose our car. Here comes a look down the inside. There in the background, trying to hold the line. Brilliant stuff there. That's Aaron Gilbert +2 there. Thomas Hinds getting the move. William Morgan going backwards. Oh, Fish is too wide. On the outside, he clobbers the wall. And now Scott Rankin jumps up on the scene, realises it's a bit too close for 5 and 6. I'm going to hold my ground.
He just didn't want to get tangled in the lines behind the Fish there, perhaps. So I'm still +2. You could have gone +1 there. But I think that was actually the sensible thing to be done from Scott Rankin there, is you've seen that car's a bit off line, a bit shaken up. Just don't get tangled in a crash that you don't need to.
Yeah, very good. And looking at Falcon Sim Racing here, James Boumet's not really been able to pull away here from Felipe Cabrera Loyola. I think this has been sat down in a sense of, well, what they're doing. It's 202s and 203s, so this gap has clawed its way back in again over that last lap. Rodrigo Mies is in the 201s right now. Fastest car on track is currently the 78 Momentum Racing Chilean.
And that's a Porsche 911, so I think they are coming alive a little bit towards the end of their field run. 24 laps in the stint from that 7 and 8. Had everyone pitted basically the same lap, except for a few tiny little exceptions in this GT3 field. So Bomi got ahead, got into third, but hasn't been able to pull away. The slipstream, obviously, just however many few little tenths of a second it's giving to Cabrera behind, letting him stay in touch. And if the setup is similar between the 778 and the 78, then they are entering a sweet spot towards the end of the stint.
Well, one thing we will note, that more likely than not, as Ty Saville here battles out with Damien Johnstone for
Drama at the elbow.
Oh, there is trouble at the elbow, so that's going to be
see the HTS 105 dropping.
Yeah, and so that is going to be Sean McLaughlin, who is around, and he is completely unsighted down there. This might be full course yellow. We got the 197 as well in trouble trying to go down the hill. Oh, no, still not safe. They might have to throw full course for this.
Well, it depends where the gaps are in the field. Sean McLaughlin is waiting. He's got power, he's got drive. He'll be listening to spotters or anything else telling him if there's a gap, he'll go, and he thinks he's found one.
Oh, no, and he's going to be blocked. Goodness me. Sean McLaughlin nearly had Alex Marconi. They're absolutely pinned into the side of him. He's able to keep going, but he's now down to 12.
Well, that could have been monumental. McLaughlin not able to drop the clutch to spin it there, and where the wall was and a rock used to be, he couldn't get it turned around in one go without needing to find reverse gear. If he was a tiny bit further down the road, there's a bit more space near the light car club, but not where he was. This is how he ended up there. 9.5 behind him, but I think the pressure gets to him. Old tyres, tight line trying to cover off the inside so he doesn't get dive bombed, and he asks too much. He didn't have as much lateral grip as he needed to be able to dive in on a tight line and make the hairpin.
No, very tough for them, and that making a huge difference. And I'm hearing the words "oh my" from my director, which is not a nice sound to hear at any point in time. This looks like is what happened to the other Porsche up the hill. This is through Griffin's Mount, so this is the Frog Leap Juice car then that goes through, and I think it's one of the Vermilions as well, trying to go through. Oh, gets in the side, bang, that's a massive shunt up there going through, and one of the most loaded sections of corner there through Solomon Park and Metal Grey.
Well, the Vermilion car looks like it got into the back of him at the top of the hill, and then dove the inside of Metal Grey, pushed wide and hit him twice again. Now I know you're trying to work your way past, and we don't know if maybe they got blocked a little bit into turn 2 or something earlier on that lap, but if you're trying to pass a cup car there, you can't be doing it by force like that, surely.
No, I don't think you can, and I think you can't do it by force. I think you need to do it by finesse.
Now, I don't think a Porsche Cup car should be blocking a GT3, but at the same time, a GT3 in that part of the lap has no need to get out of the way. You're, a second behind heading into Griffins here, so it's not like you've been stuck behind. We're seeing that the Vermilion GT3 was not stuck behind at any point. They approach here. You're not close enough at the cutting to get it done. So then you arrive at the exit of the cutting and you've left your patience at home.
Yeah, it's in my other bag here. And
no contact there. That's the first hit.
It's one line up there. You know, if you're going to go alongside too wide, you need confidence that you're both going to get through, and they didn't.
Because if I'd seen we wound back that replay and he'd not been able to get past in a straight line and he'd waited for 2 laps and then got alongside, you'd think the Porsche Cup car should let him go in that situation. But you arrive, and at the very first time you bomb down the inside there and make contact, there was no consideration given in the opposite direction.
Absolutely not. And so that makes all of the difference out there with a moment like that. Our focus with Sam Chapman and Oshan Colangelo. And Oshan, she's doing, again, a great job of holding this train. And this is what you find. When you run at the front of the train, you've got to have confidence, because everyone behind is going to sit on board, and the moment that they're not happy with how they're going on the train, that's going to be the time where you're going to see everybody trying to jump on through, and that number 12 is going to be flagged with a penalty for that contact, so they will have to come down the lane for that hit. Wherever you want. Sure. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour presented by Player One Sim Gear. We find ourselves at the 2-hour mark here of this race, and they are setting themselves up now towards that second round of pit stops. Here's your leader overall. It's Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter and Sean Campbell right now, who holds the margin of about 6 seconds over Rodrigo Mies here in this second place, and we'll be very happy that they've got the momentum over momentum at this moment, giving this station and saying, look, we're going to be in a good race, but we know that the Porsche has to try and hunt down that McLaren best as possible. Fastest lap check mark is with James Boumet and the Falcon Sim Racing Team 1. They were the pole sitters, and they had basically sat themselves in a position where a spin from James Boumet has now changed the reality of where they sit. Just behind them by a couple seconds is Felipe Cabrera Loyola for momentum. They are in 4th position in the Porsche, and currently in 5th position now is Ewan Baker there for Pulse Melbourne Lexus Blueprint by Alesco SSR 64. So they are sitting in very well. It's a pit stop window that has just opened in the Porsche, so Rick Kuznetsov currently out there and ahead, 10.9, but will have some time to serve at the next pit stop, so that gap will just open up, close up, sorry, a little bit more. Shane Clancy is currently in 2nd position at the moment for Australia-wide Racing Blue. In 3rd, you've got Rapid Theft Racing and Lachlan Pryke, who has been around over the course of this race once or twice, trying to avoid that. Braden Martin here on a longer stint then for the Locked On Lads Racing 268. And your top 5 rounded out right now by Gavin Simpson, who was one of the last cars to make a stop in the frog-juiced green car then that was out there and running. Battle then is up on screen here, David, as we now look to push here with the stops underway. And ultimately, at this point, David, you would look around at the top 5 and say it's going to be a big battle, but it's your guy on defence because he's got through on Sam Chapman. Now call him +3.
Yeah, I'm feeling very happy with my decision now, I think. Thomas Tim's in the top 15. Are we seeing the conditions head towards the Aston Martin's favour? Or is that Porsche on the struggle bus for Sam Chapman?
I think Sam Chapman maybe just discovering here just how tough it is. Going up over now through the long labouring left-handers here of Solomon Park. Now looking over towards McPhillamy here. This fast left-hander for Vermillion, and now over the top of the skyline. And you're really getting a sense now of how these gaps are starting to struggle here in terms of getting the progress forward, finding the chance where that move can go through. That looks like another fastest lap for James Boumet, and that is a 2:01.4.
Very nice, moves the marker just a little bit. He's only a tenth faster than what Momentum and Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter have been able to do, so everyone's finding pace in that mid-01s right now. They're getting light on fuel. Position on Colangelo, but here comes Thomas Hims. Colangelo in the Lamborghini is going to defend the inside of the chase. So the Aston Martin, one of just a very, very few in this race, crosses back.
Covers it off by the looks of things here into Murray's outside line. Good effort, but it's only that, an effort, but it's left the door unlatched at this moment to Hell's Corner. Suddenly, attack turns to defence here for Thomas Hinds, and he'll be looking in the rear view mirrors at Hell's Corner. But now they'll use the draft along this run, but we know that Lamborghini likes to punch in. Damien Johnstone is down in the pit, so too is Toby Stocks and Dylan O'Keefe over at DPR. How have they pulled themselves up to 21st? What a stint by Dylan O'Keefe, the Porsche Carrera Cup Australia champ.
Yeah, it's been very dense in the midfield as well, so some of the quick cars have been able to really show off and make a couple of moves. Hinds still behind Colangelo. Hinds just able to hold off William Morgan, who thought he saw an opportunity at the final corner, like how he saw an opportunity to get down the inside of Sam Chapman at the cutting a lap ago as well. Fuel is beginning to really lighten up on a bunch of these cars, but then they're also towards the end of how long they'd expect to run their tyres. I think we're seeing that a little bit for Colangelo, but they are going to catch the Porsche Cup leader heading down the mountain.
Yeah, and this is where they're going to have to exercise patience, because they'll have to go at Porsche Cup speed down the hill here. They're not going to get their drive down the hill the way they necessarily want to, and now as they get the pivot, you're still not going to get it at the Forest Elbow. You're going to have to wait till Conrod, and that's the problem that you find. If the car waits till Conrod, you've got to find a way through. Now drivers are coming in and making their stops. If you didn't make a driver change at the first stop, David, surely you're going to have to make a driver stop at the second. Otherwise, you're going to have to leave yourself shy for a 14-lap stint, because you can't have 75 laps for one driver in the car.
Yeah, I think we're 57 or 58 laps into this race now, and you've seen that the maximum is 75 that you can do in one stint. So if you left your driver in, you'd be condemning yourself to a short stint. Most of the field comes in. I think you just make note of who stays out, because we know then that they've got very good fuel economy, and if there is a sort of a safety car with an hour 5, hour 10 to go at the end of this race, these are the cars you're then going to keep your eyes on. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter, Falcon Sim Racing, Orbit Drop Bear Mars, Momentum Racing 788, and that BMW from Team OCE as well. Apparently rather economical.
Yeah, so they're doing a really good job on the fuel economics, and in theory, when you don't have safety cars in play, you're talking about how many laps can you save. So can I save a lap on the car in front of me? Can I get to 2? Can I get to 3? It adds up, and by the time you've done 12 hours, you realise you've got half a stint's advantage.
So this includes a little bit of safety car at the beginning of the stint, but we're going to 31 laps here for the McLaren 68 from Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Sean Campbell got in at the last stop. We made point... Oh, no, he didn't. He's been in since the start of the race, so we're expecting Campbell to get out. It's Bomey who got in at the last stop, so we might expect him to remain in at this stop, but we'll see how everyone's carving up their drive time. Hitting the box, Sean Campbell. Surely he's going to get out. He does. Lockie Capel gets in.
Capel. Yeah, so Lockie's got to jump in, and Lockie had himself a wonderful drive over at the Hockenheim Ring in the wet to book his ticket into the Pro Invitational, then in V8 spec. So as James Boumet hits pit lane, he'll get the final box out there. He'll get his service in, and Sam Blacklock here, they're just gripping a little bit for support there. The chair that he's got himself sat in right now, and he'll just sit himself ready and say, look, we've done a very good run through this opening stint, and the numbers are clearly adding up out there. So now I ask the question, why would you go to a McLaren when the rest of the team is on a different car itself? You've also got momentum in there at the moment. Hector Pecorini then is going to look around and see that it is Brock Gilchrist then that is going to take all safety cars out. Sorry, safety cars out. We'll stop that because we got a second safety car that has been called, and I'm looking for where the incident has happened here, and I have seen not very much.
Only drama I can see is for the number 5, perhaps.
Now, it could be random, and sometimes they do have them to spice a race like this one up here, David.
Some wildlife then, perhaps. Many different animals have caused safety cars at Mount Panorama in the past. Kangaroos, popular one, an iconic one, but never forget the time an echidna caused a safety car at Mount Panorama.
No, definitely don't. And this has been a circuit that has probably seen it all and done it all in terms of what can possibly cause a safety car. If there is anything that can cause a safety car, Mount Panorama's possibly done it here. So we've had echidna, we've had likes of kangaroos out there on circuit. We had wombats, another one, fallen tree.
Snake.
You know, you've had it all. Horse.
Snake one time at one of the flag marshal points.
Yeah, potential that there was a snake maybe at the 6 hour too.
So everyone had made their pit stops in Porsche Cup. Almost everyone had made their pit stops in GT3 to the point where it hasn't materially affected the running order. Everyone but Scott Rankin. You're on plus 15 right now until Rankin has to pit, and then we'll see where he ends up.
Until further notice, I'm quite happy.
Stop the count, says Jake Sperry.
So there will be drivers jumping in, getting their last of the services going, and they would call it cheap at this moment, as Scott Rankin then piloting around the Orbit Drop Bear Venus 682 hits pit lane, and he's going to jump out of the car, and he will hand over then responsibility for that next run in. So I would say job well done there by Scott, as he will now look to try and get his service done. Lockhart Brownlee will be the one who will jump in. Just behind them is in the pits Cameron Stubber there for Eclipse Motorsport. There is Lockhart, he's in the car, and now it's his turn to get himself set. The only non-commentary / production man in that group, Lockhart Brownlee. Of course, Dan Yeaman decided to save himself, so I guess Yeaman's the ace.
So they're queuing up behind the Logitech G safety car now. Clint Capel, his first laps in the car now, behind the safety car. Momentum Racing 78 had a driver change to Jack Widdis. Yeah, Cody Deep in the Falcon Sim Racing team car in third.
And so Cody Deeth in at Falcon Sim Racing. So effectively, they've cycled the entire team through in the early stages, but look at what it's done for them. Jack Widders in at Momentum. Lachlan Capel is there. Jed Van Hemert then for Vermilion Esports Cup. They're leaders of Cup right now with Zach Wentz Smith, who was one of the first to come in over at Momentum X PRNZ. And so the 708 currently with a Kiwi in the car, second place. They'll be very happy with that.
992. Vermilion, Momentum, Australia-wide. HTS Racing Yellow are pitting again 2 laps later. So if they... I don't know what's going on there, but you'd take the opportunity to go 4 tyres, surely.
I think at that point, Dave...
9-5 are taking the opportunity for some extended repairs.
I think that's very clever right now, because what you can do is you can sit down and say you're 3 minutes, 4 minutes out there in terms of what you're doing on a lap now compared to what you're doing, and you get an extra 2 minutes of repairs by sitting down in the pit. As long as you get out before the safety car, that's fine. You can jump away and say you're still on the lead lap. Give yourself a minute, jump back in the pits, get even more repair out of it if you wanted to.
And safety car is doing 80 kilometers an hour. Eagle-eyed viewers will have noticed that this is safety car 2. I believe safety car 1 did the race start, and safety car 2 has done both of the safety cars. Thank you Logitech G and BMW for providing 2 BMW M2 safety cars so that we've got a backup.
Live look at the radar at this moment in time, and it is as bone dry as you can possibly imagine it. There is no threat of any rain on the horizon, so that will give them some confidence as they will look to settle in as they finish up at this stage. I would say at this stage the greetings card phase of the race, where you turn around, you look to all the other drivers, and especially here behind the Logitech G safety car, going, "Hi, how are you? This is who I am. This is how I drive. This is what I'll be aiming for."
Hi, my name is Inigo Montoya. You broke my head, prepare to die. The weather has not changed much on the track, but it's just peaking up to 20 degrees Celsius. Still only 8:09 in the morning.
All tyre warming will be called to stop here at this point after turn 1, and you're going to get dinged for that if you're not careful, Jack. Come on, play the ball, as they will look to try and make sure that there isn't excessive weaving in the number 78 car, as they will now be looking to get the unlapping process sorted, or a wave around as it is known, or if you're in America, you call it a lucky dog.
So yeah, there's a bunch of cars that are going to get this. Eclipse, One Performance, one of the other Eclipse cars, so you'll start to see some of them flying up at the appropriate time. Safety car still holding 80 k's an hour up the hill, past the bed and breakfast and winery, past the quarry. Quite a big hole in the side of the hill there, actually.
There's always a good way to make sure that you build a town and a community, and actually part of the way of that, David, would have been something like the quarry at turn 2, because when you sit down and understand where communities come from, it's often due to the natural resources there are. So a lot of big cities have a massive river that runs through them, for example, as access to ports to go out. But of course, some of the smaller communities are down to the fact that, well, we're a logging community, or we're a community that does very well with mining or stone shipment, and that's why a place like Mount Panorama would exist.
Bathurst was a gold mining town, as were a few of the other towns in this region. Gold rush, 1850s, 1860s type of time, and it's why there's actually quite a lot of very nice old buildings in town, Bathurst, that date to around that period and shortly after. Sort of separates Bathurst from Warwick.
So right now, we find ourselves under our second safety car of the race, and a perfect time for drivers to settle down. I don't know about you, but if you just jumped into the car and you get an immediate safety car, are you happy or are you a little bit nervous?
If this is my first stint of the day, I'd take it. Just, you know, behind the safety car. to kick it off. You know it's going to be challenging when we restart, though, and you're in the pack on the restart if it's your first laps of the day. But you get to settle in a little bit more smoothly than otherwise.
And so that smooth settlement, I think you would now start to take at this moment here, as they are now looking about at today's running at this moment. A big time now to start talking about how many people are there in race control. They'll start off the day, David, with 4. So they've got Peter Baxter, who's got a live view in on everything, Nick Parker and Simon Black, who will sometimes have the responsibility of running around in the Logitech G safety car that is out there. And of course, the head honcho of all of this, and has been for Oceanic Sim Racing for a very long time, Mike Korolev.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out who's which safety car, and the only thing I have to go on is that safety car 1 is 1,150 I rating. Safety car 2 is 2,620 I rating. So, sorry fellas, I'm going to guess safety car 2 is Simon Black, and safety car 1 is Baxter.
Well, that's a very good guess, and answers on a postcard for anybody who will look to do that. And if anyone can guess where that's from, I believe it was Crackerjack that said that. Answers on a postcard as they look on forward. Now moving through is Mick Polly, then for Australia Wide Racing Yellow, trying to cycle the field then into positions once again. Currently, as far as this race stands, we are 2¼ hours in, David. We started with 53 cars. We currently have 53 cars.
Yeah, there have been some extended repairs for a bunch, including the one Performance Racing 43. 240 also had to have some pretty extensive repairs. So with the cars that ran long on fuel, I think some of them have actually seen some benefit from that. The Team OCE 35 BMW is now up in 10th, ahead of cars like the Proline 222 Lamborghini, ahead of Team Jinx Shifters by quite a bit.
I'd be quite excited, actually, but by the fact that your fuel margin is giving you so much flexibility in the early stages of this race. Now, you're always looking to try and leapfrog and jump up and say, look, I can get up to this position, I can get up to that position, I'm trying to target. But would you look at this, David, and go, am I looking at a hourly target? Am I looking at a 3-hourly target, a stint target? How would I look to try and target what I want to do in a 12-hour like this when I'm given a stint?
Stay in the top 5, stay on the lead lap, and then once the final hour comes, have a look at some of our other trackside visitors that aren't, echidnas or race crew. There's a photographer there on the way into the cutting, but the most noticeable one, this fella right here standing in the driveway, just taking a little peek to see that he's exposing correctly. Oh, let's see, he's a Porsche fanboy. But what's his name? Can we give this gentleman a name?
Now, David, do you want to offer one and I offer one, and we see what chat offers one?
Yes. Let's give our viewers a second to think. But he's got a very well-fitting vest. That's sized nicely. He's got glasses. What he should have is some sun protection on that dome, and he doesn't have any. The sun is a deadly laser. If you're going to be here all day out in the sun, you're going to need a hat or a whole lot of sunscreen. So I'm going to call him Bernie.
Bernie. I think he's Well, he is going to get burnied at this stage if he's not got his sun cream on, and then if he does have sunscreen, then not anymore. It's a blanket would be the response to you saying that the sun is a deadly laser. But at this point, I think he looks around. I think he's a Quentin.
He's down the end of the driveway. The fans are up the top of the driveway. Is the tennis court marked correctly? How are the lines?
Let's have a look.
The tennis court.
It's not bad, but there isn't really much outside the base. So normally you've got to surf from outside the baseline. The issue is, I think the court's too big.
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge. And playing doubles, you try to keep something in and you'd run into the fence. It might need to get painted a little smaller, or you have to play, half court or paddle or something.
Oh, paddle is all the rage now. Everywhere here in the UK is starting to turn into a paddle club. Oh, hang on, we got good Cam Holder. What a great net. That is absolutely on it. Cam Holder. I think we're going to go with that. He's Cameron Holder.
Safety car's pulled away. Lachlan Cape, for his first racing lap here in the OSR Player One Sim Gear Bathurst 12 hour, is going to be bringing the field to the green flag and trying to keep the orbit drop bed Jupiter McLaren in the race lead. A lot has been given to him and he's well placed for it.
Yeah, we've got other suggestions that he could be like Kodak, for example. But for the moment, we'll focus on the race because Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter now can lead the field away with just under 9 hours, 40 minutes to go here in this running, and taking the big turn out then on Murray's and getting a very nice launch. Look at the way that Cody Dees is immediately going to pounce across and get that dive at Hell's Corners, followed also through as Jason Betts. Oh, he has a big wiggle, and he's going to lose not one place, not two, but potentially a third as well up, as that's actually going to be one of the Porsche Cup cars then going by. So John Merritt getting a place, and that was one of the Vermilion Esports Cup cars he was trying to get the launch on.
Again, there's dramas on the restart. Someone's just gone into the gravel at turn one. Some cars were around in the final corner on the restart, potentially with the checkup. There's no rear wing on this car. They've repaired it before to give it a rear wing. They've lost it again, and we've got a spinner at turn two. The tyres are cold for everyone.
Yeah, that's a big spin, and it was Tim Cornt for Locked On Lads Racing who has spun around. There's a change for the race lead then, as Capel has lost out then to Deeth and to Widders. So they're now down into third place after being absolutely found at the cutting. So that is taken not very long at all to see the race lead change, but aggressive on the restart.
Going to be plenty to unpack as well. The sun's now rising in the sky, shining down on the track. It's not darkness like it was initially, but still a cold track. A lot of cold tyres out there. Drivers struggling with their balance initially, and also struggling with trying to work their way past Porsche Cup cars, struggling with battling wheel to wheel. Where did it begin back there? This was the move for the lead.
Yeah, easy pass down the inside. Cody, and he has a massive kick of tail, opens the door up, and then through goes momentum there. So that's how quickly they can jump through and gain the places that they want. Now, take a look at the Team Jinx Shifters, number 52, Brett Loxton. Ever dependable set of hands right now is going to have Campbell Adams just behind, and Marcelo Rivera. Then at Evolution Racing Team, through goes Campbell Adams. Now, is it a -1 if it's not your driver?
I was trying to work out if we bought in just the drivers or the cars, but I think...
Oh, DQ. We've got DQ there, and I think it's Dave Holly, I believe, is the driver who has been parked over and done. We've got the 171 there, as 371, sorry, the Simline Racing Service. So they're going to be there and trying to get a tow up there at the top of the hill.
Is that possibly for driving backwards for the 118? No doubt we'll have a look. And the 371 is apparently going nowhere, but they've pulled over to the side on the access road just in front of the truck.
Oh, it is for going backwards.
Yeah, the DQs come from iRacing, not OSR.
and that's critical, and they're still holding. He's by an access post, so I'd expect him to get a free turn.
Yeah, you'd think they'd just say pull it. And, oh, how late does the rear go for John Merritt exiting turn 2? It looked entirely under control until it snapped right at the end. He did a good job to try to stay out of everyone's way there, but he did lose a whole lot of positions, regrettably, for Pulse Melbourne Lexus.
So, that then shows you just how difficult things are. Stephen Banks here for Pacific Esports Racing here, the number 17 in P17. They'll be quite happy, lucky number.
Scott McLaughlin about it as well, exiting the elbow, just trying to get drive, trying to heat the tyres up as we go. They'll be building confidence with that. Some of the here's where that issue came from. So we're looking at the 371 car on the inside for them, but the slow Merritt. Oh, another Porsche just losing the rear.
So easily done, and the rear wheel caves in then with the contact with the barriers. So then you have to wait for everybody gets off the line so everyone can scamper through on the inside, and then, oh, look at that. No, after you, sir. No, after you. And then they'll just about jump by. Again, tries to flick it around, and they'll realise quite quickly here that the rear wheel's not going to be playing too much of an understanding. So they get up to speed, look, and over the top, bang. There's a second hit, and you realise, I'm not going to be able to really go much further. So they pull it over to the nearest signpost, and they'll be able then to get that pulled across and back into pits. There's John Merritt for Pulse Melbourne Lexus Blueprint by Alexo SSR 64. They're down in the pits, and they've been in for a bit, and Tim Corn still limping around.
Yeah, clearly not able to get up to any kind of speed. Right rear monumentally damaged on this Porsche Cup from Locked On Lads. It's not even turning, it's locked up.
It's very much a case of how tough is it, and this might be in at a very high speed. Oh, that's why. That is a hefty, hefty shunt at the Forest elbow.
Yeah, he's pushed that right rear tyre up into the space where the Targa top would normally go, and he doesn't have drive to make it over the hill. He's got no drive with that drive shaft snapped.
This could be a safety car, and I think it would be warranted and deserved. I think he's letting cars by, though, first and foremost, because he's got drive, but I think he's now just trying to hold himself steady and try and do this the risk-averse way. But, you know, if you're going to leave yourself there and you're not going to communicate, that's a big no-no with the stewarding team.
Once you go over that hill, you're blind to cars that are doing 250 kilometers an hour. We're looking with Cornt right now, who's going nowhere. He's left one wheel track in the grass. And he's done what many people do on their visit to central western New South Wales, is pull up at the vineyard.
I'd very much like to see how the wine is made there, says Tim, as he sits and waits for the entire field to fly on through before
he can
take
he keeps his wine?
Front. In his cellar.
In Cornter.
Oh, yes, he would. And now the call is it safe to tow? So they will hold, and they will query it. Is it okay? There's no point us going on from here. We need to tow the car. And so now there's a long gap in the field until Cody Deeth gets back there next. That's what they're going to be trying to understand. Is there enough time for this car to tow away and get that going, or are we going to need to call out another quick safety car and get it quickly back to third? It could be VSC.
Because the car's off the pavement, there are gaps to be had. If everyone went VSC and you found the gap, you'd have a couple of minutes.
That's what they're going to have to debate here. Safety car is full called, so it's the third safety car of the race.
So having only just had a couple of green flag laps and everyone having pitted before the safety car, top half of both fields you'd expect to stay out. But some of the drivers in the back half, you think, okay, here's a chance to offset my strategy, and it could really this quick back-to-back safety car could really spice up the strategy in both categories. Especially things are not very spiced up for locked-on lads. And we'll have a look a bit further deep in the past at what happened at the restart from that most recent safety car.
Right, let's have a look here. Let's try and watch here what goes on with the 55 here on this restart, and this will be a very aggressive run through the final corner. So as you're looking to try and get the right, oh, there's a check-up, and suddenly, oh, straight out of the way, and that's what happens. One car checks up more than expected. One driver doesn't expect it about 4 or 5 cars back. It's the freeway pileup that everyone sees.
Yeah, there was a bit more spaces left on that restart by the looks of things. But then, you know, when someone started going and then slowed up and everyone sort of went, and it created space for the really taut rubber band to snap together like that. So the field's coming past entry, and everyone from 21st on down, the back half of the field in GT3 are coming in.
Oh, now, oh, ANZ getting into the side of Project 36 there, and they will spin out. 36 have already had a penalty for one incident that they've had here in this one, but this is where it starts to slow. And officially now, I'm going to say this quite tentatively, over the last, and I will point this out, half an hour, we have done 8 laps.
Got pit stops from 4 cars in Porsche Cup. Australia wide are in, 9.5 are in. Maybe they still got more repairs that they can get done as well. HTS Racing yellow topping off their fuel by the looks of things, so they sit 7th in class.
So, this is now shaking things up again, and cold tyres are bad for one thing, but they're going to stay cold if you're not going to get much running on them. So suddenly everyone now will open up and think, what do we need to do? Now, I actually find this quite interesting here in this top 10 in GT3 here right now, David. You've got 3 momentum cars and 2 Vermilion cars inside the top 10. That's half the top 10.
Yeah, some of the Vermilion cars have begun to work their way forward a little bit. Weaving ceases, exiting Forest's elbow, and everyone stays left because they're going to begin the wave around now, which then could speed us up to restarting earlier. But there'll be only a few cars that need a wave around here, and it was cars that were multiple laps down at the previous safety car. Everyone who was just 1 lap down obviously got back onto the lead lap and ought to still be there. You can see the momentum cars, 3rd and 4th, looking very similar in line. Let's wave around here. There goes Vermilion and OPR.
They're trying to fight their way back on, and I think they'll be quite happy at the fact that they've got this chance to say, look, we're going to jump through and get what we need here as they go by. So that's Ryan O'Sullivan for Bowler Media. They're exactly 1 lap down. I'd expect as well Will Buchanan to be given the call that they can go by, and also Camden Stubber is currently stuck there at the moment trying to get the clearance. Finally gets the call from race control that he can go by, and so too waiting is John Merritt, who is 2 laps down for Pulse Alesco, who caught out basically after running the majority of the opening 2 hours up at the front. They now are looking to try and get themselves placed.
Everyone who pitted has caught the train almost. Highest running car that is added to their fuel is Damien Johnston for Synergy Sim Racing 88. So they lead a rather unique strategy. This is where more of our cameramen are around the track. So we've got one heading up into the cutting, one on the exit of the cutting, and this is the one on the entrance to the cutting before the tennis court.
Yes, so right now he will sit himself down, and I tell you what, you don't have very much there to hold you together. There's a nice bit of decking, basically, that's allowing you to stand on song, a little bit of concrete there that's going to hold you steady. Oh, we're going to clip in if we're not too careful. That's about as close as we're going to get. So right now, that is a fantastic look. There's the cameraman who sits there, and all you've got is an old guardrail that's going to make sure that you're not going to fall over the side and go tumbling down the side of the mountain there. So ultimately, if it does go wrong, you've got a nice building there where someone can put a sticky plaster on the back of your head for having a little bump note there, and you can get maybe a bump note. But outside of that, you're holding yourself steady, and you're just praying that you're not going to have to jump over the side if a car decides it's going to crash right in front of your camera.
Well, this fella's got a tiny bit more sun protection, so long pants, good. Those forearms could get burned, but top of his head is going to be okay. I don't know how much protection the back of his neck is getting, but he's got...
His cap is backwards, though, so you got to think that he's getting some protection from the cap backwards, and he knows that racing is going down because he's got a backwards cap.
Yeah. You got to wear your cap backwards if you've got a flash on top of the camera. Otherwise, you'd never be able to look into the viewfinder. But a forward cap with no flash on ought to be able to look into the viewfinder. And there's Jay Kennedy there manipulating the camera. Do we have flag marshals?
Looks like we have...
Okay, we've got one per post.
One per post. So it seems like they didn't get as many volunteers as they normally would do, David.
If you read comments on the internet, that's how many marshals per flag post people think the Bathurst 12-hour had this year. Now, this house, okay, single story, but they've got a bit going on. Is that their rubbish? No.
It is their
wheelie
rubbish.
Bin. Get a wheelie bin,
Goodness.
you savages.
Goodness gracious me. You'll have all sorts out there at night.
Yeah. They don't put their rubbish in a wheelie bin, and they've got no shoes on. Only one of these is forgivable to me. You're allowed to walk anywhere within your own property boundaries without shoes on. Once you step onto the footpath or onto the street, you probably should have shoes on. But you can run around anywhere in your front yard and no shoes on is fine.
Yep. And ultimately, it's a case of, you know, we're not going to rubbish anything out there, but if you're going to leave your rubbish out like that, then I'm going to say bin day is going to be a few days away, with the fact that the bins are not going to be collected here in the Bathurst 12-hour as they start setting themselves up. 9 hours, 23 minutes and 17 seconds remaining on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, in your Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12-hour, presented by Player One Sim Gear. This is right now the third safety car of the race, and they are now looking to set up what will be the run back then for another little charge out there at this moment. They're keeping the time in the car very important as far as stint length is going to go, and these longer safety cars and getting more and more safety cars, the issue that you've got is you're not just on a lap count, David. You're on a time count.
Yes. So last lap behind the safety car at 80 kilometers an hour took about 4.5 minutes. You can easily see how 10 to 15 minutes get absorbed by the black hole of each safety car. Oh my goodness. More drama for the 43. This car has been an absolute punching bag. Not the first time we've seen it crabbing this badly.
Well, Nick Carroll, on his own, trying to go up to speed, had already had the car crabbing by the looks of it, and I think they had an issue up the cutting. So that's where it's gone wrong, and they're going to try and desperately get this one back. So they just looped it on their own. Audi, short wheelbase, spins the back around. So much easier to do. Here you go, into the cutting. Goodness gracious, carried so much speed into there.
Now, I know you've got a PhD in physics, so you'll know it's more than just the wheelbase. It's the polar moment of angular momentum with a mid-engine car that causes it to loop so easily.
Yes.
So, because the engine's between the wheels in the wheelbase, it's not like a long way away from the center point of the car that takes energy to spin up, because the center of gravity as an average point's not just in
I
the
would
middle.
turn around
So
and
much
look
of
at
the
that.
mass is drawn towards the middle.
David, with all due respect, for Jay, it's, you know, way too early in the morning for that. For me, it's 1:45 in the morning. It's way too early in the morning for me for that. Oh. Well, Jay would say at any time, which is very, very true. But for the moment, right now, Cody Yeats there. Not to spoil on your thunder. It's an absolutely brilliant point there, David, that's brought on. But these drivers all know and understand that basically all they're looking at is if car goes round, car looks bad out there at this point in time. So right now, we've got this wonderful picture-in-picture shot that sits itself right now with Falcon Sim Racing trying to get everything sorted and limping desperately back to pits. The sorry sight of Nick Carroll's One Performance Racing number 43, desperately trying to get itself back.
Can they do 80 with that much damage? You can only do 80 kilometers an hour when you've got the space saver spare on your road car. So surely a damaged GT3. Oh no! You can't touch the curb. My goodness, this thing. Do we have an estimated incident count for the number 43? Because they now have a black flag.
Well, they're already on 37, so you turn around and look at it, that's a lot of points to have accrued
25
this
is a
time.
drive-through.
So we've got one car on 0 and everyone else is on 1, David, or at least 1.
Yeah, and 25 incidents is a drive-through in this server by the looks of things, if I've read that correctly. So the One Performance Racing is already beyond that. Have they beached themselves?
They might have damaged the car so badly. Look, the suspension's caved in. I don't think they're going to be able to get that up and around. So they are weaving their tyres, trying to get themselves back to going. But if they've still got a car out there on circuit that can't do anything, you know, you've got to turn around. They can't get it off the starter motor.
What on earth? So exiting the chase, already with an immense amount of damage. They've touched the curb. It's flicked them back the other way into the wall and done even more damage. They've got no drive.
So the rule is do not enter the track is the call from race control. We will get you to tow after, so don't do anything out there that would get you in position. They're really trying to rev this car, find a gear, reverse and first. They're trying to do anything that they can to get the 1,000,000-point turn done at the moment. Nick Carroll, perpendicular to the circuit at 45 degrees. I think they're going to have to wait for him to go before he can tow. And the question is now being posed, can we tow? And they have done.
I think that's extended this safety car as well, to be honest. It's going to be a long delay yet further for the 43 that was already 4 laps down. Now goes another with the pack going past. I'm trying to work out, does this benefit more to the cars that pitted underneath this safety car? And my feeling is yes. So from 21st back, everyone pitted under the safety car except the 53. So this is really good for Synergy Sim Racing 88. They'll be loving that this puts them to yet further of a fuel and strategy advantage. 2-1 performance cars, the 47 and 51, are advantaged by this. And Pacific Esports Racing, Stephen Banks, that big Mustang, is the 4th placed car that's got a big topped off tank of fuel. And they'll all cycle through to the lead eventually, once green flag stops have to happen for the cars in front of them when we go racing again.
So let's get an understanding of the Porsches at the moment. So the Vermilion Esports car with Jed Van Hemert is on top at the moment. Then it's Matthew Gerard at Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green and Mike Pepper currently then at Frog Leap Juiced Racing Blue. They are 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Momentum are 4th and 5th with the PRNZ 708 in 5th with Zach Wentz-Smith and Raymond Mallin in 6th position out there. TriStar are 7th with Matt Arnold. 8th is Reese Dickerson for HTS. Then it's Rapid Theft with Curtis Bird and then Drew Hanstein then for 405 Australia-wide Racing Blue. But I would look around Vermilion. They took an hour and a half to get to the top. They now command at the top, but Frog Leaped, they're doing very well on fuel save, David. That's what's given them the position.
Yes, and it seems like Frog Leap Juiced have taken 4 tyres at their last stop. Vermilion, I don't think had. Remember, they pitted with green flag and then a safety car came along. So that sits very well for the Frog Leap Juiced cars in 2nd and 3rd. New tyres in behind Vermilion Esports. We'll see if Jed Van Hemert can match what Rick Kuznetsov was able to do. The wrinkle to all of this is they are going to restart with a big chunk of GT3 cars in between them, and they are going to restart.
Exactly. So there's a 4-second gap for them right now, David, as they're rolling. That 4-second gap when they hit the power down is going to be something more akin to 8.
Yeah. But then the other way to look at it is Vermilion's going to have more GT3 cars. They're going to try to muscle their way through on these restart laps than those that start a little deeper in the field. It might all come out in the wash. We saw on the last restart, Cody Deeth found his way to the front on colder tyres, and on the restart laps, Cody Deeth thinks he's got a good thing.
I think he feels he's got a very, very quick car out there at this moment in time, and he is going to be launching here off of this to try and build a gap as quickly as possible. The Falcon Sim Racing team, they've lost the lead earlier on with a James Boumet spin, but now they've got Cody Deeth in the car. They can now concentrate here and say, look, this is what we're going to settle down and do. We're going to need to build margin. We're going to do it quick. Very early jump there, trying to weave into the tyres there. So Cody Deeth is trying to avoid some of the troubles down at the final corner by getting an early launch, and sometimes it benefits, sometimes it doesn't. We're back to green here at Mount Panorama here on lap 74.
I'm with you. I hope that early jump from the race leader strings the field out a little bit, gets most of the field cleanly through the final corner. We're going to battle wheel-to-wheel momentum, have lost theirs, so to speak, on this restart. Here comes a bump draft from the Vermilion guys. 2 Momentum Porsches, 2 Vermilion Porsches. It's a team sport all of a sudden.
Lewis Greathead saying thanks Vermilion, but it's not enough, does it? As they go through, Greathead's going to drop back then 3 spots. Bence is there. Zach Kerr did everything he could. Brock Gilchrist from Momentum jumps through, and so too Matt Thompson for Team OCE. Oh, we've got one in the wall, up at the cutting, and I think it's Zach Kerr.
Kerr had a good run. I think he's tried to seek vengeance. He's gone backwards, lost his rear wing. I think he tried to battle that Momentum car going into the cutting.
That's a very tough moment for Zach Kerr. He's got to wait for everybody to go by before having that chance to attack over the top of the hill and then back down the other side again. Then as we focus, it's Matt Thompson trying to eye up then Brock Gilchrist and Jason Bence both at Momentum and not having that much luck then as they head then through the Forest Elbow, and now will have the chance to go and attack down Conrad.
Team OCE BMW up front here. They had great fuel economy in the last stint, but didn't hit behind safety car. Here's what happened. No, he's just gone wide.
All on his own. After all of that work, there's not much you can really say about that. Scrapes against the barriers there at 4, and then that just creates the loss of the rear wing, which will not be doing very good. Souvenir for someone there on the outside. But now you start wondering, okay, this is where you're going to have to be big and bold and brave. And Campbell Adams was almost in the pit lane trying to get by Brodie McConkey in the Proline Esports 222.
Been non-stop excitement for these Lamborghinis, and I think McConkey lets Adams go a little bit. The Max Boost Lamborghini goes into 8th place ahead of Proline's 222.
Yeah, good move. Campbell Adams then for Team Max Boost, 8th place. They'll be very happy that they're working their way back up the order and finding it. And actually, the big thing from being almost a lap down in the opening hour there, David, now to what is 12th place, Dylan O'Keefe, but they're going to lose one here at DPR because Caleb Hyde and that Eclipse Sport Cortem team, who were way down the order, had to miss the start, essentially, and start from dead last. They're also trying to make the same progress.
The cream can rise to the top. There's a couple more pit stops happening for some that might have some damage. Zach Kerr, for example, definitely has damage. Pulse and Lexus have had some more dramas. We're going to take a look. Oh, no.
So Dan Stevens here has had a connection drop, or a car off the road at the top of the hill, and that is Marcelo Rivera, who's just saved himself there, going through the cross at McPhillamy. Lucky lad. And there's a live look at Dan Stevens, who looks at the car and goes, I can't believe it. And I can't believe that for the 222.
I can.
Brodie McConkey.
It seems like it's one of those cars that's been very challenging to drive on cold tyres. So on the restart laps, the Lamborghinis and Audis have been tough to drive. And we saw the Max Boost car going ahead of them. But it's coming down the hill towards the dipper. Loses that so early.
It's a very quick loss, and sometimes losing it early rather than late is the better, or the better of two evils. Able to
Get out of the way in one movement, dropping behind the Porsche Cup leader. Porsche Cup cars are causing some consternation for the GT3s, but they've got their own fights going on here.
Well, you can't accuse him of mailing it in right now, Raymond Mallon in 5th position. He knows he's got to go and get these places. He knows he's got to start jumping up, and he's knowing as well that it's Mike Pepper that he's got to try and find the way through. Now with all the traffic through, with Ryan O'Sullivan jumping by, oh, wide, and that's going to get the launch along the straight. That's lovely in terms of a move, and that is a thank you very much. Get the tiniest tendrils of slipstream, but Mike Pepper's not giving this one up here. He'll fight back for the inside, and Raymond Mallon's going to have to outbrake at this Griffin's Bend turn 2. Round the outside it will have to be. He'll get the inside of the cutting, and I think he can box out the pass.
Well, the momentum is so key from turn 1, going back there and just sat in to take a late apex. Nail that momentum. It's so critical when you've got a big power cut on these cars. So you can work out rolling your momentum like that and move up into 4th place in Porsche Cup, where almost everyone is on the same strategy except for some slight tyre offset. In GT3, there are 2 fuel strategies playing out.
They very much are, and it's a case of how long can you go, or how choiceful can you be out there. Jason Bentz right now is holding this group with Brock Gilchrist as his gunner in 5th position. Momentum 3, 4 and 5 at the moment in this race. Then it's Matt Thompson, Campbell Adams, and then Lewis Greathead, who's there in the mix too. So they're all there together, and they're trying to work on through. But the strength of having 3 cars up there so high up in the order, how much positivity does it give the team? Look at that though. Campbell Adams pretty much riding the tow bar essentially there to Matt Thompson's team OCE 35.
Yeah, that Max Boost Lamborghini is looking good on this restart. Has cut through a couple of positions, made some moves. really shaping up on 6th place here, who's going with the momentum cars in 4th and 5th. So it's almost podium pace at the moment from Campbell. Adams, he's just got to think, where do I make this move?
Now,
that's textbook.
Absolutely bread and butter basics of a pass, and weaving 5-second penalty for Matthew Gerard out there, and one performance is 144 is going to get a penalty then for the contact on lap 65.
Race control working through all of that as our drivers work back into the race after quite a bit of time under safety car in the last half hour or so. And that thing is alive for Team Max Boost. It's turning so easily. The nose goes into every corner and they don't need to wait on it. It goes where it's told, and then seems to plant pretty well on the exits for the traction too. Falcon Sim Racing Team Cody Letho, that thing electric on restarts. He leads by more than 4 seconds.
But a driver himself who is electric, and he's up against drivers maybe who at this phase of the race aren't necessarily in the struggle street. So David, first 3 hours, how have you found this one then as we focus on the number 56 that's now working through? This is Gianni Lutzu's Ferrari then that is trying to find the opportunity against Tom Seath. What a great start we've had to this Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12 Hour presented by Player One Sim Gear.
Whoa, big wiggle for Lutzu as he's forced tight onto the curb on the kink in, but he stabilizes it, makes the move work. Yeah, some stops and starts in our first 3 hours here at Bathurst with the safety cars, but it looks breathtaking. There's nowhere else you'd rather be. And we settle in with a whole lot of race still to go. Just the best place in the world to be racing for 12 hours.
Absolutely, and we've seen this time and again that this is the great Australian sim race that keeps it all going. I'm going to take this moment to step away from the commentary booth until I get a chance to get a bit of shut-eye. Joining you for the next few hours worth of coverage is the Southpaw racer, Reece Gardner.
That's correct. Thank you very much, Sperry. And yeah, pleasure to be joining the commentary crew once again for the Player One Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12 Hour. And from what I've seen of the race so far, we are in for quite the entertaining day, aren't we, David? This battle has been continuing in the top 7 in GT3. We're keeping an eye on the battles outside the top 20 right now. Daniel Poulton, our camera car, for a little bit of traffic encounter here coming into the cutting. That's certainly not an ideal place to be coming up on it. I'm sure that the Porsche Cup class has been a thorn in the side of the GT3s across the top the whole way through.
Yeah, they're close enough in pace, but they're not close enough in pace, and so that's the modifications to the Porsche Cup car, like adding the 60 kilos, taking off 5% of the power, and then taking off 20% of the fuel tank. The GT3 cars can get past in a straight line. They can outbrake in most places, but once you're in some of these places across the top of the mountain, no matter how much quicker you are, you've got to wait. And drivers who weren't willing to wait have caused 1 or 2 incidents. So on board with Poulton there. You notice the children's toy that the Ferrari GT3 wheel is, many shapes and colours. Circle goes in the square hole.
Certainly. It's a lovely little Christmas tree of a steering wheel. Gives you a lot of space to be looking at the dash. Line that they're taking through the chase, they are really pushing at the apex. I did a GT3 race at Mount Panorama earlier in the week, actually, and I was amazed at how deep you could actually go into the chase there. Meanwhile, battle for third, Lachlan Cable, under pressure from Jack Widders here. Robert Dropbear finding themselves running very nicely in the runner-up position. It's currently about 4.6 seconds at the previous lap, the lead that Falcon Sim Racing team has. But Momentum Racing starting to gain here on Drop Bear Jupiter as they make their way across the top. Seems that that Porsche 911 pretty strong uphill versus the McLaren. And it makes sense that it would be. Engine slung over the rear axle gets you very good traction out of the slow corners. And Porsche,
it also gives you a larger polar moment of inertia.
It does. It does indeed. Requires a bit of a different driving style to the other cars in its class. But McLaren gaining back a little bit there through McPhillamy and down through the S's. And it looks like that's what's giving Lachlan Capel the real advantage here. That and an excellent run onto Conrod Straight. As things stand, it seems... Oh dear. Oh no. That's far from ideal. The Evolution Racing Team 555 has found the wall at the Dipper, it looks to be. So that may or may not be another safety car on its way, but fortunately Hall is still able to roll the car. Hopefully he'll be able to get it turned around. The field's still pretty compressed, it being not that far away from a safety car. But the Logitech G replay is going to show that he just caught the curb, maybe a little bit unstable, rear end getting loose, as it often does in that part of the circuit. That is a big hit for Daniel Hall. Unfortunately, John Peasnick and Reese Gasol, all they can do is watch on as Hall tries his best to get the car going again, but doesn't look like that car's going anywhere. Wonder if he's going to be requesting a tow from race control here.
Does it look like that left rear has no drive? So I think we're one-wheel drive here, unfortunately, for Dan Hall. This is more of a view of the gearbox than I'm used to seeing, and this is live pictures right now. He can't go anywhere.
Yeah, this isn't ideal for Daniel Hall. Either this is a green flag tow request to be granted, or another safety car to come out with 9 hours to go in the race.
Remember, Reese, that Dipper backwards is ripped.
Yes, that is correct. And that's exactly where the front where the rear bumper is right now, ripped, and somewhere off in the grass, over the trees, I'm sure. Safety car has been called by race control, so that will bring the field under control once again. Out comes the Logitech safety car, at least waiting at the end of the pits.
Now, this becomes strategically very interesting for those race leaders. We're not that far out of the last safety car where the back half of the field pitted. So if the front half pit now and the back half stay out, then they go to the lead of the race. If everyone pits, it equalizes the strategy. The leaders are going to come in. Where is Cody Deeth? He's come in as well. I think everyone who didn't pit last safety car is going to take this safety car. If you took the last safety car and you stay out, you might lead the race.
You may very well do. Jack Wittes in the Momentum 78, one of the first pit stalls as they come into pit lane. That car started from 22nd and had an excellent run up through the field, but yeah, not ideal having to slow up right when you get onto the pit limiter. So that's the top 15 in, now the top 17 as Orbit Drop Bear Venus, Lockhart Brownlee stays out and joined by the One Performance Racing number 47. So it looks like the portion of the field, or at least some of the drivers who didn't pit under the last who pitted under the last safety car are pitting now. A lot of our Porsche Cup competitors are making their way into, but Curtis Bird in the Rapid Theft 65 is not making its way in. The top 5 in Porsche do seem to have, though.
This has split us even further on strategies right now across both categories.
So we're going to be seeing in a moment pit stop stats as to how many pit stops have been completed by the various cars. You can see it on the timing tower there. 14 times the 14 car, has pitted 9 times. Troy Stone Street there in the Synergy WKMP Sim Sports car. And, you know, when you're the car that's pitting the most here in these early stages of the race, that's their 10th pit stop done. I think that car is just focusing on securing its strategy in the final quarter of the race, really. In these early stages, it's all up in the air. There's safety cars happening often, and you'll take any opportunity you can to jump in, get the car filled up, make sure that you're able to go for a full stint, just pitting whenever you can. And I think it'll be sort of after the 4 hours to go mark, if they can make it that far, that they'll be really focusing on trying to elevate themselves up through the field.
Also used some of them to, I think, try to tidy up a little bit of damage at some points. And you want to just clear as much of that as possible under safety car when you can, because then you don't mind a slightly longer stop to just tweak the little bits. So Orbit Drop Bear Venus didn't pit last safety car, didn't pit this safety car, lead the race. One Performance Racing pitted last safety car, didn't pit this safety car, second and third. Falcon Sim Racing team, Cody Death was leading the race, pitted with this safety car, sits fourth.
Yes, and looking at the pit stops there, about 23 seconds for the former top five, and that tells me that tyres are a possibility, but not likely. The only cars in the top 15 to have used their fast repairs are the number 47 and the number 11. So that's the DPR Racing number 11 and the One Performance Racing car currently running second. So there's a little bit of extra pressure on them now. Obviously, when you start the race, you have that fast repair in hand and you want to try and preserve it for as long as you can. But if you end up using it early, every single restart becomes a potential liability, doesn't it?
Yeah, and recapping the strategy and Porsche Cup there as well, Rapid Theft stayed out. You can see they've only made 4 stops in this race. But Matt Arnold behind from TriStar pitted a couple laps previous to them. Has made 5 stops total in this race. Australia wide in third. Yeah, Australia wide in fourth as well.
The 555, the car that caused the safety car, has towed back to the pit lane. So it looks like it may be very close to day done for Evolution Racing Team 555. They do still have the fast repair though, so they can use it now. That should result in them being able to get back out on track, but the tow has to complete first, and the amount of time it takes to tow back to the pits in iRacing is dependent on how far away you are from the pit lane. And for Daniel Hall, it happened basically on the opposite side of the circuit. You couldn't get further away from pit lane than he had, really. So it's a very long tow time that he's going to have to work his way through. Evolution Racing Team number 7, Marcelo Rivera at the wheel, has pitted once more, all the way at the back of the GT3 running order. That's a sensible decision. Usually you see the cars back in the field, pitting whenever they can under the safety car. Try to extend their stint a couple of extra laps. Pit road, pit exit was closed, is now open. And Mick Polly also bringing the Australia-wide racing Porsche Cup entry into the pits. There's Reese Gasol taking over the Evolution Racing Team Lamborghini. It looks like they'll be whacking some new rubber on that. Fast repair has been applied, so they will be back out on track very shortly. Unfortunately, a lap or so down or more on the rest of the field.
The Australia-wide car we saw pitted from third just now under safety car, so they aren't interested in the track position, but they are interested in new tyres and more fuel than everyone else. It's dropped them to 11th as the group went past. But it's a good strategy, especially if you think, I don't want to be tangled up in anything on this restart. I'd rather have all the fuel in my tank but start to the tail end of the field than be mixed up, not only in my own class but in the middle of some of the GT3s as well.
Well, it's a little free kick to the Eclipse Motorsports UK McLaren. Cameron Stubber, one of the drivers to be waved around the safety car. And that will bring them to the rear of the train once again. Aston Martin behind has also been given the wave around. I believe that's the Revolution E-Racing 240 with Jake Slade at the wheel. Also see that I believe Henry King, Zach Kerr, and John Merritt have found their way around the Logitech safety car as well. So back on the lead lap, Jay is saying, which is apparently quite significant for this car, Haynes. I wasn't here to witness what's happened to this car so far, but evidently another stage in their journey right here.
Yeah, it's proved really challenging on cold tyres and restarts with these Porsche GT3s, and they've decided, okay, we've been waved around, now let's race into pit lane. And are they going to get service and keep that wave around, or are they just taking the wave around and then they'll end up losing it again? Any pit exit to stay open. Henry King was also in there.
Yes. Probably taking a bit of a chance here, but the safety car queue is still not even into the chase yet, so there should be more than enough time for them to get a splash done and get back out there. Already back out. Pit stop's done for the Porsche, and for the Mustang following as well, I'm sure. Only 4.5 seconds in the stops, a literal splash of fuel there for John Merritt. It's done enough, and now and get back onto the rear of the train. Well then, all things considered, we should be going green at the end of the next lap, considering the sequence of events. So the Logitech safety car touring around for one more occasion before we get back to green flag racing.
Getting ready for Porsche Cup wave around right now.
Yes, that has to be done too. My apologies.
The Porsche Cup leader is 79 laps completed, so it's perhaps only the Locked On Lads Racing 268 that needs one right now. They've managed to put a wheel back on this wagon.
Quite literally, Tim Cornt at the wheel and has been given the wave around, so around he's going to go. Now the question is, will they do the same thing? Will they jump in for a little splash? I think with how early in the lap they've been waved around the field, they'll have more than enough time to bring it back around at full speed and be able to get a bit of extra fuel in the car if need be.
Pulse tuning Lexus Melbourne like that strategy because their 164 is getting a splash as well, just like how John Merritt did. 12 seconds, I think, give or take, for William Plough.
So, still very early stages in the Player One Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12 Hour for 2026. Australia's great sim race seeing its fair share of drama in the first 3 hours. We still have quite a long way to go, though. Not even at the halfway point. There will certainly be a lot to come. And for this 268... well, pit lane is going to loom ahead of them, and it's going to be just one more step in the journey of 1,000 miles or more as the GT3 field begins their tyre warm-up now that the wave around cycle has officially been completed. And I would imagine green at the end of this lap for our leaders, and Tim Corn will see if he pulls into pit lane. Yep, he does. He's moving over. And that will be a little bit of service done then for the 268. They shouldn't lose out any by that. But now the pressure is going to fall to Lockhart Brownlee, Thomas Freeman, and Daniel Poulton. Try and keep the Falcon Sim Racing Ferrari of Cody Deeth behind them, which is certainly a big challenge.
If Cody Deeth isn't leading by the end of the restart lap, I'll give you $5.
All right, I'll take you up on that. Lockhart Brownlee's view of it all here. You can always count on Thomas Freeman in the OPR Ferrari there to be right up the pointy end when he's able to. I recall a couple of weeks ago when we were doing V8 Sculpts, David, his split 2 run was fantastic, finished on the podium, and then didn't set a qualifying time for the main game, managed to work his way up a crazy amount of positions. Though he's not always the best qualifier, he almost always will outrace you, and so Lockhart Brownlee will certainly be aware of that. The Logitech safety car has pulled away from the field and just entered pit lane, so now it's down to Lockie here, eyes forward, ready to put the power down. The question is when.
Yeah, we've seen different strategies for the restart. I didn't mind Falcon's strategy of going early last time or in one of the previous restarts. Seemed to work really well. Keeping it all too long, the concertina effect through the field as everyone's nerves built led to a couple of incidents.
Well, it looks like we're not going to be seeing that problem here. Lockhart Brownlee going to get on the power at the apex of Murray's Corner, it seems, to bring us back under green flag conditions. And we are away to begin the 84th lap. Nice clean start. Already, Cody Deeth weaving to get a little bit more heat into his tyres as he tries his best to keep up with the top 3. Oh, and that's a spin right in front of them. Daniel Poulton around, and that's going to take out a couple other cars as well. Jack Whittis, Campbell Adams, and we also see Gianni Lutzu in the Eclipse Sim Sports Ferrari going under the grass as well. There's another car spinning in the background. Was that one of the Porsches?
One Performance are going for the lead. They were battling side by side with Orbit Drop Air Venus, so all drama in our top 5 on the restart.
Yeah, it looks to me like it might have been one of the other One Performance cars that went around into turn 1, so not ideal. Cody Deeth found his way into 3rd now. Orbit Drop Air Jupiter Lachlan Capel in 4th. We've got Andrew Scordilis in the Porsche in question that spun at Hell Corner into the gravel, and that car is going nowhere. Actually, it's an Audi. My apologies. Still getting used to the various shapes of the cars, as that's one of the Eclipse cars around. At the top of the circuit, Kobe Jones in the number 67 falling down the order. This has been a chaotic restart, and he's got to be very careful here. Probably meeting his front bumper once again as it slid down the hill. Another car stopped at the dipper. That's Christopher Isle into the DPR number 11.
Oh my goodness.
What is this restart? Oh goodness. This is really tight, really dangerous. That car has a mechanical black flag we're looking at the moment, and that may or may not be another safety car to be brought out if they can't get it rolling. And the safety car is back out again. Oh, man. Well, that was quite the short green flag period. We didn't even make it to the end of the lap under green.
Which saved me $5, though, because we didn't have a restart lap. We got safety car before it was completed.
Very true. We'll see what happened to Poulton here. Run into turn 1, and it looked like the car let go before he even hit the curb. Great avoiding action from the 2 cars ahead. This is Scordalis. Let's see if he did the same thing. Turns in, and yeah, the rear end just let go. Oh, there was a Porsche spun at Hell Corner. Yeah, seems like a problem for both of the One Performance cars there. The rear end just let go into turn 1.
Arnold was driving the TriStar Racing 999 Porsche Cup car that was also damaged at turn 1 for them.
Let's see this. Oh, rear end, let's go. And my goodness, that's a massive hit there. Straight into the concrete wall. That probably wouldn't have been, it wouldn't have been as bad if he'd hit the tire barrier, but I mean, the Porsche, it has the engine at the back of the car, right? The very back. So if you're going at some 60, 70 Ks an hour at least into a concrete barrier rear first, that is surely bad for you. Matt Arnold has towed back to the pits. It looks like Zach Wentz-Smith has brought the Momentum PRNZ 708 in. That's what happened to the Eclipse Ferrari. It's another case of the rear end just deciding to let go on the way into the corner. Obviously, still in morning conditions as things stand. So when the tires are cold, when the track's cold, you've got to be incredibly careful on the restart.
Cleaning up the DPR 11 now. I don't want to peek too far behind the curtain. Dylan O'Keefe is just disconnected from the server, so I don't think they believe they can fix that. Now on the restart, we also had Thomas Freeman get ahead of Lockhart Brownlee before they went back. Where did things go wrong? The DPR.
Oh! Okay, so Hides came back onto the track, hit right in front of him, and yeah, that's an incident that actually hit the tire bundle in the dipper as well, and I think that's what did it for him. He might have been able to keep it rolling otherwise, but we'll get the full incident here once again. Caleb Hides, yeah, just lets go mid-corner, and obviously he's on the brakes trying to get it corrected, but yeah, Chris Ireland unfortunately didn't, he couldn't do much about that. It was it's very difficult in that part of the circuit to avoid an incident anyway, and it was just a hole trying to shoot through that was getting ever smaller, probably wasn't even full width by the time he got there, so another safety car. And more wave rounds, which is going to be ideal for a few cars here. I believe the 164 entry may be getting a wave around. That is William Plough in the Pulse Tuning Porsche, and Reese Gasol, who's taken over the wheel of the Evolution Racing Team Lamborghini, who brought out the last safety car. Fortunately, they've managed to get themselves a lap back in all of this.
Oh, this is interesting.
Hello.
Freeman's trying to be very careful about how he enters the pit lane to not get a penalty, but I reckon he's good now.
Yes, so One Performance Racing 47 making its way into the pits. It would appear they are joined by Jason Bentz in the Momentum Racing 778. And the Momentum Porsche, one of the cars that pitted under the last safety car, with them being in the top 10 at the time, it's very interesting to see them jump into the pits again. So they're sacrificing some track position here in the short term, which may bring them long-term gains a bit later. Troy Stone Street has brought the number 14 car in for its 11th pit stop of the race. And so they'll get another splash done and make their way back out. Looks like One Performance Racing 51 of Stuart Ellis now also in the pits too.
This leaves Orbit Drop Bear Venus all alone on their strategy. Last pitted 23 laps ago, while everyone else last pitted 5 laps ago or less, or fewer.
So that's surely going to be the Orbit Drop Bear Venus car locked into a potential green flag pit stop here, because about 23, 25 laps into the stint, that's approaching the point where you're going to need your pit stop again, surely. GT3 cars, they can last well over an hour on the tank. If you do some fuel saving, you might be able to stretch it out to 90 minutes or more. Yeah, that's worth about 28, 29 laps, maybe 30 here at Bathurst. So not too long to go before we can expect this lead BMW into the pit lane. And they will likely fall all the way back to the running order, but they are getting their time in the lead-in.
Thin on the ground for fans at the top of the hill, while they're rammed in places like the cutting. I think we're going to find just a couple more replays of the carnage on the last restart.
All right, so car 708, one of our Porsche Cup entries here, up across the top of the mountain. Oh, yeah, Reed and Sulman is always very difficult to negotiate. Fortunately, they were able to get it rolling again, the Momentum car. But yeah, it seems like there were just so many victims of cold tires there on that restart. Looking at the track temperature, it's still only 22 Celsius, and we're still very much in the morning conditions here. So they need to be mighty careful of how the track temperature is going to be evolving over the course of this race. We'll be getting to the point very shortly that the track will start warming up. And so I think those restart issues will be solved in the meantime. But for now, while the track is still cold, we'll find our way to potentially some more incidents. For the meantime, a little bit of vibes here at Mount Panorama. Just enjoy the sights and sounds as we get this safety car period done and dusted. watching the Player One Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12 Hour here on SimSpeed TV. First big event of the season for the Australia-New Zealand sim racing community. We're about to bring this next safety car period to an end. The safety car has come into pit lane, and Lockhart Brownlee and the Orbit Drop Bear Venus 682 will be ready to take the restart. Only car, along with the Eclipse Motorsport and Revolution E-Racing cars in 21st and 22nd, to not go for pit lane here. Getting ready to begin this stint with 8.5 hours remaining in the race. I'm Reese Gardner. David Haynes, alongside me in the commentary box, has been here since the very start. I'll be here on and off for the last 9 hours of the race. Let's get this green flag period going. Lockhart Brownlee doing the same thing he did on the last restart, waiting until Murray's corner to get on the power, and we are away. Green flag is out. And now we'll see Cody Deeth try to make his way forward. Already some big moves trying to be made there into the first corner. It looked to me like Jack Widdus is trying his best to move his way up the order. He's drawn alongside Lewis Greathead for 5th place. Meanwhile, positions being made up for the Momentum 78 there. A bit further up the straight, but already we've got another spinner coming out of Hell Corner. A lot of runoff area, though. That's the Vermilion Esports number 12 entry with Teo Sorono, I believe, at the wheel of that one. He'll be able to get rolling very nicely. The leader is in the wall, meanwhile. Lockhart Brownlee under a lot of pressure from Cody Deeth across the top, but it's going to be a real brave move from Cody to get it done at this part of the track, David.
Yeah, Brownlee's glanced the wall there on the exit of the cutting. Into the concrete, it seems to be still going. Cody Deeth now like, how close do I drive to this guy? Is he okay, or am I going to get dragged into his next accident? The two of them pulling away. Lachlan Capel in third, I think, trying to cut through there as well as the McLaren fires up its tyres. Team OCE BMW still very well placed on this restart. Momentum Racing got Gilchrist in 5th. Cody Deeth will be thinking, where do I send my move here versus this BMW that has way less fuel than me?
It's going to have to be at the Chase or Murray's. Pick up the slipstream and build up your speed as you find your way down this historic piece of public road / racetrack. But interestingly, it looks like Deeth is not too keen to get the pass done here. He's probably biding his time for the moment. I mean, he's certainly aware, as we are, that this BMW, if it doesn't spin, would have pitted pretty soon. That's a good recovery there from Lockhart Brownlee. He's going to get back on track, and this may be the opportunity they need to get into the pits. He's not going to go for it.
Wow. Big slide from him, and he loses the lead.
Porsche on Porsche violence. That was Bretton Hobson getting past Teo Sorono there at Murray's, not without a little bit of contact. Looks like Brett Loxton and the Team Jinx shifters Aston Martin is going to take advantage of that as well. Moves up the inside at turn 1. And we've got a whole pack of cars ready to take advantage of that. Jackson Dial in the Project 36 car, Pacific Esports with Stephen Banks, and Mosaic Motorsport with Jim Stoddart right at the back of this pack as well. Side by side into turn 2 almost never works. If you're on the outside, you almost surely have to yield. And it looks like Hobbo's going to give the position back to the 101 machine, and end up losing another position in the midst of it all as well to Jackson Dial. So a little bit of chaos in the midfield here. How about up the front of the field as well? That number 65 there finding its way into the wall, and that's caused some major drama.
2 cars heavily damaged exiting the cutting. You're seeing on another squeeze later on. Brett Loxton, heaps of damage. He's having to let the whole field go here. Destroyed into someone else who was spun, I thought, or was it vice versa?
Yeah, oh dear. Curtis Bird in the Rapid Theft Racing 65. That's not ideal for him. He's the car that was spun on the exit of the cutting. And I'm not sure if he was the Porsche leader at the time, but lost the rear end into the cutting. And, well, as the GT3s came up on him, they would have had zero warning that he was there. the Jinx Shifter's Aston Martin broadsiding him. Proper T-bone there.
Ryan Jones joins us. Ryan, how difficult is it to avoid someone else's accident?
Impossible, apparently. Yeah, these restarts are crazy. It's actually a bit head-scratching for us because our car was fairly planted on the restarts, but as you can see, a lot of drivers having a lot of problems, and I think this race is quickly deteriorating into survival of the fittest, isn't it?
Survival of the kept a fast repair in the back pocket, but you can only do that for so long. How we're seeing this bit so far. Cody Deep leads by over 2 seconds now. It's everyone behind him that has to have their elbows up high.
I just noticed as well on the restart, the 241, Kurt Chapman was at the wheel. He was slow moving with massive damage too, so that car's been in the fence unsighted on the restart and still in the lane. Don't know if they've got a fast repair available, so another casualty to the list.
Yeah, casualties aplenty at the mountain as always. Looks like they've used the fast repair there. And the 52 has as well. It's been quite rough, but fortunately we have avoided getting another safety car period started. So we'll remain under green flag conditions for the moment. Cody Deep leading by 2.3 seconds, but it's this early stage of the race, Ryan, where you're really focusing on getting yourself to those final 3 hours. I feel like everything that happens before the last 3 or so hours of the race is just a prologue.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I mean, once the green flag comes out, though, we all get a little bit red mist. I probably could have recognised that at turn 2 on lap 1. But just, and also, it's so easy. Sometimes you can get away with a touch. Sometimes you get a tiny touch and it spins you around, which is sort of what happened to me. But as often as we say, these 12-hour races are long enduro races. The more we do them, the more it feels like they just become 12-hour sprints. And especially with these restarts that we're seeing, yeah, I don't know. It's anyone's game at the moment.
So we're going to go to a quick replay. We found the incident for car 241, Kurt Chapman in the AITX Evolution E-Racing Audi, making the move at turn 2, but looks like got a little bit too much curb there and got spat into the outside barrier. Fortunately, everyone could see it coming and was able to make their way around him, but yeah, a lot of subtle foibles to this circuit, Ryan. You know, those curbs do look inviting, but you can't always use them, especially when the track is this cold.
Yeah, exactly. And if any of these drivers or teams are running a slightly lower wing setup to try and get that pace at the bottom of the mountain, that's what's catching them out across the top, and especially on the restarts when the tyres are cold. There we go, 3 wide.
Careful. A couple of Porsche Cup cars and a GT3 Porsche finding their way through.
That was Joshua Horton picking his way through. Zach Wentz-Smith on the inside, holds off Reece Dickerson.
Good battling going on between these two at the moment. They've got more GT3s coming up on them. Troy Stone Street in the car that has hit the most times in this race will be the next to come up on them across the top of the mountain. This is far from an ideal spot to be negotiating multi-class traffic, but in your experience, Ryan, how's the multi-class aspect been in this race? Because obviously there were some balance of performance modifications to put a bit of distance between the classes, so to speak.
Oh, Dickerson almost put it in the wall there and sort of forced a hand for Stone Street. Has to go through at an awkward spot. Yeah, well, the Cup car's been nerfed pretty heavily in terms of its weight. So it's still got the legs for the most part down the straight, but the GT3 is able to obviously get through the high aero stuff much quicker, and it can come off the corners a bit quicker as well, which is helping us. But if you catch a Cup car anywhere from really the cutting, you're sort of stuck unless you happen to get a really good run. Coming into McPhillamy Park, I made a couple of moves there, or otherwise it's the cutting to Forest Elbow. You're just sitting and losing 2 or 3 seconds at least.
Yeah, very important.
HTS are on old tyres here, by the way. They took fuel only at their last stop by the looks of things.
Yeah. Meanwhile, moving a bit further up the order here, the Team Max Boost Lamborghini, Campbell Adams, up behind Jack Wittes here. And Jack Vlahovic from Momentum has very kindly messaged me with some extra information about their drivers. Jack Wittes was apparently Matt Campbell's mechanic in Porsche Carrera Cup Australia back in 2017, so he's certainly got a lot of experience with these rear-engine machines from Stuttgart. Campbell Adams, especially in the in open wheel competition over at Formula Drivers League, has been right up the top in the last few months, and he has had a great run of form as of recent. See if he can get the move done here down Conrod Straight.
This car's been very, very exciting to watch in this last sort of hour or so, making moves. You saw it have a bit of a slide and exiting the cutting, but it was just good rotation. Now for down the inside of the chase. It's about as good as they're ever going to get, and we're back to having a bit of a momentum versus Eclipse battle again.
Yeah, it's Gianni Lutzu in the number 56 at the moment. Lutzu hailing from Perth, as does myself. He's going to make his way to the inside Behel corner. That's quite a dive. Maybe a little bit late for Jack Wittes' liking, but just enough curb on the exit to let the Ferrari through. And now the advantage for the Drop Bear Venus machine, which still hasn't pitted, David.
Yeah, but they seem to have shaken off whatever it was that caused them to spin earlier, battling for the lead. So it seems like Brownlee is right back in it, trying to go with this battle that is 6th through 9th. But Max Boost car is sort of getting away from this. Lutzu's going to hope that he can go with this. Brownlee down the inside of the cutting.
And Wittes is bumped wide. Fortunately doesn't find the outside wall, but the Momentum car has unfortunately lost some of that momentum, so to speak. And, well, Ryan, I guess there's no secret how Jack Wittes feels about that.
Yeah, flashing the lights, but honestly, it looked like a fair move from Brownlee. He got all the way up alongside Wittes and then maybe a fraction off the inside wall, but nothing too much in it. We see this so often, don't we? Wittes, he lost one spot, that became 2, that became 3 in these little packs of cars. As soon as you get put off your line, everyone else wants to get a piece of you as well, and Wittes has found that out the hard way. He's -3 in the last 6.2 kilometres, and now he'll try to reset and fend off Rhino Sullivan, who's the next car behind him for Eclipse.
Brownlee with some scuffs on that BMW, so on the way into McPhillamy, he hit the wall again.
Redress.
Interesting. Apparently, Lockhart Brownlee did not agree that the move was on. Now he's forced defensive versus Ryan O'Sullivan. When does this car decide to come into pit lane?
There's some tactic to that, though, Reese. If you look at it, you go, yeah, it might have been a fair move. They might think it was a fair move, but do they think that race control might give them a penalty if it's called in? And the risk of a 5-second or 10-second penalty versus just laying off for half a second, probably the smarter long-term option there. Risk management.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes total sense there. Interesting battle going on here. Car number 55. This is back in the order. Jim Stoddart in the number 10 entry, running 23rd place as Liam Reston gets up the inside of him and takes that 23rd spot. Looks like a cut beneath from the Vermilion Esports number 12 of Joshua Horton as well, a little bit further back. Kobe Jones, who was one of the cars to bring out the most recent safety car, dispatching the Porsche quite nicely through turn 1. It was quite the interesting incident. Obviously, the drivers up the top, Ryan, they are pushing as hard as they dare across the top of the mountain, but there's very little margin for error, especially on the exit of the filming.
Yeah, exactly right. And the longer we go into this race, the easier it's going to be to make those mistakes. The marbles are going to build up offline. And have we talked about that rain that was on the forecast for around midday in Sim? Because if they're spinning on restarts now, I dread to think what the rain might look like.
You know what? I hear rain. I'm at Bathurst. All I think of is McPhillamy Puddle of Death. I'm sure that's going to be an option there as, oh dear, that's race control slamming Jack Widdus with a 5-second penalty for weaving before the green flag. So that's mildly unfortunate for this machine we ride on board with. The Momentum Racing 78 will cost themselves some track position at their next pit stop as Lockhart Brownlee tries to make the move again. The Eclipse Ferrari is starting to round them up.
No favours going to go the way of Brownlee here from Jack Widdus, I don't think. Threw the block down at the chase. Won't be happy with that move. You know, Jack, he does like to defend. Even in these longer races, he gets his elbows out. So I don't think this is going to be an easy one for Brownlee. And as you mentioned, that Eclipse car, it's lurking.
It certainly is. David, this is a really tough position to be in, really, because Ryan O'Sullivan obviously has the pace over these two, but I feel like he's catching them in the wrong places.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this and spoken about it earlier, about the different strengths of the Ferrari. Seemed very good on a restart. Porsche seemed pretty good at the end of their fuel run. And then we were seeing that the Ferrari was kind of making some time in some other hands over the top of the mountain, less so in a straight line, which can be a frustrating way to be quick, because you can feel very quick, but end up stuck behind some straight line bullets.
Yeah, not ideal at all. In the meantime, there has been a pit stop for the number 30, the Eclipse Motorsport McLaren. Cameron Stubbers jumped out of it, and Luis Polo Gallon has taken over the car. So
Fastest car on track last lap was this Team Max Boost Lamborghini. It's gone from leading the last battle to being on the tail of this battle. It is flying.
Absolutely is. There's been some drama at turn 2, though. Blake Urquhart in the Pacific Esports Racing number 5 in the Porsche Cup entry, spinning at turn 2. And a mechanical black flag for them. Question is, can they make it back to the pits? Oh no, this isn't ideal. A tow might have to be requested. And that may be another safety car coming out. He was trying to make the move round the outside of Dean Hunt in the Frog Leap Juiced Racing Blue entry. And unfortunately, there was contact. Very tight lines through those turns. He's managed to get it off the track, but yeah, I think that car is not going anywhere quickly.
No, they've requested a tow. They've only got one-wheel drive, and they haven't been able to get uphill. And that is a nasty spot. Let's look how it happened.
On the Logitech G replay, you'll see the machine go to the outside there. Dean Hunt really couldn't do anything to avoid that. He was as far to the right as he could be, but a massive hit to the wall, and every bit of the Porsche's drivetrain is over those rear wheels. So you hit the wall with the rear of the car, and that is effectively day done. Safety car is back out again.
They should make the Porsche Cup car out of the Turbo 4S or something instead of the GT3. Then it'd have four-wheel drive.
Yeah, at the very least, you'd be getting some traction on the front wheels. What little there would be. So Blake Urquhart with quite a difficult sequence of events there. And no surprise to see that we've got a lot of people pitting from further back in the GT3 field. We've got Rapid Theft in, we've got Mosaic Motorsport in, Evolution Racing Team 555 has jumped in, Reese Wakefield in the One Performance Racing 144 also bringing it in. Looks like a short pit stop for them, only 14 seconds in the box, but Rapid Theft with Kevin Norman and Mosaic with Leo Dreyer, both in the pits for an extended period of time. They're going to be getting some full service done to that car. We've had some Porsche Cup cars in the midfield make their way in as well. Russ Green in the HTS Racing yellow car. We have Matthew Gerard in the Frog Leap Juice Racing 297. Momentum, both Momentum Porsche cars making their way in. And we have the McLaren from Orbit Drop Bear making its way into. More GT3 pitters finding their way in. Looks like our leaders have decided to do the same thing. Falcon Sim Racing has jumped in. Cody Deeth bringing it into the pits with Lachlan Capel, Lewis Greathead, Matt Thompson, Gianni Lutzu. Looks like it is on for young and old in pit lane right now. But Brock Gilchrist, the 2024 GT4 New Zealand champion in the real world, is going to take the lead of the race in the Momentum Racing 788. Campbell Adams just behind him there in second place. Everyone behind them has jumped into the pit lane. It looks like a driver change in the number 1, David. James Beaumay has taken over the Falcon Sim Racing car, one of the drivers to compete in the official iRacing Bathurst 12-hour a bit earlier a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I think they've been doing driver changes at almost every pit stop in the number 1 car. It was in contrast to who they were racing, where we had Sam Campbell, for example, Sean Campbell. Sam Campbell's a comedian. Sean Campbell doing some double stints, and they've been doing a couple more double stints in that McLaren, whereas the Ferrari from Falcon changing more regularly. Ryan, which strategy were you guys sort of aiming for? Because you could double drivers, but then no penalty to changing them every stop either.
Well, the overall strategy hinged on getting through the first lap, so it sort of went out the window there. But I was looking at the swapping every stint strategy just because the way the rules are written, it's based on total laps. You've got to have a max of 40% driver time and a minimum of 25%. So you've sort of got to try and do a little bit of guesswork as to how long the race is going to go. And obviously the amount of safety cars we get, the amount of rain we get and what the pace drops to was all going to affect that as well. So doing that swap every stint sort of ensures everyone remains pretty equal in terms of their strategy. But we had a couple double stints in there. We were pretty much racing to lap 200, and then we knew that we were going to have one driver at minimum laps no matter how long the race went, and then you sort of just alternate to the end. And I'll be interested to see if anyone else does that strategy. But yeah, it's a tricky one with the way it's written, and it was doing my head in, and I'm sure there are a lot of smarter people out there who are sitting there thinking, actually, it's quite simple, but I'd love to know how they worked it out.
Yeah, it is quite a few numbers and requirements to wrap your head around. A little bit of a refresh for you all there, just in case you've just jumped into the broadcast or you've needed your memory refreshed. Different rules for 3-car teams and 4-car teams, but actually, yes, I've only just realized that, Jay pointing out that it was 3 in the morning when he typed this out. 3 driver teams. Because there are a few teams that have entered 3 or more cars in this race, but of course, these rules are about drivers per car. But regardless, those are the requirements that Ryan was talking about. And now that the pit cycles have been complete under this safety car, David, it looks like we're about to see this come to a close. We'll get a bit of a refresh on the balance of performance as well. The Ford Mustang, the only car to maintain its full fuel capacity. The Porsche 911 Cup with that 60 kilograms of extra weight and minus 5% on the power with 80% fuel tank capacity, helping to put a bit more distance between our classes here. But looks like every GT3 car has had at least some weight added to try and equalize the performance as best they can. And I think the balance of performance has worked out pretty well in this race so far. Granted, a good portion of my time on this broadcast so far has been under safety car, but it seemed like we've had a nice variance of machinery at the top.
Yeah, and then different conditions come and go. So cold tires on the restart, light fuel at the end of a stint in the dark, and then into the day. Track slowly heating up, could get to a hot track later on, and the track seems like it started very green and has rubbered in. So all of these differences and changes just sort of give each different car its little moment. Do love the token 1 kilogram in the Porsche 992 GT3. Ryan Jones and his friends racing around with, I don't know, a kilogram of plain flour or self-raising in the passenger seat.
A few cookies for the mid-race munchies under safety car.
True. And if you consume them, then
they still count, yeah.
Yep, they still count. You still have that 1 kilogram.
What do the rules say about where the ballast must be, though?
In your belly, Jay says. I would assume for the Porsche it would be ideal to put ballast in the front of the car because that's where the fuel tank is, and it's also the reason that the car goes light in the front end when the fuel is low. Looks like wave rounds happening at the moment, or we've got some double file going on. Brock Gilchrist and Campbell Adams at the front of this field. It looks like the AITX Revolution E-Racing Audi is going to make its way around the safety car. Officially, the wave rounds are getting done here.
Ryan, you're known to stand trackside and point a camera. We've been trying to find a name for this guy just behind the concrete barrier on the outside of the cutting. So suggestions included filming, Pitbull, or Cam Holder.
I'm a big fan of Cam Holder.
Yeah, I like that too.
I'm not smart enough to come up with another fun name like that, or funny enough, but I will get on the Cam Holder bandwagon. Big fan of that.
This is his brother. Yeah, Nick Con. That could be Nick Con there.
I will say I would not be game enough to stand there in real life. Not even sure that we can get there, actually.
Then the other guy, I'm pretty sure you can't stand legally where the other fella is in someone's driveway. And then there's a whole bunch of people in these areas standing on private property. And you're like, I don't think I've ever seen that many people on private property. That you got to be the other side of the fence. Heaps of people in the GA areas, but you know, who's this guy? Who's this guy friends with? Here's Cam.
You know, yeah, and this guy, I have some memories with him. When I was a few weeks ago doing the official iRacing Bathurst 12-hour broadcast with our friends at Race Spot TV, we got some slow motion of cars coming out of the cutting, but this guy was still going full speed. And so he was whipping the camera around at light speed on the broadcast feed. He had he probably had one too many energy drinks in the lead up to the race. Obviously, you have to get up quite early for the start of a race like this. So his name's Kyle, Jay says.
Actually, a couple of decent places to get coffee at Bathurst. It's a more cultured city than some people might give it credit for.
It's a very nice place. Having been there about
there's one
6
problem.
times.
They've got 2 Woolworths that are across the street from each other in 2 different shopping centres. So Thursday, I drove to Woolworths, pulled into the car park, got into the shopping centre, went into Woolworths. Next day, I pick up my friend from the train station. We're driving down the same street. I turn into the underground car park with the sign that says Woolworths, and I'm like, hang on. This is a different shopping centre than I was in yesterday. And I look at the map, and there's 2 shops, and they're called Woolworths Bathurst and Woolworths Bathurst City. And they are genuinely 80 metres apart from each other on the same street. Someone needs to fix this.
The most important question in my mind is, how did the prices compare?
One of the shopping centres, I think, has been refurbished a little more recently than the other. So in terms of what was stocked and the prices, they were identical. But one of them got a nice food court next to it and got a BWS. The other one is next to a Kmart where I don't think anyone will stop you if you're trying to shoplift. Like there was zero sense of any care from the staff working there.
Well, you heard it here first.
I paid for my camping supplies at Kmart, if you need to know.
We believe you. So you heard it here first from David Haynes. 2 Woolworths in Bathurst. Be sure which one you go for. And we're getting...
There's a chance.
Oh.
There is a 1% chance of rain in about an hour.
Oh, okay.
But I think crucially, that's at 11:15 a.m. If I remember, when I looked at the forecast pre-race, it was about midday that the big chance of rain was. So the fact that we've got 1% 45 minutes before then is probably a good sign. Well, a good sign for us as spectators.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you're not in the car, Ryan.
Yeah,
anymore. So you can just kick back and enjoy the chaos that will inevitably erupt. But I don't envy the drivers that are behind the wheel in those conditions.
Or maybe I'll get back in from 30 laps down and set some flyers under the rain.
Maybe. Cam, Kyle, Holder. Well,
Oh, he's looking. He's scrolling through. That one's overexposed. I got the panning wrong on that one. Oh, this one's a bit dark.
That one's got too many. That one's got a bit of motion blur, too many jitters. I better hold off on the energy drinks, etc.
This sounds exactly like
this one a bit too much.
It sounds exactly like my conversations to myself after every photo. Now, wrong, underexposed, overexposed, out of focus. Oh no.
Yeah, I felt that way trying to develop the photos I took at the supercars at Wanneroo last year.
Develop them? What did you take them on? You're developing your photos still?
You know what I mean. Lightroom has a develop screen. That's what I don't
know. Those old cameras are coming back into rage. It's all part of the trend now. You pull the old 1940s camera out, you put the film strip into it.
One of my friends has got a Soviet-era, like 1960s manual film camera. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it was the most common one for enthusiast photographers in the Soviet Union.
I'll have to take your word for it.
Yeah, quite interesting. It would be nice to shoot on film. I've seen plenty of excellent photos being shared that have that sort of nostalgic film grain look with modern race cars. There's actually also a guy that went around with Formula One a few years ago with a film camera from the 1920s, I believe. It was one of those really old cameras. It was just a giant box on a tripod.
It's a large format diaphragm camera.
Yeah, and the photos that came out of that, just surreal. Seeing all of this modern machinery shot in that style, just a really interesting visual clash. Well, the chatter should probably subside because we are about to go green again here in the Player One Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12 hour. Thanks to Logitech G and Suit Speed supporting the Balin Stewart Foundation as well. Finding our way to the green flag with Momentum Racing 788, Rob Gilchrist in the lead. And it looks like he's going to get away very early to this restart. It's going to be a nice jump that he's got over Campbell Adams, and Jack Widdis is very deep into Murray's as he tries to get back up to speed. There was almost contact there for first and second, and we got a car spinning out of Murray's. That's going to be the One Performance Racing Corvette of Tom Seath. And this is not going to be ideal for everyone coming through. Once again, cold tyres off a restart. Drivers pushing a little too hard and spinning in these early conditions. Fortunately, he's avoided getting in the wall too hard, so we should be able to get rolling. But that car's going to be going all the way to the back.
Got to wait for the whole field to go. Sometimes there's a concertina effect deeper in the field, but that started very early in the field. And even your race leader, Brock Gilchrist, got it super squirrely coming onto power out of Murray's corner. And just seems like they just all so anxious to get going, and the car and the grip feels unpredictable. They get around.
Oh no! Adams is around too. Lachlan Capel will move into second place. Jack Widdis to third, and Campbell Adams is in a really rough spot here. The apex of Reed Park. This is far from ideal. Right where the bump is. Well, actually, the bump smooths out over on the left side of the circuit, so it's probably slightly better for traction for everyone having to make their way around the outside, but it's such a rough position to be in, isn't it, David, when you've spun and it's a restart, so you have to make sure that you let everyone go. And the Porsche's lost its rear wing as well. That's not ideal.
Well for Orbit Drop Air Jupiter, because they took fuel at the last safety car. They were starting behind a bunch of cars that didn't, but now they're already up past half them because they've all speared off the track. Capel's into second place. His main rival, we're seeing Falcon Sim Racing, have also profited a little bit from this. They've got heaps more fuel in their tank, and they're going to get another one. You can't barrel in full speed here with no fuel.
No, you cannot. Jack Widdis with plenty of drama here, and I don't know if he'll be able to make it into pit lane here with all these cars off to his left side. He just manages to find a space to make his way in. That is disastrous for momentum and max boost there. We do still have a momentum car in the lead of the race, but it would have been nice for them to have a couple up there. This is what happened to Wittes on the way into the cutting. The rear end just lets go on the elevation change, and it looks like Adams, having to take avoiding action in the midst of all of that, lost control of his car.
This is what we've seen from those cars multiple times now, the Lamborghini, that if it has to change line or change course in the middle of the corner when they've already committed, it's so light in the rear and unstable.
Yeah, the Lamborghini, and I think any mid-engine GT3 car may deal with those same kinds of issues. Now the million cars here running 8th and 9th on track together. Lewis Greathead ahead, Joshua Horton behind. It's been a pretty insane restart once again, but fortunately not quite as chaotic as the last two. Now these two cars will have to try and find their way forward, getting past Stuart Ellis, who is our camera car looking from the rear for the moment. Nice battle for 6th place developing here. Everyone from 6th down to 13th covered by less than a second, but there's a move there. Coming into the elbow. This is not often an overtaking spot, but they've managed to get it done. Both the million Porsches passed. It looks like the Eclipse Ferraris are going to try and do the same thing.
Ellis is going to lose 3 spots through his troubles there because Byron Pearce has got a great run and the toe up Conrod straight. Matthew Bowler's looking as well.
That's close.
I'll tell you what, 12-hour race, not even halfway through. How much do you want to challenge the netcode? They get away with it, and Ellis finally tucks back in, but now he's going to have to look rearwards at Matthew Bowler as well, who we know, another very fast driver. Those Eclipse cars have looked very fast all day.
That they have. Ultimately facing a few issues of their own. The spins at turn 1 and up at McPhillamy Park, one of which brought out a safety car. Back to the Porsche Cup battle, meanwhile. This is looking like an absolute mess at the moment. The 708 and 705 battling over 5th place. With momentum Australia-wide and Frogleap juiced in the midst of all of this. Ryan Borg in the Proline Esports car trying to stake his claim in the middle of this pack. Looks like they've got the Evolution Racing Team 555 back there with them as well. So that car's going to be trying its best to make its way up. Those GT3 cars in the midst of that battle, battling for 26th place in their class. This is not an ideal position for them to be in. They want to make their way past these Porsches before they get to the cutting.
That 222 car that currently has Ryan Borg at the wheel, if I remember right, that car was backwards at one point earlier in this race. So on the comeback trail for Proline Esports, they've cleared most of those Cup cars now, and going back to qualifying, that 222 was very fast. So if they can keep out of trouble again, they'll find their way back to the front.
222's been feast or famine. You say, I think they've been backwards once, they've been backwards multiple times, then come back through and then rinse and repeat. They've been one of the action highlights so far, and they continue to deliver. This pace potential is massive out of the Lamborghinis, but they seem like they're tough to drive. We've seen them crashed, looped, everywhere all the time.
Yeah, it's a rough go of things for the Lamborghinis today. Maurice Gasol has to wait until the exit of Forest Elbow to get past the Porsche Cup car. Back to the battle for 8th here. Stephen Banks holding off Stuart Ellis and the One Performance Racing Corvette. And it looks like that's going to be potential position at the chase, but the Mustang is going to hold strong out of the chase. And here come the Eclipse Sim Sports cars. Look at the racing behind them, though. Jackson Dial and Joseph Parkinson battling for 12th spot just behind. Proper drag race, and it could be 3 wide here if Marcelo Rivera has anything to say about it in the ERT McLaren. Well, that's going to result in some clean racing on the way out of turn 1, but now we've got to wait for Griffins. This is this is a real mess, isn't it?
You couldn't get a slip of paper between them on the run into Murray's corner. That was crazy stuff, and Parkinson's still in the fight here, David. Oh, hip check.
Yeah. No, if you weren't all the way clear going into Griffin's Bend and you were around the outside, you were going to lose. That's why I thought around the outside of turn 1, give me that for the inside of Griffin's Bend rather than the opposite.
Careful not to go too wide on the exit of the cutting, though. Stuart Ellis does still lead the way in this fight for 9th place, and the battle now goes all the way down to 18th position. Liam Reston at the back of this one in car number 55. That's the Summit SimSport Flash Graphics Ferrari. Sparks flying through McPhilliby Park, as this is where the downforce is at its highest in GT3 competition. No moves to be made in the S's. It's one line fits all through this part of the circuit. We'll see who gets the best run out onto Conrod Straight. Our leader, Brock Gilchrist, has really skipped away. 2.7 seconds now is the gap for the lead. Lachlan Cable has been unable to keep up with him. This is really where the fighting's at. Looks like there's battles ahead for 3rd and 6th, but these last couple of positions in the top 10, it is on.
Kobe Jones made that move to 3rd. He was the fastest car on track at one point. We've got the move going on here. A good day to be in a Ferrari, at least right now. Falcon Sim Racing, James Bomey sets a new fastest car out on track this lap by, getting down into the 201. So the Ferraris are flying.
And we've been instructed to look at the weather forecast for 11:30. Oh, rain chance has gone up to 98%, and I'm seeing a symbol of a cloud with rain coming down from it. So it being 10:09 a.m. in Sim, within the next 90 minutes, we should expect rain. This is going to make things quite interesting.
Oh, someone was off the road in the background.
It might have been the one performance car for John Trott, or it was a Ferrari.
Go back and take a look at that. Yes, John Trott, the number 47, in a Ferrari, and that was just running wide on the exit of Hell Corner. No spin, and not much else to say about it. He did lose a position, but he was still able to roll, which is good to see.
Well, this chance of rain is starting to make me very sad with not being left in this race. I was really looking forward to that. But I suppose, as we're going to suspect that, here's what happened to the OPR car out wide. Just grabs that grass. It sort of pulls you. Once you're out there, hard to get off the grass before you pick up an off track.
Yeah, and in my experience, when you hit that bump, it's very easy to lose the car. So props to John Trott for being able to hold on to it.
Less Trott's more steep chase.
Indeed. Well, run out of Forest Elbow now for Jackson Dial. This Project 36 Porsche has been right in the midst of this midfield battle for the majority of this race. The Mustang of Stephen Banks ahead has been dispatched by Stuart Ellis and Matthew Bowler. It seems the slowest car in this pack as it's side by side behind. There's the move. Dial with a perfect move up the inside of the chase, and it looks like the Team OCE BMW is going to try and take advantage. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, side by side here between Bradley Ratu and Stuart Shaw. Ratu in the Orbit Drop Bear Mars BMW trying to find their way up the field. The BMW, for the most part, is considered the easiest car to drive in the GT3 class, but the pace potential can be somewhat limited by that ease of driving. That's your lead in Porsche, Jed Van Hemert and Craig Schultz. 3.8 seconds between them as things stand, but both of them have GT3 traffic to deal with.
The state of that 95, it looks pristine now. It was a mess for a long time earlier on, but it's come good right now. 3rd fastest car, maybe 4th fastest in hand, and they've used manual repairs to clean that up. They've taken some long stops under safety car, replaced body panels, straightened everything out, and apparently still have their fast repair in their back pocket. That's actually really promising for the 9.5, playing the long game.
More defense for the Frogleaf Juiced racing car as Russ Green tried to make his way past. I'm seeing Stephen Banks falling down the order. Pacific Esports Racing Mustang has gone off the circuit up the top, and that looks like heavy damage to the front left and right rear. I wonder if there was contact. There's going to be gravel on the circuit at Skyline.
Here we go. Joseph Parkinson, the car in behind him.
There we go.
Just the rear, and that's a nasty hit for Stephen Banks.
Right at the apex, there was front to rear contact.
I've never seen a car hit the concrete on the inside there.
No, yeah, I haven't either. That's the first time I've seen a car spinning, hitting that inside barrier. Well, fortunately for Banks, he's been able to get the car rolling. They will have to bring that car in for some major repairs. Boot lid is loose, but we will stay green. This is the onboard view from the OCE BMW. It looked like a really poor run across the top for Banks there, way down on speed. And, I mean, once you've committed to McPhillamy Park, there's really not much you can do. The AITX Revolution E-Racing Aston Martin of Stuart Shaw with problems at the chase.
Yeah, they're back on the road, and it's at McPhillamy Park there when you have a bit of a check-up behind another car that can lead to some problems. It was Caleb Hyde's behind a Porsche Cup car that caused him to then spin off the road, and that's just a change of direction.
A lot of promotion for Kippy Graphics there.
Oh, another
There's
one.
Reese Wakefield, the next car to go for a slide in the One Performance Racing Audi, which is a car that we've seen in quite a bit of trouble not too far in the past. Unfortunately for Mr. Wakefield, that's going to be another few positions lost, and that car falls outside the top 30.
Make a bookmark right now. Team Max Boost a 30th place. You can see them back in the top 5 if this plays out. You know, they bring the same pace that they've had earlier. Speaking of the top 5, Gomi 3/10 taken out of Bent's last lap. Gets in towards that slipstreaming range. This car was the Falcon Sim Racing Team #1, the Ferrari.
Nice fight going on between these two. James Beaumay is an international competitor running under the flag of the UK, and he is mighty fast. Has had plenty of experience at this track in the past. At the moment,
We're going to talk underneath the flag. Lutzu's been racing underneath the flag of the Vatican City, and Liam Reston is racing under the flag of the British Virgin Islands.
someone was racing under the flag of Pakistan earlier too.
Someone's got Mongolia.
Yes. Ferrari on the Porsche, making its way through turn 2. We'll see what James is able to do versus Jason. Bensi here is quite an experienced competitor at Bathurst, always a factor when it comes to enduro time in the various supercars championships held in this area of the world. So quite the tough competitor for James Beaumay to come up against.
Changes going on in that Porsche Cup class. For the fact that it's only got a third as many cars as GT3 in it, it's actually almost just as dense with action.
That's not good. Or is it a scheduled pit stop?
Looks
I
like
think this is 26 laps since their last stop.
they are missing the right side mirror though. Look at that.
It looks like they just didn't attach it. The car looks clean otherwise.
Oh dearie me.
Is that up on the jacks? Because they've now been stopped more than 35 seconds, which is a fuel-only stop. Then the car goes up on jacks, which I didn't see, but I don't think it's massive.
Right. We are checking to see what's happened with that car. And considering
Mirror
what we've
on
just
the
heard
wall.
from Jay, a slight yelp. Reed Park is where it happened. So the 95, that's quite the hit actually. So that may not have been a scheduled pit stop after all. Pretty heavy damage to the front right.
Yeah, well, in fact, I'm surprised it didn't just completely collapse the whole right front assembly and he was able to get it back to the lane.
Mirrors least of the concerns. We saw that happen to a Corvette as well. You couldn't see any damage other than the mirror missing, but there was clearly a lot more to it than just the mirror. Five for position here. Second, third, fourth, fifth in the Porsche Cup class. Vermillion, your class leader, are out of here 15 seconds. So it's Vermillion. Hold your breath. Momentum rapid there, frog leap juiced Australia-wide momentum.
Quite the fight going on here.
Australia-wide might have the best tyres in this fight based on the last pit stop times as well. I think there's a few cars in front of them that didn't take tyres at their last stop. Well, I believe the 405 did. They're just in behind Dean Hunt and the frog leap juiced car at the moment, heading up to turn 2 here. They look like they've got a bit more grip, a bit more poise or balance.
We'll have to observe them for a short while to see. There's not much you can change on the Porsche Cup car in terms of setup, and the suspension is very rudimentary compared to its GT3 counterparts. So you do have to drive around the characteristics of the car somewhat in this class. It's largely down to driving style, where you see the big differences being made, and Porsche on Porsche violence is high potential at the moment here on the way down through the S's. The GT3 Porsche, you see a much wider track, much wider axles, and plenty more in terms of aerodynamics. They themselves, though, are under pressure from the Max Boost Lamborghini that gets up the inside at the elbow. And that will be through there for, I believe, Campbell Adams still at the wheel of this one. Zach Wentz-Smith has lost out ever so slightly from his competitors ahead. It's going to be side by side between the 405 and the 197. Dean Hunt versus Alexander Morris on the way through the chase. And that's a really tough position to be in as well, being in a Porsche Cup car on the outside of the run into the chase. 405 ahead, but 197 of Dean Hunt looking for a way through. Here comes the GT3 Lamborghini. Might squeeze up the inside. No, they're going to have to wait for this battle to work out.
There we
when
go.
you've got the Cup cars all stacked up like that, it becomes way tougher for the GT3s to make their way through. We're beginning to see it sort of clog up a little bit, and then the pressure released.
Just while we're watching this battle, I think it's probably worth noting that Lachlan Capel's starting to eat into that lead that Brock Gilchrist had built in the early running after this restart. So keep an eye on the timing tower there, see if Capel can claw that Drop Bear Jupiter car closer to the outright lead, as Zach Wentz-Smith again side by side in the turn 2. Loses out.
Yeah. Change of position meanwhile for fourth. James Bomey on the back of Jason Bentz for a few laps now, and this is where he made the move for that position. Amazing that he pulled it up there, but I think he went a little deep. Bentz had to back out on the exit and makes his feelings known about that very promptly.
The old no option. I like that. If you're stuck behind a bloke for a few laps, get it done. He's clearly got the pace and he's cleared out already.
It's a very fast car, that Falcon Sim Racing Ferrari. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on the battle for sixth, Joshua Horton and Byron Pierce fighting in the eternal Ferrari versus Porsche battle. Been a fixture of sports car racing for going on 70 years now, just about. These two brands making their cases for being the dominant force in endurance competition. The Ferrari for the moment does seem like the car to have versus the Porsche. There are plenty of Porsche teams that have had some great runs here today, but the Falcon Sim Racing team in particular, with their Ferrari and the Eclipse cars too, they just seem to have found something a little bit extra here in the middle phase of the race. But you know, pretty much optimum conditions at the moment, David. It's not going to stay like that for long, though. We are about an hour away from potentially seeing our first rain of the race.
And we started to see the track become a little overcast in places. The sun has come back out. We're getting a gentle climb of the track temperature. That's all going to go away when the rain falls from the sky. But that, you can't think about that just yet. It's still too far away. You plan your strategy around you know, what's in front of you, what's on your plate, not what's for dinner tomorrow night.
7.5 hours remain as Byron Pierce powers out of Forest Elbow, trying desperately to latch onto the back of Joshua Horton. Just within slipstream range at the moment, but it seems that the Porsche, typically from what I'd expect from a car of its layout, nailing traction out of slow corners, having so much weight on the rear of the car. You have those rear tyres being driven into the tarmac every time you get on the power. No moves to be made in the latter half of the lap here. A really good matchup between these teams, I have to say. Vermilion and Eclipse, proper fixtures in the top 10. They take up the majority of the top 10 places at the moment. Running third, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth. Quite a good run from both of these teams at the moment, making a solid case for themselves in the middle phases.
I tell you what, though, Horton is pushing that car. He was so close to the wall on the exit of Griffin's Bend there, and here's Marcelo Rivera in P12 for ERT. Is that Jackson Dial just in front of him in P11 there?
The 95's going again after the incident we saw from them.
Nicely done for the 95. Sam Muir taking over the 9.5 Sim Sports car. And Team Jinx Shifters number 52, we've seen Thomas Hinds and Brett Loxton in that car thus far. We now have Reese Wakefield trying to make up a position on them with Brett O'Keefe at the wheel. And that will be as easy as you like on the way down Mountain Straight. I think these two cars are running very different races at the moment. Reese Wakefield is pulling out all the stops to try and get that Audi back up through the field after the myriad issues that it's suffered so far.
The fastest car in the top 10, and I would assume on the racetrack, James Blamey, P4. He is got the eyes locked on at the moment, honing in on the back of Kobe James for Eclipse.
We don't have as much field spread in the top 5 as we were having early on in the race. We had that point where the first 2 or 3 would just bolt away from the rest of the pack. But seeing less of that now that I guess the Eclipse 67 is in the top 5 and the momentum cars have picked up a little bit more speed as well. So the top 5 is still only within 7 seconds of each other. So you're right, they're only picking up a couple of tenths every lap. Doesn't need to be too many laps till he's in the podium places and then he's putting pressure on the leaders.
Marcelo Rivera made his way past Jackson Dial for 11th down at Murray's Corner and is now passed, but it looks like that's resulted in a bit of a compression in the battle for 11th. Brenton Hobson and Liam Reston in the 88 and the 55 have caught up to them, and it's a 4-way fight for P11 and GT3 at the moment. The interesting thing to see is whether or not Rivera will be able to get enough pace out of that ERT McLaren to get the gap on them. Oh dear, it looks like we've just seen a penalty come in from race control for the Evolution Racing Team 555, passing under yellow back on lap 97. That's a safety car infringement for them, and that's going to be a drive-through.
We've seen parts off this car, we've seen them a lap down, and now we see them get a penalty.
Yeah, it's been a really tough race for one of the quickest driver lineups of everyone. You know, these the guys driving this car have had plenty of GT3 championship victories between them. John Piesnick and Reese Gasol, two of the quickest drivers in GT machinery in the country, for my money.
You and I used to commentate on them just locking out 1 and 2 every week in whatever that GTE league was.
Indeed.
Occasionally, Ross Rizzo would save enough fuel to split in between them.
Yeah, that would have been the GT Leagues Australia GT3 Championships.
We picked this up race. Ironically, last time by was the first lap in quite a while that Brock Gilchrist was quicker than Lachlan Capel. Normally, Capel's been picking up 2 or 3 tenths here or there. He took 6 tenths on one lap a few laps ago, but that time by, you can see it reversed on the graphic there. 2 tenths in favour of Gilchrist.
Looks to me like this Porsche is a bit lighter on fuel as well, don't forget. On their 33rd lap on this stint, the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car on its 17th lap. So, yes, potentially the balance of power shifting in the favour of the Porsche as the fuel has burnt off. But it's been a nice, consistent run from Lachlan Capel, hasn't it? He's managed to maintain that gap, bring it down ever so slightly. They're in a good spot at the moment in Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. But surely there's a pit stop coming soon for the Momentum Racing 788. Brock Gilchrist will probably only have a few laps left.
Then Eclipse from 3rd place, not too far after that either, and it could cycle out to being Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter ahead of Falcon Sim Racing Team. Next car on that same strategy is Eclipse Sim Sports 56, Byron Pierce, who we were looking at earlier. Here comes the leader to the pit lane.
Righto. So Brock Gilchrist brings it in. Will he stay in the car or will he hand it over to one of his compatriots? Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter will lead across the line. And fun fact from Jay behind the scenes, the only cars in the field with 0 incidents are the 2 Logitech safety cars. So everyone has had some kind of off somewhere.
Well, it's in the name, isn't it?
Yes.
Wait till they're required in the rain. We'll see if they can keep that 0 incident count. I just want to mention that Brock Gilchrist, I believe he clips those pit entry cones. And I remember there was some discussion about them pre-race.
Yeah, that's not very ideal. Dylan Walker, V8 Scops Supports champion last year, is going to take over the Momentum 788. And that car will have quite the long stop ahead of it here. 40 seconds in the box. But back out onto the circuit, they'll come in 23rd place. I'm sure we'll have quite the battle ahead of them with Campbell Adams in the Team Max Boost number 81, which is approaching the time they'll have to come into the pits next. Meanwhile, battle for 19th. Ian Plough leading the way here with Bradley Ratu and the Orbit Drop Bear BMW. Getting chased by John Trott and Ryan Borg. There's racing going on everywhere you look. There's battles for 2nd place, for 5th, for 10th, for 13th, for 19th, and that's just in GT3. The top 3 in Porsche, in the Porsche Cup, are together on track at the moment as well. Rapid Theft number 65 is leading the way for them, with Australia-wide and Momentum making up the current podium spots in our 2nd class. One Performance Racing 13, next car to make its way into the pits, Dean Mackay going to take over car number 13 as the next race control penalty comes in. That is that is for the incident back on lap 105 with the number 17 Mustang at McPhillamy. That's the Team OCE number 35 getting a drive-through penalty.
They've done very well with their strategy in that BMW, so it's unfortunate that this happens for them. So you've got to do your strategy and your driving both cleanly to be successful.
I'll keep that in mind for 2027, David.
Oh, yeah, good. Set a calendar reminder, mate.
Well, back to Murray's corner then for the One Performance Racing Ferrari, as there's a bit of spacing out at the front of this fight. John Trott falling back ever so slightly as Joseph Parkinson brings it in for that drive-through. And Campbell Adams brings the Team Max Boost Lamborghini in for their next pit stop. That fastest lap that you're seeing there probably isn't going to count because it included a pit entry.
At turn 2, about 10 seconds ago, Luis Paulo Gallen, I think, come as close as he could possibly come to crashing with Taylor Serrano without actually ending up in the fence.
Yeah,
Get a replay of that. That would be great. That was very close.
That's the Eclipse number 30 in the Vermilion Esports 101. Kobe Jones, meanwhile, under pressure for second place now from James Beaumais, with Lachlan Capel not too far ahead, encountering some Porsche traffic coming into the chase. Antal Sabo and Matthew Gerard have just traded spots there. That was the fight for 8th in the Porsche Cup class as things stand. So we're going to be getting a replay very shortly of that incident that you were just talking about here, Ryan.
He ends up... You got to watch this gap between the grass on the left and the car in front.
Oh dear. Oh goodness.
And I have no idea how he did not end up in the fence on the outside there, because he was in the grass on the left, into the car on the right. Got away with it.
Yeah,
I am stuck in the middle with you.
Absolutely. You got to think as well with turn 2, and I talk about this every time we do a broadcast at Mount Panorama. A massive crown in the road at turn 2. If you're on the outside through there, you've actually got some negative camber in the road that you have to deal with, and it's very easy to slide wide. You know, once you enter on the outside there, you're basically stuck on the left-hand side of the circuit. So I'm very impressed that he managed to pull that up and not cause a massive crash.
For a very brief moment, James Belemi, Kobe Jones, and Antal Sabo were 3 wide heading into the tree, and they're still there. They're still running on the racetrack.
Yeah, a lot of close calls happening here as the drivers have gotten some rhythm back after our multiple safety car interventions. Now James Beaumais will set his sights forward to Lachlan Capel. 3.8 seconds is the gap for the lead, and he'll get a little bit of slipstream assistance from Tim Cornt in the Locked On Lads 268 car, running in 7th place in the Porsche Cup class. Move done very nicely into the chase, and it looks like Kobe Jones is going to do the same thing. Both of these cars latching onto each other. They'll try their best to catch up to the leading McLaren. Meanwhile, car number 14, as into the pits comes Kobe Jones. 31 laps complete on that stint for them. We should be waiting another 10 laps or so before we see pit stops from our top 2. Car number 14 has received a black flag. The car with the most pit stops of all. I believe they might be up to 11 or 12 pit stops now, being given a black flag for contact on lap 106. So an unfortunate sequence there for Troy Stonestreet. We'll have to interrupt his stint at the moment, as we have a few more pit stops coming. Joshua Horton actually pitted earlier in the Vermilion Esports number 12. He's just handed things over to Zach Kerr. Kobe Jones and Stuart Ellis also in the Eclipse Sim Sports and One Performance Racing machines, and those two will stay in their cars.
Project 36 leading a real gaggle up Mountain Straight. Liam Reston, Summit Flash Graphics Ferrari just in behind them. And Synergy Sim Racing 88 with Mr. 88 Brendan Hobson. Pulse Melbourne Lexus, John Merritt, that car's been a yo-yo in the field as well, is up in the 9th, and the top 10 is completed by Marcelo Rivera in that ERT number 7.
And pretty much all of these cars on screen at the moment are running the same strategy. In fact, I would say that basically everyone in the top 18 is now on the same strategy at the moment. You have to look back to Kobe Jones, Dylan Walker, the Vermilion number 12 of Zach Kerr, to see cars that have only just come out of pit lane and are offset by about 20 laps compared to these guys. John Merritt in the midst of all of it, with a lot of pressure from behind from Marcelo Rivera, driving with Dennis Gadarich and Ewan Baker. Bentley does it on the way out of the Forest Elbow. very infamous corner, incredibly difficult to get the best run out of it. You know, I've been doing some GT3 racing myself in this season, and driving at Bathurst very recently. What I found was, you know, you've got to push so hard in these cars to get the best out of them, but it's really difficult at the speeds you're carrying to actually nail the exit of the elbow. More often than not, you end up finding the outside wall, so it's very impressive to see the runs that drivers are getting out of that corner. Liam Reston with more pressure to put on Jackson Dial as they make their way across the line, beginning their 118th lap.
He was close enough to make a move there. Now he's paid the price because Jackson Dial's woken up to it and gone for the slightly defensive line into turn 1. I think Reston missed a trick back at the last corner.
He's going to pick up the slipstream coming into turn 2, but it will be the outside line for the Ferrari. And Liam Reston, all he needs to do is just stick his car middle of the road and he'll protect the position once again. And there'll be very little chance for anyone to find their way past once they start getting to this point of the circuit where the walls really close in, where the elevation profile of the track.
You don't go for the last corner. You have a go at cutting. What are we doing? It was so close. I think he brushed the back of Dial's rear bumper there.
Yeah, this is a tough position for Liam Reston to be in. He's clearly got the speed over the top, but there's nothing he can do over this part of the circuit. See how he lifts off very early, carries the brakes, drags them a little more, puts the pressure back on coming into the dipper.
That's the last thing you see just before your insurance premiums go up.
Yeah, I can imagine. How's the exit from the elbow then?
If I was Jackson Dial, I would probably just let Reston go here. He's clearly got the faster car, and with this long left in the race, you don't want to put yourself in a position where they go for a half move and turn you around.
Yeah, it's all about risk management at this stage of the race. It's only really in the final stint where you're going to start seeing them really race hard. That's not a great run out of the chase there for Dial. He's going to remain defensive on the way into Murray's corner. Liam Reston, frustrated once again, unable to make it past. Over-under through Murray's is high potential, but just collected the curb a little bit, did Liam Reston. And that's one of the curbs that you want to avoid around this place.
Yeah, well, Dial made the mistake at the chase, and it actually worked out for him because Reston just took the run immediately and put himself, wrong-footed himself into Murray's corner. He might go for the fake here, roll off, dart to the inside. There is a gap, but no. And all the while, Brenton Hobson keeping a watching brief in the background.
And John Merritt and Marcelo Rivera are going to be enjoying this as well.
There you go.
Oh, here we go again. Contact. And Jackson Dial loses 2 positions. Could it be 3 with John Merritt stuck on the outside through Reed Park? Not going to happen, but yeah, Jackson Dial unceremoniously shuffled out of the way by Liam Reston there. Very narrow gap to make at the cutting. I suppose it is a place to make a move around this circuit, but probably not the most ideal one.
It worked, but I wouldn't say that was a good move, given the opportunities that had already presented themselves. And that's the scenario I was talking about for Jackson Dial. That move was coming, and he was very lucky to escape on the other side of that.
Just seeing news of a DQ for the One Performance Racing number 43.
I think the 43 might have gone back out on the racetrack.
Yeah.
And obviously they towed earlier on, so can't be doing that.
Oh, hello. Look in the bottom right of the weather radar. We see some rain creeping up, and considering that the frames of the weather radar update every 5 minutes or so.
Do you reckon I could sneak a lap in the rain in before my car got disqualified?
I don't know. I wouldn't try it. Sean Campbell jumping back in the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car.
Is that an early stop for them?
Yeah, it is. It is an early stop, and it looks like John Merritt's going to make his way in too. I think they've just seen that rain coming and they figure, look, maybe there's enough time now to get another stint in here.
I think it's backdated towards when you think you're going to need to go to wet tyres.
Yeah.
There's no point putting slicks on and then 5 minutes later needing to go to wets. You go new slicks now and know that in the hour window after, the crossover will be somewhere there.
The rain that's coming is heavy, heavier than we saw in qualifying yesterday. We saw a green band of rain come through in qualifying. There's yellow on that radar coming through, and we can only just see the edge of it. So there may yet be orange in that radar.
Yeah, I can see a few pixels of orange on the weather radar, just on the edge of that. So whatever rain is coming, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be heavy. Oh, we're in for a real run of things here, aren't we?
These cars were treacherous in the rain yesterday in qualifying. Across the top, there were a few points where you were just trying to coast through, get across the racing line, but it really felt like a gamble on whether your car was going to grip up or whether it was going to slide. And heavier rain, tired drivers, marbles offline. Yeah, this is going to be pretty messy, I suspect.
So it's
what about
10:43.
passing Porsche Cup cars in the wet as a GT3 or vice versa? In qualifying, we only ever saw one type of car on track at once.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Negotiating traffic in the wet is going to be quite difficult indeed, so put a pin in that. It is 10:43 a.m. in sim time at the moment. The rain is scheduled to hit at around 11:30, so we're only about 45 minutes away from seeing rain, and that's most of a stint. So sensible decision, I think, by those cars that just came into the pits. They will get some good mileage in on fresh slicks before the time comes to go to wets. Unfortunately, the drivers at the top of the field, I think they're effectively locked in at the moment to running this stint out. Potentially, they could get their next pit stop done staying on the tyres that they're currently on. They would probably lose some pace as the tyres wear down, but it would be a little bit better than as we said, having to only spend a few laps on new slick tyres before going to wets.
So Baker on outlap here, battling with ANZ Motorsports, who are 20 laps into their stint. Cold tyres on the Porsche means you've got to be just a tiny bit more careful. They are, I think, a lap up on the Momentum 78, which unlaps itself.
Yeah, cold tyres in the GT3s pretty treacherous, and you're a few seconds off the pace that you really want to run. Teo Sorono and Bradley Ratu battle. Meanwhile, the Orbit Drop Bear Mars car making its way back into 11th place. We're keeping an eye on that weather radar, and we're seeing some dark orange start to come in as well. That is a nasty patch of rain that's on its way.
We had a red flag in qualifying in the shootout. Is there a rule about reds in the race for unsafe conditions?
Well, I guess we'll find out. I remember last year's race, the rain was particularly heavy, and we got to the point where barely anyone could make it around the circuit without some kind of problem. We soldiered on through it from memory. So you never know, we might see the same this year.
I just wonder how the restarts are going to go when no one seems to be able to keep it on the road already in the dry. What are they going to do in the wet?
Did I just see a few raindrops there on the exit of Murray's? Maybe some early little flashes.
It would be far-reaching rain if it was.
Did you maybe see gravel?
Yeah, I think it might be just some dirt and gravel being thrown up there. We saw it again just there on the exit of turn 1. False alarm.
For Reece Gardner and everyone else in WA, rain is when water falls out of the sky.
Look, it looked like raindrops, okay?
I know what rain is. We only had it a few days ago.
Okay, fantastic. I'm on the website for Melbourne City Lexus. They don't seem to have any Porsche 911 GT3s certified pre-owned. They do have Mazdas, Mercedes, Renaults, plenty and plenty of Lexuses, especially a Lexus LM. Oh my goodness! But no Porsches available secondhand. So I don't know. Keep that in mind.
Maybe keep an eye out on their sales page. Depending on how the rain goes for them, you may or may not see pieces of a Porsche 911 GT3 for sale at a discount. Ryan Borg, then, keeping 14th place secure for the moment in the 222, but John Trott and William Plough not too far ahead. They've got a lapped car ahead of them. That is one of the Porsche Cup class machines. Jared Farrell in the Rapid Theft Racing number 65, running in 9th place. There's been quite a few gaps that have emerged in the Porsche Cup class. We did see the top 3 together for a time, but GT3 traffic has spaced them out quite a bit. So I think for our subclass, it's going to be just a case of getting back into the rhythm, trying to lose as little time as possible as the Ferrari moves back up the inside there.
Oh no, we've got dramas on the racing line for 241. Stopped before the tree.
Probably RTX Evolutioning Racing 241. Kurt Chapman at the wheel. And that car already way off compared to all of the other GT3 machinery. They're actually one of the last running GT3 cars on track at the moment.
Wasn't that car upside down? Wasn't he upside down at the start of the race?
Yep.
Because I specifically remember almost driving into it.
We specifically remember someone actually driving into it.
Oh, so did they?
How did you,
No.
under safety car, no less, the lap after it had already been stopped there? So what's the problem with this?
Yeah.
There's no damage to it.
It's interesting. Maybe a hardware failure of some kind.
Had they run out of fuel? I'm seeing them on their 32nd lap of the stint.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just ground to a hole.
Yeah, potential there.
I think they've just run out of fuel.
It's out of fuel. I've just gotten sat on board it. It's doing the classic wobble on the throttle.
Yeah, so unfortunately Kurt Chapman should have come into the pits, but there was nothing more he could do as the car ran out of fuel on that lap. He went through turn 2 at quite a reduced rate of speed.
The safety car is on the racetrack, by the way.
Right.
But
So
that call never came through.
Yeah, okay. So I think bit of a miscommunication issue here in race control. The Logitech safety car is out on track, but we don't see any indication in the in-sim text chat that the safety car has officially started. Potentially there was an audio cue for the drivers, so they're well aware now. And in response, we've seen quite a few cars making their way into pit lane. HTS Racing Yellow, Reece Dickerson bringing it in. Jared Ambrose taking over the Momentum Racing 780. Matthew Gerard in Frog League Juice Racing 297. The Locked On Lads 268. Andrew Perbrick taking over that one. And Hamish Barnhill taking the wheel of the Momentum PRNZ 708. We also see 95 Simsport making their way into the pits in the Porsche Cup class. Yeah, it looks like all of the cars that came in, or most of them at least, initially, were the Porsche Cup class, but we've seen a whole host of GT3s finding their way in as well, up to 13 cars in our top class making their way into the pits this time, and pretty much all of them were approaching the end of their stint, so makes sense that now is a reasonable time for them to do that.
Big news, the safety cars on wet tyres now.
A bit early.
Well,
Yeah, well, safety
you-
car only needs to do 80, and if you can do 80 on a space saver spare on the highway, you can do 80 on Mount Panorama on wet tyres.
you can't say they're not prepared.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone's in the window here to extend their stint just a little bit until that rain comes and shave off a pit stop and go straight to the wets. Normally, I think everyone would take the opportunity here to pit. just over 7 hours to go.
I still think the rain is a bit too far away to be going to wets now. The safety car period should only last a few laps, and by then the rain will still be about half an hour away or so.
Was that an overtake, or is this a replay? Oh, that's my YouTube stream. Don't worry about me. I've got the YouTube stream up on the left instead of the stream. Oh, the safety car's off the road. Oh no!
Oh dear! Oh dear! That's not ideal. Oh, hang on a minute. What's going? Oh, okay. So our leaders are making their way into the pits. The safety car is still off the road here.
What is
The other safety car is coming out now. So Logitech safety car 1 pulls over and will escape back to the pits. There might be a technical issue for the first safety car. This is why we have 2 Logitech safety cars in the server, a backup just in case there are issues for one of them.
Well, this race has had it all, hasn't it?
Yep. And the weather radar that you're seeing at the bottom of your screen is, from what I can see, a little bit behind what's on my end. I'm seeing a little bit more of that rain yet to come. That is big orange
screen
blob.
is a little cropped. So the timing is the same,
Yes.
but that radar doesn't reach quite as far.
I see. Okay. Fair enough. Well,
This little safety car switch and then the pit stop from the leaders caught out a few cars there. They got stuck behind the second safety car and just delayed their progress around the racetrack. But I think now our effective leader, or our actual leader, is Sean Campbell up orbit drop their Jupiter back to the lead of this race.
you can always count on Sean Campbell to be right up there, whatever car he's driving. Only 5 laps into the stint, so they pitted. I think they pitted just before the safety car came out. That Audi is still stopped there at Reed Park. Surely they'll be getting it cleared very shortly, and then we can get wave around sorted and get back to racing just in time for the rain to be on the horizon and rapidly approaching.
I was thinking to myself that rain is about as far away as it was 30 minutes before GT3 rolled out yesterday. And obviously that rain hit as before we rolled out, but the wind's blowing the other direction. So that's why it's just taking a little bit longer for that rain to come across the radar today.
Yeah, slowing the advance of the oncoming storm.
What tyres is this safety car on?
Wets as well. Both safety cars went to wets at some point recently.
I'd fire the strategist at this point. Track's not ready.
Yeah, safety car strategy left wanting somewhat, but regardless.
Gotta be prepared, Ryan.
Doesn't that orange look so inviting?
Oh, it does.
So
it does.
there's a handful of cars that got caught by the safety car there. So Falcon, Eclipse 56 and Eclipse 53. And so they have rejoined behind 10 to 15 cars that managed to come in and not get caught behind the safety car. So the net race leader who has stopped underneath safety car is the Evolution Racing Team number 7 in 6th place.
Right.
Synergy 88, then second on that strategy, and the Project 36 Porsche, third on that strategy. Now, Orbit Drop Air Jupiter are only like 4 laps and like 2 green flag laps offset from that. And then everyone who's got fuel to make it to needing to pit for wets then ends up on the same strategy. So I think even Momentum 778 and 5th, who are already 10 laps in their stint, will have fuel to make it to what's going to be a reset of the strategy when water falls out of the sky.
Right
I'd like
then.
to get a read on the tyre wear for the safety car. Are they graining up those wet tyres? What percent are they going to be on?
That Eclipse car did not fool anyone around him, but I think it fooled Director J there into thinking he was going to pit. I saw that camera bobble.
Hobie Jones can't fool Ryan Jones.
Isn't that the car that took us out? Back in the top
unfortunately.
Oh, the barrels, not barrels, the freedom you give yourself by not using up a fast spray on the opening lap of the race.
Got to keep your strategy window open, Ryan.
Yes.
Unfortunately, not much to be done about it now. The Eclipse Sim Sports Core Temp, number 67. Third place for the moment, but...
They've been up there for a while, so they rebounded extremely quickly.
They did. They just whatever repairs they needed to do, they got them done very quickly. And I think the rapid succession of safety cars, in and around when that incident happened, they managed to, as you say, rebound quite spectacularly. And now running in a potential top 3 position. 7 hours remain, and well, the rain seems to have picked up in pace in its approach to the circuit. I would gather it's about 20 minutes away now before we'll start seeing those first few drops fall. But it's that crossover period that you really have to think about, because the rain may hit, but the track is going to stay dry for a few laps before the track becomes too wet for slick tires. Of course, when you're driving at high speed, and heating up those slicks, they will actually evaporate away the moisture on the circuit for a time before the rain becomes too heavy and overwhelms that capability as wave rounds begin. Lamborghinis make their way back past.
Or GT3's getting a wave around here that will put them back on the lead lap. Evolution Racing Team 555, Team Max Boost 81, One Performance Racing 13, and Momentum Racing 78. All of them getting waved around now. We're only 1 lap down. They get back on the lead lap, and you can see that there's change brewing, so those cars could be very rapidly right back into this.
Looking at the intensity of that rain, and there's not a whole lot of Class 1 rain, as we call it, at the front of that band, I would suggest that there might be a big gain to be had in diving to the lane for wets pretty much as soon as the rain arrives, because I don't think that this track's going to be drivable for more than a lap on slick tyres once that rain comes. And also noting yesterday that rain started before the weather forecast predicted. The radar beat the forecast.
Well then, as wave rounds get completed, we get ready to go green in a couple of laps' time. I reckon we should only get maybe
That
3
guy
or 4
loves
green flag
safety
laps at
cars.
most. Oh yeah.
No
He's
one
really
loves
enjoying
safety
himself.
cars more than this guy.
Yeah, he loves that there's rain coming as well. He's looking in actually he is looking in the direction of that the rain is approaching from, actually. So he's seeing that, and well, I don't know, is he a storm chaser maybe? Hoping to see a tornado.
It looked like he's been knocked about by the wind a little bit there.
Well, 15k an hour wind. It's not nothing.
Well, we've got another enthusiast of rain and safety cars.
Way too many VB long necks, says Jay in the background. They're having a good time, these spectators. Couple of them looking like they're just waiting for something to happen. This lady looks like she's falling asleep, having trouble keeping her head upright, apparently.
It happens at the 12 hour, just around lunchtime. You see a lot of people that were up till like 3 a.m. and then woke up at 5 for the race start, just getting a little nap in sometime around midday.
There's nothing like the Bathurst 12-hour start in the real world. The Blue Mountains in the east with the sun rising over them, and the train of headlights and the wall of sound that approaches you. as the race goes green. Waiver rounds now being completed for our Porsche Cup cars.
Given everything that's happened in this race so far, just about the only thing we haven't replicated from real life was the 3 wide for the lead on lap 1, which they've done 2 years in a row now.
That they have. In some ways, the sim world can be a little bit more subdued than the real world. And the Bathurst 12 Hour is one of those races where that tends to happen.
I think all notion of the word subdued is going to go out the window on this restart, because we know how the restarts have gone so far. Rain coming.
And with the waiver rounds completed, the safety car should be making its way into the pits at the end of this lap, I'd wager.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Mike Pepper with some problems there in the Frog Leap Juiced Racing entry. That's some problems across the top there. That's right at metal grade.
That wouldn't be the first time a car's crashed on a safety car today, would it?
No.
It's happened before.
I think this is a hardware failure.
We're about to see it. Oh, yeah. The car just goes straight on into the wall. It's like Pepper's wheel disconnected.
Yeah, or the screen. Sometimes you just go straight on if one of your screens goes blank or something, and you.
Yeah,
like,
this is true.
Your screen freezes, and you freeze at the controls as well.
Yeah, because if I recall correctly, when there's when your wheel disconnects in iRacing, the steering immediately goes hard left. So if it was a wheel failure, then Pepper would have spun into the left-hand side wall. But yeah, evidently no steering input at all on his way into the barrier at Reed Park.
The throttle came off as well, so there was just no input whatsoever of any kind.
So, further dramas, which may or may not extend the safety car period.
No. It sounds like they're restarting this lap. Very quick work by the recovery crew.
Quick work indeed. And it may be day done for the 197 because they have already used their fast repair. So, not ideal for Frog Leap Juiced Racing. They do still have a car in the field though in the Porsche Cups. The 297 driven by Corey Bennett, currently running in 9th in class. And potentially, David, we're hearing that the 197 may have towed without permission. So that's just another blow for them.
Tune on everything race control is saying, but they were discussing someone is out of the race. I definitely heard them say we will be resuming this lap. Heard them say safety car pull away, and as best as it can on those wet tyres, the Logitech G safety car has pulled away from our race leader Sean Campbell.
I wonder if we may see more aggression on this restart from drivers who know that rain is coming and know how much harder it's going to be to make overtakes once you make all that rubber on the racing line extra slippery and it becomes a one-line racetrack.
Very good point. So how much aggression are we going to see as the rain continues approaching? You look in the background here off to the east and you'll see quite a few clouds coming over the Blue Mountains. It will be down to Sean Campbell to lead us away for the restart here to bring us on to the 128th lap of the Player One Sim Gear Oceanic Sim Racing Bathurst 12 Hour, with 6 hours and 51.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Campbell puts the power down on the run up to Murray's and leads us away. Momentum Racing in second, Dylan Walker going to be under pressure from Kobe Jones in the Eclipse Sim Sports Ferrari as the green flag flies and we are away. Bit more weaving to do for the Porsches behind. Ryan Borg, Benjamin Smith, Tom Freer rounding out our top 7 as there's an overtake there. Daniel Yeaman has taken over Orbit Drop Bear Venus, makes the move on Cameron Stubber. It's been an impressive recovery from the number 30 after we saw them be one of the cars getting waved around one of our previous safety cars. Another one. Oh dear. That's the Jinx Shifters Aston Martin. Brett O'Keefe with the rear end destroyed. And that's just past pit entry, so he's going to have to try and make his way around a whole lap, but I don't think the rear left is attached.
He should have tried to drive into the pit lane there if he could, because this is not making a lap. It's another car with only one drive wheel.
So what happened to him? Oh, just snapped. Looked like on the throttle application, potentially too hard, and that's involved the ERT 555 as well.
Just got back onto the lead lap. You can pull into the paddock from the left here, but it actually doesn't look as bad now as it did earlier.
Yeah, I think low speed, you were seeing a lot of hopping from the rear left, and it's clearly not attached. But he should be able to make his way around, just needs to be careful in those right-handers. The car will probably snap. Well, Kieran Potter, who recently became an FDL Super Formula Lights champion. He's going to be running 14th at the moment, looking at 13th. We'll have a replay coming of Dan Hall here, who was at the wheel of the ERT 555 at the time of the incident for the Jinx Shifters Aston Martin. Just a really tough spot to be in, nowhere to go. Looked like he had a car trying to pass him as well on the way through.
He hasn't made it very far, Brett O'Keefe. He's at turn 2.
This could be difficult.
Caution
will be advised.
And stopped. Turn 2 and stopped.
Yeah, okay, so we might see another safety car here.
There it is.
Yeah, so safety car has been called, and well, the safety car itself is going to have to wait a lap to come out and bring the field under control. For now, though, the pace will reduce ever so slightly for everybody as the rain continues to creep closer. I'd say it's only about 15-20 minutes away at most, so depending on how long the safety car period lasts, will we see drivers making pit stops for wets under this caution period?
You've got to think about it. You've really got to think about it. There's few times that preempting wet tyres is successful. Normally you see the rain start coming down, the track starts to lose grip, and then, okay, once you've seen the rain, you go to wets. But this would be one of the few occasions when you consider preempting with wet tyres. On board with Ewan Baker.
This is coming into Forest Elbow. Have a look at the wheel work as he turns it in here, and on the power, big slide, and just manages to keep out of the wall, avoid doing a Dick Johnson.
It's too early for that wet call yet. Hasn't yet reached the zoomed in radar. I don't know what to call it, the closer view. We get 2 radars in iRacing. I think it's still about 15 minutes away.
And the safety car period should be over and done by that point. So we're going to be seeing, I think, no one come into the pits under this safety car period. Basically, everybody who needed to pit under this period has done so. A little external view of Ewan Baker's slide. Could have afforded to get a little closer to the wall, frankly.
Yeah, the judges are not going to mark that quite as highly.
We do have one car coming into the pits, and that's the One Performance Racing 47 of Jake Edwards.
We haven't seen a full course yellow be utilised yet today. I feel like this...
There were some times I thought we might
have been an opportunity for one. Field was roughly in the same part of the racetrack. Could have thrown a full course yellow, given that car time to go behind the wheel. Jay's lamenting in the background that his beautiful graphics he's made haven't been able to be used yet.
Yeah, we got them ready to go. That's just a demonstration, by the way. We are not under full course yellow conditions. We are under safety car conditions. We do have a 5-second pit time penalty that's just come in for the number 10 entry, the Leo Dreyer at the wheel, the Mosaic Motorsport GT3. That's for weaving under safety car.
I think the full course yellow procedure is worth talking about, just to preempt it if it does get used later in this race, potentially when it starts raining. When race control decides that we want to use the full course yellow, we're going to get a 15-second countdown. And there is actually a bit of driver involved, because if you can dive onto the pit limiter and get to the limit right at 0, you can potentially gain a bit of ground on someone who is a bit early onto it. And we had a trial run of the full course yellow, and I was about 2 seconds behind someone, and we all dove onto the limiter, but because I got it as I was heading into the braking zone, I pulled up about 1.5 seconds on the car in front. So we could see some gaps to and fro if that full course yellow gets used at some point today, and I do hope it is used, because it was a lot to read in the regs.
Yeah, indeed. It's quite the wall of text here on screen, and that's just a summary of how the full course yellow works. And reading that, I do understand why they brought out the safety car for this incident for the Jinx Shifters Aston Martin, because the intent, of course, is to be able to have a stationary car get rolling again, and it looks like there's very little chance of that happening for the Aston Martin in question.
Ooh, I have now spotted a little bit of blue on the close-in radar. So 10 minutes.
I reckon a little bit less than that, probably about 7 or 8, 5 minutes at the least.
I'll go 9 then.
So this camera we're looking at, Jay says, just went from sunny to dark in color, and we'll see the lighting change, I think, over the course of this. Yeah, you can see the clouds rolling in there.
This camera position is going to serve as our meteorological station, because it's the first point on the track that the rain will get to here at Forest's Elbow, then the kink on the exit, then up towards the S's and the chase, and eventually pit lane.
Can we pan over the paddock looking out past the outside of Conrad? Can we actually see a band of rain coming in? I've never actually paid attention to that in iRacing. Can you see the band of rain or not? Because I think it's coming from behind this corner.
Yes, so if we switch the camera around 180 degrees as Jay gets...
Don't get the drone caught in a tree, Jay.
No. Okay, so that's where the rain is coming from. And
good draw distance, though.
And yeah, all right, draw distance. We can't quite see the rain approaching. Those are the Blue Mountains in the background.
What I saw at the 12-hour on 2 consecutive days from my viewing spot at the top of the mountain was the Dubbo XPT going along the train track out there. It's about 10 past 11 every day.
The 17 has pitted. I don't think they're going to wets, but we'll keep an eye on it just in case.
Yeah.
Kenny Habul's house is just down there somewhere. Did you get an invite, Ryan? I didn't.
No, I am not important enough.
I didn't even get shouted a Kenny beer. One of my friends were successfully able to secure that.
Wets on the 17. Blake Fitz has hopped in the car.
Ooh.
And there are wet tyres on that car. And there's a few more in the lane.
Yeah. But it seems like that Pacific Esports car... Oh, they have been joined by...
Donaldson.
Yeah, Tim Hancock as well, getting wets on the car. The Vermilion Esports 112 of Jake O'Reilly. Looks like potentially the Revolution E-Racing 240 as well, but on my timing...
Porsche Cups too.
Yeah, on my timing, the Revolution E-Racing 240 has the medium tire graphic on my timing screen. But yeah, apparently that's just a glitch in my timing software. And it is indeed wet. So there's only one tire compound in the dry for GT3. Worth pointing out also as we were doing that little sick drone shot. The area we were panning over to the east of the circuit is where the Vale circuit was located, one of the temporary public road circuits in this area that hosted racing before the Mount Panorama circuit was constructed.
Tell me about New Gas.
What was that? No. New Glass is in Orange.
But I want to know about it because I drove through Orange on my way back home.
I can't tell you much about New Glass other than that it's lots of straights and not many corners. But you can still drive the full route of all of those old public road circuits in the area. Check out the old racing. Oh, here we go. Rain's on. Was going to say, if you check out the old racingcircuits.net site, you'll see maps for all the old public road circuits in the area, and you can judge on Google Maps where to go. But now it is time. Those drivers that got out on wet tires are potentially going to be the biggest gainers here. So in GT3, the 240 with Trent Allen at the wheel, currently 29th, leader of the cars on wet tires. There's 5 cars in GT3 that currently have wet tires on. That's the number 17, the 101, the 78, and the 112. As the safety car pulls away, we have the Locked On Lads 268 and the Australia-wide 705 on wet tires in the Porsche Cup class. So keep an eye out for those cars.
They've all got to dive to the lane here, because this rain is going to come extremely fast.
It's already heavy. Consumed the circuit. It's already over the entire racetrack. So
those that have pitted with safety car have saved themselves a pit lane transit of about 20 to 25 seconds that everyone on slicks is going to have to make at some point this lap or next lap.
Plus the tyre change.
Yeah, a tyre change takes about 25 to 30 seconds or so in the GT3 class at least. So what do our leaders do here? Do they think the track is still dry enough that they could afford to go for another lap and pit on the next lap? Or are we going to be seeing a whole host of cars coming in here at the end of the safety car period? Who's the green flag actually going to fly for? Lights are on. Headlights have just activated for our leader, and there's spray there. He's going to go for the lane, and so is everyone else. Or is it? We've got a car staying out there.
Benjamin Smith for Evolution Racing Team. Gonna brave it out there.
So will Eclipse and Vermilion.
And Brian Borg for Momentum Racing, 778.
This is Lewis Hamilton, the only car out on track taking the restart type of stuff. Almost everyone else races into pit lane. 2 cars stay out.
Tony Baker as well.
So here we go.
Porsche Cup, same's happening in Porsche Cup. HTS Racing Yellow stay out to take the lead of that class, perhaps.
It looks like, it looks like the GT3 cars that pitted under safety car running 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th at the moment.
We should go on board with one of these top 2 drivers and see what the track is doing for them, because they're struggling. They're really struggling.
Oh, Borg, the track's too wet.
And Smith, they've made the wrong call here.
Yeah, look at it. He's barely able to keep the speed up here.
Watch this at Metal Grey. This is the toughest spot on the circuit in the rain. Still a little bit of grip there for now.
Barely any steering input at all across the top here. And, I mean, only in 3rd gear. They really missed a trick there. They would have gained a bit of track position, sure, but they are absolutely going to lose it.
Well, those other cars are out of the lane now, and they are scrapping. So, wrong choice for these guys. Now the attention. The 17 should be the leader of this race, I think, on Clem's strategy, and it's an all-out brawl now as Sean Campbell runs out wide. Matt Thompson around the outside. Everyone trying to find out where the grip is, where it isn't, and trying to survive cold, wet tyres on a track that's already been catching drivers out on the cold stuff.
That Team OCE BMW's really benefited from all of this. They'll elevate themselves quite a bit in terms of track position, and it seems like Matt Thompson is right on the pace in the wet. He knows exactly what to do in the conditions.
Well, this is when you need to go back to qualifying yesterday. Who were the fast drivers in qualifying? Because they're going to fly to the front.
The highest car on wet tyres is Vermilion Esports 101, Eli Donaldson. I think he got past Revolution iRacing on the restart, so he's ahead of 240, who then second on wet tyres. Everyone who doesn't have him yet is coming to get him.
Bennett has spun on the exit of Forest Elbow in the 297.
Not ideal. Fortunately, very close to the iRacing recovery truck. Bennett's going to... careful on the re-entry.
Oh, come on.
Not ideal. In comes Benjamin Smith and Tony Baker. And that will be...
Woods.
Wet tyres for sure. Damon Woods, meanwhile, have a look at this. This is in the slipstream down Conrod straight in the wet. That's got to be scary stuff with the amount of spray falling at the moment. The rain is ridiculously heavy right now, and it's only going to get heavier. We still need to reach that yellow and orange patch on the radar.
Woods absolutely brained everyone yesterday. He had, a full second and a half on the field. These wet conditions, he was living for them. And I think Woods, he's going to make very light work of the field here. You can see that the race line is starting to get that shine. It's starting to get really slippery. And you're going to start to see some alternate lines being used here. Although I did notice in qualifying, a lot of people were sticking it out on the racing line.
Look at the track temperature, absolutely plummeted. It begun to rise, but once the green line meets the purple line, the track is wet and it can't shed any more of the moisture. The rest of it is obvious. The race leader becomes Eli Donaldson. This is second and third.
Yep, Trent Allen in the Revolution iRacing 240, which has had a few problems over the course of the race, but has managed to really elevate themselves up. Our top two in Porsche, with Thomas Leprike and Andrew Perbrick running line astern at the moment. Australia-wide racing yellow and Locked On Lads 268.
I'm seeing a lot of cars flirting with the white lines. You're going to want to get off them pretty soon, because sooner or later, everyone's going to get caught out by those white lines. You've got to get off the painted stuff.
My timing says wet tyres for Perbrick here, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like our broadcast overlays are showing the wrong tyre for them. So we'll sort of disappear that for now. The battle is on for the lead in Porsche Cup, with Thomas Leprike leading the way. And I have enough difficulty driving a Porsche Cup car in the dry. I can't imagine what it's like driving in the wet here in these cars that really love to swing around and bounce the front end off the curbs. 6.5 hours remain, and we are just about to hit the heaviest section of rain here on the radar, and the rain is showing no signs of slowing down. It looks like this rain is probably going to last for at least the better part of the next hour, so we're in for the long haul here.
Daniel Yeaman, does he look stressed? Does he look relaxed? He looks like he always does, and he gets a spot for free there. Now he actually looks pretty pleased with himself.
Some emotion. It's the first time, Jay asking if it's the first time anyone's seen Yeaman smile. I've seen him smile when laughing a couple of times. But,
this is already wetter than yesterday, Reese. Lap times, they're in the 2-minute 24s. A couple are in the 2-minute 21s. But you can visibly see around all of these corners, there is massive puddles all over the racing line.
Yeah, look at Forest Elbow. Oh, that is slick. Look at that.
So there's two lines. You can dive into the extreme inside at Forest Elbow and try and hook the corner, but on the exit, you've got to cross the racing line and it can kick you sideways. So you gain on entry, lose on exit. Or, what I preferred, dive in around the outside and rip the go-kart line. You get a really strong exit, but you give up a fair bit on the entry.
The strongest intensity of rain we saw during qualifying yesterday was about 10%. It's at 45 right now and climbing. So the millimeters per hour rainfall rate is 4 or 5 times what it was in qualifying. Every single lap, you're going to be 3 seconds, 4 seconds slower than the one before, I think.
Yeah, this is crazy. And if you're in the middle of a pack like this, Trent Allen trying to hold off Jacob O'Reilly and Tim Hancock. There is zero visibility when you're running right behind another car. I don't envy the position any of these drivers are in at the moment. It's mighty treacherous out there. And I keep thinking back to the exit of McPhillamy Park. Notoriously, the track dips away a little bit before the curb. And if the rain ever stops, the track dries out, that puddle at the exit of McPhillamy is going to stay there for pretty much the entirety of the rest of the race. Moves further back here, Matt Thompson facing off against Kieran Potter, the Proline Esports 222. Trying its best to maintain the pace here as Sean Campbell is going to try and find his way up. He's got to try and get to 6th place at least, try to catch up to Tom Freer in the Synergy 88, but he's having mighty trouble keeping it straight through Murray's.
So your top 5 cars right now are the 5 cars that pitted for wets under safety car before the rain began. It's rare that you see that strategy call play off, but for them, it has massively. Eli Donaldson is now 22 seconds ahead of the next car that pitted on the restart lap.
And the pace that he's running at the moment is right on board with what the usual fastest drivers in the field are doing. Sean Campbell only able to manage mid-225s right now. Matt Thompson in the OCE 35, a couple of cars ahead of where we're at on screen at the moment. He's running 225 1s, 225 2s. Eli Donaldson running 225 0s. He's got no one ahead of him, no issues to befall him except his own driving potentially. But he's managing the pace really nicely.
What was that, David?
How does this look? Could have been you, buddy.
Yeah. Not happy. I was loving the rain. I'll wait for the next wet race we get in V8 Pro or Porsche Pro. I'm just having a look at a couple of wet weather experts. Oh no, crash. Hayden Veld and Brian Borg almost got into each other. Damon Woods was drawing up around the outside under the tree, and these two, they both excelled in the rain. Veld, we've seen him across multiple series, shoot to the front of the field when the water comes down. Damon Woods as well, showed it yesterday. So for a good benchmark on how quick or slow this track is, I think these are the 2 cars to watch. And last time by, a 23-0 for Woods.
Yeah, that's mighty pace, and he's going to get the move done on Hayden Veld on the exit of Forest Elbow as well. Very nicely done. So the car that's been competing for the lead for the majority of this race, still back in 18th place for the moment, but will surely be marching its way forward. By far the fastest car on track. It looks like the pace is coming down a bit for Vermilion 112, running in 3rd place as things stand, down to a 224.5, 226s for Eli Donaldson and Blake Fitz at the front of the field. So there's a huge variance of pace happening at the moment, and we should be seeing these fast cars fight their way up very shortly indeed.
Why don't we stay with Woods for a lap and see how they attract this track in the wet, because it is not as simple as it is in the dry. He's chosen the racing line into 1. You're trying to stay off the apex. There's a massive puddle on the inside there. You can sort of use the curb up on the exit of turn 1 a little bit, but again, you've got to try and stay in the middle of the road as much as you can, because the puddles are ever encroaching from the left and the right. Down here at turn 2, you cannot brake on the racing line. You can brake pretty late and deep from the middle of the road, hook the racing line, although in these conditions, Woods chooses to go for the drier, the less rubbered in part of the road on the outside. And it's all about those alternate lines. Forest Elbow, an absolute death trap in these conditions, skating it in. Even Woods there, almost into the fence on the right, and then caressing the throttle back up to full power. This is flat in the dry. Absolutely nowhere near it in these conditions. Listen to this across the top.
He's just feathering the throttle, isn't he? And
Yeah.
look at how deep the puddles are there at the exit of McPhillamy. You can't even see the asphalt below the water when they come up across the curb there. And I mean, you kind of have to run across the curbs through the S's, don't you? That's just the fastest line, but it's so treacherous. You basically have to take the racing line through this section. So it's all about striking that balance of trying to keep it on the dry line as much as you can, but managing the car's behavior on the wet. Have a look at how much time he's made up on the cars ahead.
Yeah, he's doing a masterful job here. He's dancing this car through the wet patches, across the puddles, catching the slides before they even become visible, really. And that is why he is roaring up on the back of these cars in front. How's the visibility? There is none. That's Dylan Walker in front. Pick your turning point for the chase. Brake on the very inside of the circuit. And off the road in front of him. That is Jake Edwards off at high speed.
Yeah, spearing into the gravel trap, and I haven't seen anyone that far out in the gravel trap in a very long time. Edwards is going to get rolling, though, so all much of a muchness in the end, as finally to the end of another lap for our number one machine. That lap was a 2:25.0. We'll get another look at what happened to Jake Edwards here coming into the chase. Just snaps at the kink and then overcorrects. And at those speeds, there's not much you can do to avoid that.
The gravel track goes
Good job.
so deep there, almost behind the hotel. So he's on a mission to get out of there. Project
Riley
36.
pressed it. He was sideways on the brakes then on the inside.
Yeah, funny corner turn two. And obviously, we talked about how you need to take it in the dry, but I think the crown in the road through that part of the circuit helps you in the wet, because you stick to the outside, the water will be running off the track there. So, good potential for pace if you take that alternate line. Tyson Ward trying to find his way past Marcus Watson here across the top, but once you get here, let alone in the dry, it's very difficult to make a move. In the wet, don't even try it.
That's off in front. Should be Pro Line 222. I think Kieran Potter might have gone around and continued.
Look at how twitchy that car is. The Lamborghinis have suffered the worst on cold tyres on restarts from what we've seen. I can't imagine how bad it is in the wet. Look at that. He's barely controlling it at all. Puddle of death at McPhillamy is the reason why that happened. Gets into the puddle and then whoop, round he goes. And yeah, the right rear does get hit, but he gets turned around fully. Potentially, the suspension might be slightly off kilter in the rear. You can see the car's crabbing a little bit.
Big train of cars from 6th on down here. Just up the road from Potter. I think Potter's got away with that mostly.
Whether or not he comes into the pits for repairs remains to be seen. It looks like he will be doing that. Yeah, that car's definitely crabbing, but it's a challenge to slow down for pit lane. Shame for Kieran Potter. That run will come to an end for now, but he can reset and try his best to make up time from here. With these treacherous conditions, that's the use of the fast repair there for the 222, it looks like. I reckon we won't be far away from seeing another couple of safety cars if the track conditions keep getting worse, like it seems they're going to.
They're doing
right in
a
the middle.
great job. And I do wonder, with the track being this wet, there might not be as much of a discrepancy between online and offline grip. And that might actually be helping these drivers out. They're not getting that massive imbalance mid-corner as they cross over the racing line, because the entire track is undrivable, not just the racing line.
To get a safety car, we need someone to write off their car, but the walls are as close as they are in the dry, but you hit them at 30% less speed. You can graze the wall, do a significant amount of damage, but still continue.
Dives at McPhillamy to get by Hancock.
That's brave. That's very brave indeed. So some alterations to positions in the midst of all of that. Eddie Beswick making a move that not many would do in these conditions, and fortunately for him, it has worked out. So, just a note to everyone watching for the moment. If you're watching this stream, this is a two-part stream. We have started the part 2 stream. Just go to the SimSpeed YouTube page. It is live now. This stream, part 1, will end sometime in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So make sure to get on to part 2 if you want to keep watching the race from here. Making a note of that as we make our way down to the chase. Link to part 2 is in the chat. Head on over there, and that's where we'll be for the rest of the race.
Sean Campbell getting held up here by Tom Freer. He can't pick a lane, left or right. Eventually goes through the left. I can hear Ace Control caution at Skyline, so someone's cover cropper. Campbell makes that move, goes up to P number 7, and that is a car backwards just past the crest. And it's a full course yellow. Here we go.
Dan Stevens at the wheel of the ANZ Mustang, and yeah, here we go. Finally, the first full course yellow of the race. And
can we replay on board Tom Freer as that full course yellow was called? Because what we didn't mention with that is how careful you've got to be to not have an accident as you all dive onto the pit limiter. Let's have a look at the replay of what happened at the top of the hill, though, as well, to trigger this full course yellow.
I'm guessing Puddle of Death. Yep, Puddle of Death. Round he goes. Oh, got on the curb.
He almost
Big
had
contact.
it.
It's an unfortunate placement of the hole in the boot lid there. In any case.
Well, I was going to say, after that Code Brown moment, the letter F probably came out of Jinx Shifters.
Yeah, probably. Oh dear. Well, fortunately, Dan Stevens has gotten rolling again, so I would assume that the full course yellow period's going to be ending soonish.
Right now, it started on the exit of turn 1, and now by the time they get to turn 2, they are back racing.
So now the challenge for Dan Stevens is to get back up to speed. So we'll be.
Two cars with black flags. The 12 and 7. What did they get black flags? Is it incident limit? Did they make contact and they've both gone over 25 incidents?
That's exactly what's happened there. We got confirmation from Jay in the background. So this, I believe, is this is where Tom Freer made the pass when the full course yellow came out.
Well, almost.
Or almost.
Low visibility, coupled with different drivers jumping onto the limiter at the different times. Look how close this is.
Oh, God! Oh! Oh, I had flashbacks to the time I totaled my Ford Focus in 2017. Goodness me.
And the safety cars come out because Riley Preston in the 7 is around at turn 2.
Oh no. Oh, that's big damage. That's big.
It's got no bumpers. It's got half a set of wheels. That thing is crook.
Oh no.
Yeah. Crook and cooked. So this is from the restart apparently.
Oh, and Damon Woods was involved in this.
Oh dear.
Car 1 has big front end damage.
So you see him just cresting in the background there. So they get up to speed here, and then Preston has, a car come up on him there. That was one of the, oh dear. Massive damage for both the number 1 and Riley Preston. That was one of the Vermilion Porsches that made contact there, wasn't it?
Wayne Burke.
Wayne Burke at the wheel of the number 12. So, yeah, that's far from ideal. We see Eddie Beswick jumping into the pit lane as well. This is Damon Woods' view of all of it. And he wouldn't have had much warning that this was happening. Off the inside there, and yeah, there was nothing he could do at that point.
No, the McLaren hits where the wall and the tyre barrier meet rather than neatly hitting one or the other, and it spins him back around onto the racetrack.
So we have Vermilion 1 and 2 at the front of the field. This is the view on board from Wayne Burke, and pit limiters go off there. Gets back up to speed, but
a couple of moves there from Preston. Made the big move to the inside pretty late, and then maybe faded back to the left after Burke had committed out there.
Yeah. And you get on the brakes for that corner in the wet, there's every chance that the car's going to jerk a little to the right, which appeared to me what happened to Burke as well. So, yeah, that's going to be a fun one for race control to work out. Reminder for everyone on YouTube, watching on YouTube at the moment, the Part 2 stream is up and running. This stream, Part 1, will be ending in a few minutes, so make sure to get on over to the Part 2 stream if you want to continue coverage of the Player One Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12 hour. For the moment, back under safety car conditions, and Vermilion Esports 101 and 112 are at the front of the field. Big dramas for the #1 Falcon sim racing team machine. Damon Woods getting involved in the contact between Wayne Burke and Riley Preston that brought out this current safety car. Absolutely massive shifts in the power dynamic in this race now that the rain's come down. Looks like also Preston went over the incident limit with that contact as well, just to make things worse for him. So far from ideal for the ERT McLaren. But Damon Woods really an innocent victim in all of that. It all happened so fast and with no real room or warning. The #1 Ferrari, who we expected to be the biggest contender for the win here today, has been put back to 28th position, spending 1 minute and 44 seconds in the box getting repairs done. Fortunately, it looks like they are still on the lead lap, so it's not quite over yet. We're only 14 minutes away from reaching the halfway point.
Important to note there, Reese, that 1:40 spent stationary means that Damon Woods, car 1, they haven't taken their fast repair. So they elected to just repair that car for now and keep it up their sleeve. Given the conditions and where they are in the field now, having to come through cars again, that is almost certainly the right call. Even if they are slightly down on pace, you want to keep that up your sleeve.
Yeah, very wise decision. And I think, honestly, in conditions like this, it doesn't matter if you can't maximize your pace because everyone's going to have compromised pace anyway. There's so much variance in lap time that comes from these wet conditions.
Looking again at the iRacing Bureau of Meteorology, it's about an hour before a chance of the rain stopping, but I think it's sort of 20 minutes before the rain eases. Not that the green color of rain is that much of an easing.
Yeah, and even after the rain stops, the track is going to stay wet for a while. It'll take probably the better part of half an hour before we start seeing a real dry line form and drivers thinking about getting back onto slicks. So we're in it for the long haul here in the wet conditions. This is how the race is going to be for the foreseeable future.
Porsche Cup also thrown on its head of late. Locked On Lads leading have quite a few GT3 cars between themselves and second. Ansel Sabo, Vermilion Esports, and Australia-wide break in third. Those two are close together. 9-5 in fourth, and TriStar. That car was a mess at one point, and it's back into fifth. Why am I seeing slick tyres on the Rapid Theft 65 and Momentum 708? Can't be.
I'm seeing it too. Okay, so is Jay.
They
It looks
had a
like
pit stop error.
looks like the One Performance Racing 144 might have done the same thing. Oh dear.
Can we watch them? Because even at this speed, slicks would be. I'd sooner ice skate in socks.
Well, ERT number 7 of Riley Preston has towed back to pit lane, and we're getting wave rounds done at the moment. But yeah, this is not ideal for drivers further back in the field. What I'm seeing as well is potentially, I don't know if this is an error in the way my timing's showing up, but potentially the Synergy WK&P number 14 may have slick tires on as well.
Yes, I saw that too.
Yeah, all right, so we're all seeing that. Man, this is rough. Yeah, potentially.
Not the 555 for
No,
me.
not the 555. No. Well then, time for us to get things rolling again very shortly. Wave rounds pretty much done for the GT3 and Porsche Cup classes, and so safety car pulls away from the field. We're going to get back to green flag racing here, but in mighty treacherous conditions. As things stand, the track is rated as moderately wet, but I would guess that in the cars it feels a little bit worse than that.
There is
So-
no way this is going to end well, given the dry restart.
No, certainly not. Joining us in the commentary box, having just jumped out of the car, Scott Rankin. Yeah, I'm thinking, Scott, you're glad that you're not dealing with these conditions right now.
No, and the first thing for me, my mind goes back to this time last year when we got into the rain. The tires have dropped and dropped massively. These tires will be colder than when they first rolled out of the pits on them. And boy, that track changed quickly. So this one's going to be about management. Visibility is none. Talking to Dan Yeaman, visibility was nothing with 2 cars in front of you at the chase. It is treacherous, but responding to anything going on around you is even more difficult. That's the problem at the moment. Critically, car leading the race, car in P2, and there's about 5 cars inside the top 10 have not taken adjustments at the pit stop to transfer their cars over to a wet adjustment. There's a lot of cars that have. So I'm looking at Eli Donaldson, Jacob O'Reilly. Sorry, we're just back to green, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, we are back up to green flag conditions, and the Vermilion 1-2 holds strong at the front of the field, but Tom Freer getting dispatched by Tyson Broad as there's overtakes aplenty into turn 1 here. Big move up the inside from Jackson Rihanna that's taken over the Summit SimSport Flash Graphics machine, making his way past Cameron Stubber. So they're through turn 1 okay. Looks like a reasonably clean start, but it's turn 2 where we'll start seeing the drama eventuate. Ryan Bettis in the One Performance Corvette round the outside of Dylan Walker in the Porsche for Momentum. Quite difficult indeed to get up to speed here. As you say, Scott, those tyres are going to be ice cold at the moment.
Yeah, and it's bravery. And back to the point I was making, you want to, for these conditions, you can make bars. So there's 5 or 6 settings you can really tinker with. There's all the ones you can tinker with in the car, brake bias, and both your driver assist, so ABS and traction control. That will help a little bit. The other ones you can tinker with at a pit stop are front and rear ARB and wing. We've gone for a little bit of a tweak just to soften off Venus a little bit, help it keep its feet planted nice and firmly and roll over onto the ground, and a little bit more wing just to keep that thing nice and tidy as well. That's the problem. The guys who haven't made those adjustments, they're on a dry setup, a bone dry setup. There's no way you'd load this thing up at the start of the race for a mixed, mixed sort of conditions. There's a big chunk of this race you want a dry car for. Here comes an overtake as well. But that's the trouble, is that there's cars that are on adjustments and cars that aren't.
Yeah, Sean Campbell finding his way past Trent Allen there to get back into 4th place in the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter entry. That McLaren has been consistently up the front of the running order. More passes further back in the top 10. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing to see in front of you on the way into the chase. And that is a terrifying experience when you're having trouble seeing in front of you and you've got the fastest corner entry in the country beckoning you in. Car off.
Triple two.
That's Kieran Potter once again having trouble here. Kieran was doing quite well in the dry conditions just before the rain came out, but it seems that triple two entry has lost all of its potential here in the wet conditions. The number 1 makes its way past.
There is a bit of a brawl happening inside the top 10. This is the replay on the inside, trying to go to the outside. Only little bit of dry line on the inside. Couldn't find it. Grab the grass. As soon as you touch that grass in these conditions, Scott, you're gone. You've got no choice, do you?
Yeah, and the problem is it's slippery.
Oh, turn 1. Sorry, turn 1. Brian Bourg just got turned by a diving number 1 Falcon racing car.
Oh dear. So that's the Momentum Porsche around. And just manages to get out of the way in time for the One Performance Racing Audi to get on him. Looked like there was trouble there as well for that Ferrari on the inside. Oh yeah, Beswick. Goodness me, 3 wide contact. Looked like is that one of the Porsche Cup cars that got involved in that? It is.
Essentially. Beswick is at turn 2. On the outside, there he is.
Oh. Yeah, Eddie Beswick getting turned, or having been turned.
There's actually no damage to that thing.
Huh. That's lucky. Very lucky indeed. But Jay says, wait till you see why. Oh dear. Have a look at... Let's keep an eye on this. Oh, round he goes, and... Whoa! Oh my god. Oh, okay. A little bit of a tap to the rear, but it looks like it didn't result in too much damage. That was perfect from Eddie Beswick. Obviously a big amount of chance involved in that, but certainly could have been a worse outcome.
There's no way we can show really any of these, but there are some incredible saves happening from almost everyone up and down this field. This is exceptional stuff from all of these drivers. These conditions are absolutely terrible.
Yeah, there's nothing the drivers can do to get a stable platform going. You're driving around the conditions majority of the time here. So the Eclipse car will maintain 29th as Andrew Perbrick and Mitchell Curry will be fighting in the Porsche Cup class for 5th and 6th, and Curry gets the run.
Oh, puddle.
Oh dear, round he goes. Caught the curb, caught the edge of the circuit, rear end contact in a Porsche. That is disastrous. Does he make his way into the lane? He's going to get it done. Meanwhile, that's tough for Mitchell Curry. Car 268, meanwhile, appears to have gotten the incident limit. And the 999, and the number 65. The incident limit is being reached by just about everyone at the moment.
And it's not off tracks, it's car-to-car contact that's triggering that on. 4 incident points per car. Oh my word! No wonder Paul gets road status.
He was really slow under the brakes there.
He was probably trying to figure out a way to get past the Porsche Cup cars, and unfortunately, the number 1 came steaming into the braking zone. There's a change for second. Sean Campbell.
Yeah. He's had big dramas here, Reese.
Yeah, Eli Donaldson had been struggling to keep up with Jacob O'Reilly, I noticed every time they were coming across the top at McPhillamy that the revs were spiking as they got major wheel spin through the puddle. It looks like Sean Campbell has taken advantage of that and moved his way past Eli, who ran super wide there. I am amazed he did not hit the wall just then.
There's actually more grip on the grass out there, I think, and that's what saved him.
Well, no, actually, it's not the grass. You can get beyond the rubber line because of that arc through those couple of corners in that area. So we've got to Tyson Broad and keep an eye on him. But there's an arc where you can actually just get, it's nearly like a berm and a motocross berm. You get right side tyres on it, and all of a sudden the car will bite and come back to you. And that's what he's fine. The problem is, it's right against the white line. Check this out. This is Yeaman and Bathurst going elbow to elbow, and Yeaman just says, nah, I'm not interested, mate. There's a motor race at the end of another 6 hours from now, and that's what I've got my eyes on.
Yep, yielding to Ryan Bettis there.
That entrance to metal grate, you've got to coast it in because, as I'm sure you found, Scott, if you touch the brake or the throttle or the wheel going down onto metal grate just to the left of the white line, you're gone. There's no grip there. You've got to wait till the car grips up on the exit. It's the worst part of the circuit.
So basically the best way is for the guys sitting along at home, and I don't know if Jay can sort of cut to my camera here and I can talk it through in terms of what I've got in front of me. So what we're trying to do in these sorts of conditions, we have to stay off anything that is a painted surface. The reason for that, there's no divots actually sitting in the road for that water to go. Where there's no paint, the water just sinks into those little divots. There's actually a little bit of grip there. Rubber will come in and fill in those little gaps in the surface. If you've got a lot of road surface that looks like this, rubber will come in and smooth that all out. Dry conditions, that's great. More surface of the tyre to sit nice and firmly on that rubber surface. That's really, really good. In these sorts of conditions, anything that's a white line, no, you can't touch that. You can't touch curves. And like I said, it's the same as the rubber, but there's no grip. Rubber has grip, a little bit of grip. It's a little bit better than the white line. So what you're doing is you come in over the metal grate. I want to go the car left. I'm just going to flight it in. I'm going to come off all of my controls and just keep my steering wheel as straight as possible and just point that car until I hit another section where it grips up, and then I'll feed the wheel back in.
Yeah, super tough to get that done, honestly. And it is all about like knowing the track and knowing where that water's going to fall, right?
It's a 2 meter. You've got 1 meter to 2 meters to work with. That's what you've got to work with up there. And we talked to the guys yesterday about at the end of qualifying about what they were doing in the wet. I think it was, I want to say John Peasnick. It was sorry, it wasn't Peasnick. It was the other car, the Pulse Racing car that was inside the top three. And they said, I've got 2 meters to work with. Most times I'm going into the corners, I'm just going, I hope this grips. Because if in qualifying, you can take those risks. You can't take those risks in the race.
New leader, Sean Campbell, finds his way past Jacob O'Reilly into the chase. The Part 1 stream is about to end on YouTube, so if you're not over on Part 2 now, get on it. Link will be in the chat on the YouTube stream. Keep the coverage of the race going. Stay with us for the second half of the Player One Sim Gear OSR Bathurst 12 hour. We now have 5 hours and 58 minutes remaining, and Sean Campbell has finally gotten some rhythm going. Made his way to the front, and he is leaving the Vermilion Porsches in the dust.